I never thought that amidst my cold family, a breathtaking brown wolf would appear. It should have terrified me, but instead, I felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Let's officially listen to today's werewolf story. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, The New Student Arya's POV. I stared into the river, just feeling the wind in my hair and the water rushing through my fingers. I felt calm, a feeling which I don't feel often. Suddenly, and from the trees there came a breathtaking brown wolf. He was beautiful. I should have been scared, but I wasn't. Something about it just felt right. The wolf padded over to me and silently joined me, staring into the river. Blip, blip, blip. The sound of my alarm had me flinching up in bed, so I whacked my head on the sloping roof of my little attic room. If I wanted to, I could reach out and touch both walls for my small, lumpy mattress. My room is very plain and bare, with just a mattress on the floor with an alarm clock next to it. That's about all I have room for. But it's my room. My safe place. A place where they will never come. Where I can be free from the almost constant physical and verbal abuse my family dishes out like chocolate. Not that I have had chocolate for years. Chocolate is too good for me. I rolled over and turned off my alarm clock. Blinking away sleep, I stared at the ceiling for as long as I dared, remembering my dream. But before long I dragged myself out of my bed and went downstairs to make my brother and Dad breakfast. I look at the notepad on the table which my dad has written my morning to-do list on. 1. Make us 7 pancakes each for breakfast. To do the dishes. 3. Clean the kitchen. 4. Make your brother's lunch for school. I stare at the list. I will have to work fast if I want to make it to school in time. I quickly threw together the pancake batter and heated up the pan, doing my washing up as the pancakes cook. Multitasking is a skill I have mastered over the years as a way to please my dad and get everything done in time. Once the pancakes were cooked, I put them on the plates and got started on cleaning the kitchen and making Tyler's lunch. Once I was finished, I quickly ran upstairs before throwing on my clothes. It didn't take me long to decide on what to wear, since I only have a few clothes. Tyler has a whole wardrobe full of designer labels, but my dad decided long ago he would only buy me clothes when necessary. I ran a brush through my tangled hair and looked at my reflection in the cracked mirror. My plain brown hair, lumpy, grouped down my back. My dull blue eyes that used to shine with life. The shine beaten out of them years ago. I wasn't tall, but I wasn't small ever, and I would have a nice figure if I wasn't unhealthily thin. My dad says I only got food if I'm good. Nothing is good enough for him. I left my room, grabbing an apple on the way out. I could grab more, but if they noticed I would be beaten. I don't deserve food anyway. Then I started the long walk to school. It was still early, but my dad would wake up soon and I didn't want to give him another opportunity to beat me. Once I reached school, I went straight to class. I didn't have any friends to hang out with, and my dad decided I didn't deserve a locker, so I carry my books around with me all day. Just as I was about to reach my classroom, someone stuck their leg out in front of me, making me trip and drop my books. I could hear the laughter echo around the corridor. Since I don't talk, people think it is okay to trip me up. Everyone at this school either ignores me or hates me. I don't know why, but I guess it has something to do with my brother spreading all kinds of lies about me. My brother blames me for my mum leaving as well, and uses me as his slave or his punching bag, depending on his mood. I gathered my books together and made my way into the classroom, sitting at the back, alone, like always. I stared off into the distance, waiting for the rest of my class to come in, thinking about my dream. Would be nice to feel safe, to feel calm, but I suppose I will have to make do with the memory of a dream for now. Maybe one day. I was so wrapped up in my thoughts I didn't realize someone had sat next to me until they started to introduce themselves. Hi, I'm new here. My name's Forrest. What's your name? I turned my head to look at the boy sitting next to me. He had short brown hair and piercing green eyes. He was well built and totally not the kind of person who even should glance in my direction. I point at my book. He reads my name. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's a lovely name. Forrest is holding out his hand to shake. I grasped his hand when electricity courses through my veins. It's not a bad feeling. In fact, it makes me feel and calm. I gasp and look up to see if Forrest felt it too. He's staring right back at me, a smile tugging at his lips. What does he mean? Yes, it's me, but I'm nothing special. Except maybe especially stupid. I'm unwanted, unloved and unworthy of anything. Just as I was going to ask him what he meant, Tasha, Akka, the biggest flirt and bully to me, strutted over to where we were sat. Oh, you don't want to sit next to her, she gasped. She's a mute, good-for-nothing slut. I just hung my head, ignoring her words. I'm used to them. I hear a slight growl coming from Forrest. Don't talk to her like that. She's better than you'll ever be. I gasped up at him and saw his eyes glowing a bright blue. Almost as soon as it came, though, it went and his eyes went back to normal. Strange. Before I had time to question it, my teacher starts the lesson, talking all about quadratic equations. I sit and listen, and before I know it, the lesson is over. I didn't see Forrest for the rest of the day, so I never got a chance to ask him what he meant. I was lost in thought as I reached home. Mistake number 1. I let my guard down. As soon as I opened the door, I knew something was wrong. Something in the air was off. Before I could figure out what it was, my dad called me from the kitchen. I walked in and looked around. It was a mess. It looked as if a bomb had gone off and this was the rubble. I asked you to clean the kitchen this morning, you fucking moron, and what do? You go and mess it up. I know I cleaned the kitchen this morning. I also can guess who messed it up. You little slut. I'll teach you not to do as you're told. He screamed at me while striding forwards. I turned on my heels and fled. Mistake number 2. I ran from a predator. I heard his stomping footsteps as he came after me. Just before he reached me, I turned and hit him in the face. I shouldn't have. I've been doing this for long enough to know that, but I still did. My natural instinct to get away. Mistake number 3. I poked at a already angry volcano, and when he erupted, I was sure to get burned. He glared at me from across the room. I could see the rage burning in his eyes. He lifted up his hand and slapped me. I cowered away from him, but he grabbed me by my hair, pulling me to my feet, making it impossible to run. Before I had a chance to brace myself, I was thrown across the room, into the kitchen counters. I could feel my back click as I moved. But he wasn't done there. He started kicking me. Stomach. There. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anywhere he could reach. I could feel my nose start to bleed, but still he didn't stop. Just before I was going to pass out, he stopped. Glancing down at me with a sneer on his face, he walked away. Get this cleared up, he said, and then walked out the room. I pulled myself up the stairs, wincing at every step. I had cleaned the kitchen from top till bottom until it shined. My fingers were run raw from scrubbing at the floor, but at least I finally got it good enough for him to let me go to my ec room and tend to my injuries. That's another skill I have mastered over the years. Catching myself back up again, I grabbed the bandages from the bathroom and take them to my room. Suddenly I heard yelling from downstairs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Get your butt down here. My brother was home. After quickly patching myself up as best I could, I went downstairs and saw my brother and my dad at the bottom. This can't be good. My dad usually hates the sight of me, so for him to see me twice a day can never be a good thing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My dad says in a softly sweet voice, Tyler tells me you made a friend today. I shook my head. Please no. Please no. Last time this happened, I couldn't leave the house for 3 days. I could barely move for 3 days. No, don't he lie to me, you fucking bitch. He grabbed my shirt, pulling me off the floor so I was face to face with the monster. Tyler stood to the side grinning. It's all his fault. He often does this. As soon as a nice person says hi, suddenly I've made a new friend and I get a beating for it. He threw me to the ground and grabbed something from his pocket. Before I had a chance to find out what it was, I felt pain. Lots of pain. I looked at where the pain was from to find Tyler running a pocket knife all over my leg, creating small shallow cuts. My dad started doing the same to my arms. That's what it was. A pocket knife. A new form of torture. The pain and blood loss soon get too much and I pass out on the floor in a pile of my own blood. The last thing I hear before my world goes black was my brother's voice. This is what happens when you don't learn aria. And you just never learn. When I finally woke up, my brother and father were gone and I was alone, covered in my own blood. I looked at the clock on a wall. 9 a.m. I slept right through the day and now I was late for school. Then again, I was in so much pain I don't think I could even make it up the stairs, let alone make it to lessons. I dragged myself upstairs into the bathroom where I turned on the shower, hissing as the water touched my cuts. Once I was all clean, I grabbed some bandages and wrapped them around my cuts. I pulled my tired and aching body and cleaned up the kitchen to save myself from more abuse, then settled into bed. I should be at school, but I was too tired, in too much pain. No one will miss me anyway. No one ever misses me. Chapter 2, My Beautiful Mate Forest's POV. I found her. I can't believe it. I actually found her. I don't know why I moved schools. I used to go to the pack school, full of werewolves, but something in me wanted, needed, to change. So I went to my parents and told them I wanted to start going to the human school around the corner. Once I got that, I went to my first lesson, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Straight away I was drawn to the back corner of the classroom where the prettiest girlie I've ever seen sat on her own. She had long chestnut brown hair stretching down her back and bright blue eyes. She was beautiful. Something in her drew my wolf from the back of my mind where he had been sulking. It's her. I went over and sat next to her. She looked lost in thought. Hey, I knew who I introduced myself. She seemed to jump as she realized I was talking to her. I'm Forrest. What's your name? My wolf grinned at me from the back of my mind. Glad I was talking to her. Without saying anything, she pointed at her book, where her name was printed at the top. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A beautiful name for a beautiful girl. Why do I feel like this? No god has ever made me feel like this before. Unless... No, it can't be. Mate, my wolf growled at me, mate. I held my hand out for her to shake, and as she took it I felt the delightful tingles of a mate's touch. My wolf was right. She's my mate. When that pink Barbie came up and started insulting my mate, I couldn't stop the growl from slipping from my lips and from the look on Ari's face. And the way she acted earlier, she doesn't know about mates and their bond. When I reached home, I ran into the pack house. My mum meeting me in the doorway with the usual questions. How was your day? Is your new school nice? But I didn't answer. Instead, I just yelled out. I found her. I found my mate. I looked into the confused face of my mum and saw she didn't believe me. You've been at your new school for 1 day. A school where there shouldn't be any wolves. And you think you found your mate? When you put it like that, it does seem pretty hard to believe. I know it isn't likely, Mama, but it's true. I found my mate. She's beautiful. Wait, do mates have to be wolves, or can they have human blood as well? She didn't seem wolf, but she didn't seem human either. No, all mates must have at least a bit of were blood in them somewhere in their lineage, although it may be generations back. But it's okay. You have years to find out about that and to win her over in the human way. Win who over in the human way? My father asked as he entered the room back from the pack office. Once we filled him in on what he'd been going on, he agreed that I should try to date her like a human, and he would look into her history, see if she had any not quite human blood. The next day, I kept my eyes peeled for her, but she wasn't in any of my other classes. Oh well, I have maths today. My wolf howled with joy at the thought of seeing her again. Our beautiful mate. As I walked into class, I saw the Barbie. Tasha, I heard her friends calling her. She strutted over, smiling seductively at me. I cringed. So, Forrest, she purred, making my wolf growl and me wrinkle my nose in disgust. Since you are new, I'll give the benefit of the doubt, but just so you know for future. The little skank used it next to his trouble. You should hear some of the stories her brother tells. She's a nightmare. I growled low at her. How dare she insult what's mine? My mate. I also doubted what she was saying. My mate is a quiet girl. She doesn't say anything. I doubt she can be trouble. I very much doubt that, I said, pushing past her to my seat at the back. Sitting down as the teacher came in to start the lesson. No Arya again. This is the third time in the last 2 weeks she's been off, I hear the teacher mutter as she sat down. I have a bad feeling about this. Why does she miss so much school? I hope she's okay. By the end of maths, my worry for my mate was almost suffocating me. So when Asher approached me with a boy, introducing him as, this is Tyler, the bitch's brother, I wanted to grab him and demand he tells me where Arya was. Instead, I took the outstretched hand, shook it and introduced myself. Hi, I'm Tyler. A smug smile plastered all over his face. The most popular boy in school, I straight away disliked him. He was nothing like his sweet sister, my beautiful mate. Hello. Do you know where Arya is? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Hearts out, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking him in the eye, watching in fascination as his eyes filled with hate at just the mention of his sister. No, I don't. But you be careful around her. She may act sweet, but she's not. If I could, I wouldn't hesitate to remove her from my life forever. I was taken aback by the hate in his tone. My cool mate, living with him for a brother. Before I could say any more, the bell rang, and I had to go to my next lesson. By the time I made it home, I made the decision to earn Arya's trust as soon as I could. The sooner I told her the truth about me and us, the sooner I could get her away from her brother. I didn't trust him. Something about him was off. Sitting round the dinner table with my parents, I asked them the question which has been burning a hole in my mind all day. Did you find out anything about my mate? Directing my question at my dad, I wasn't expecting an answer, since he will have been busy tending to pack matters all day. My father was the alpha of the largest packs in Great Britain. I just wanted to ask, just in case. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did find a few things. Those few words were enough to have me on the edge of my seat, eager to find out anything I could about my mate. She lives in a small house on the edge of Ferrydale, a small pond a few minutes' walk from here. One of the pack members actually lives on her street, and they said she used to be seen outside all the time. She used to chat to them whenever she saw them, and she was always smiling. But then her mum left and she mysteriously stopped talking. No one knows why. She was always seen with cuts or bruises on her legs and arms. My father stopped talking and turned, looking me in the eye. Something is wrong with her, and it's your job as her mate to make sure she's okay. I don't know what's going on, but I want her in the pack's protection sooner rather than later for her safety, so please get her to trust you before it's too late. My dad's concerns echoed my own. I filtered it at my imagination, the scars that seemed to glow through the thin material of her t-shirt. My decision was made. I would earn her trust as soon as possible, even if I didn't tell her my secret for ages yet. But a week passed and she still wasn't back at school. My wolf and I was getting more and more concerned, and a casual smirk that always graced Tyler's face didn't improve matters. Just as I started to consider going over to her house to see if she's okay, she turned up again. One day, she just turned up acting as if life was normal and she'd never been away. But she was sitting next to me in maths again. So that's one upside. But she still wouldn't open up to me. I tried to be friendly, and although she wasn't totally closed off, she still wouldn't talk or do more than nod or shake her head. It was lunchtime again, and today, like every other day, I grabbed my lunch and went over to where Arya was sitting, alone at a picnic bench, even though it was the middle of winter. At first she would tell me to go away, but now she is getting used to me being there. Hello, Arya. How was your day? Like every day. And like every day she responds with a smile and a nod. I offer her half my sandwich, but she declines, shaking her head no. Missing her touch, I sat next to her, fiddling the bottom of her hair. She flinched away from my touch, but soon was leaning into my hand. I would do anything for her. My beautiful mate. And she doesn't even know it. Not even I noticed how close we had grown over the last few weeks. Blame the mate bond for that. Until we were told in English. Turns out she was in my English class as well. That we were doing a project in partners on Shakespeare. Straight away I turned to her asking if she wanted to be my partner. She nodded yes, and we decided to meet at my house after school. She had quickly become my best friend, but I wanted more. After school we met outside the office and I led her to my car. Opening the door for her before going to my side and turning on the engine. You can choose the music if you want, I said, glancing at Aria before looking back at the road. I was pleasantly surprised when she was Mr. Brightside. I started singing along and she nodded her head to the music. Coming out of my cage and I'm feeling just fine, gotta be down because I want it all. I listened to the song lyrics, thinking about how much it summed up our situation. I should be content with just having her here with me, but I wanted more. My wolf demanded more. Before I knew it, we were pulling into the driveway of the pack house. I had made sure no wolves were present. Only my parents. I opened the door and my mum met us there. Hello, Aria. I'm Mila. Forest's mum, Chapter 3, Scars and Stars, Aria's POV. Hello, Aria. I'm Mila. Forest's mum. A beautiful woman stood in front of me, smiling. She had waist-length black hair and bright green eyes which sparkled with life, like mine used to. I smiled up at her in hello and nodded my head at her before following Forest to his room. For weeks I had been fighting the feelings I had for him, but ever since that week I was away from school my home life has been getting worse. They beat me for the slightest thing and they didn't care how I felt. So I turned to the only person I could afford. He didn't realize how much he was doing for me, but one day I would make it up to him because I knew I was a burden. But where else could I turn? Just before we reached Forest's room, a man who looked almost identical to Forest. He must be. Came down the stairs. Hello. I'm Atlas. Forest, Dad. It's nice to meet you, Aria. I smiled up at him before following Forest into his room. After working on our project for a few hours, his mum called him down for tea. I continued tapping away on the computer, working on the project. My dad never lets me eat with him and my brother. Aren't you going to come down? Forest asked me. My mum's cooked enough food if you want some. I stared at him with my mouth hanging open. He's inviting me to eat tea with him and his family. I shake my head. No, I can't. I would be interrupting his family meal. As if reading my thoughts, he said. You wouldn't be interrupting anything. In fact, my mum would love it if you stayed. I shook my head again, but Forest was insistent that I join them, so I follow him downstairs to the kitchen and find a seat at the table. After having a plate full of more food than I usually got in a whole week placed in front of me at the table, Forest's mum, Ela, asked me to tell them about me. I grabbed a notepad from my bag and wrote on it, passing it to Forest to read out. My name Aria. I am 17 years old. I live with my father and brother. My mum left when I was 6. Are you happy? Forest's dad, Atlas asked. I wrote again and passed it to Forest. I have everything I need to be happy. They didn't look completely happy with my answer, but sensing I didn't want to talk about it, Forest quickly changed the subject. Just then my phone buzzed with a text from my dad. Get your butt home this instant, you fucking bitch. I flinched away from my phone but quickly remembered where I was and tried it. From the look on Forest's face, I didn't manage to fully hide it, but he wasn't asking any questions, so for that I was thankful. After I explained to Forest I had to get back. We arranged to work on the project in the library at lunch, since our project was in for 2 days from today. As I walked in the doorway, I saw my dad and brother in the kitchen, watching my every move. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where were you? We were getting worried, my dad said with a smirk plastered on his face. As if. I doubt he's even capable of worrying. At least not for me. I think we need to teach you a lesson about staying out so late, my brother said while throwing and catching his penknife. I shook my head. No, please, no, this again. Please no, but they just smiled. Before I could even try to defend myself, I was being punched, knocking all the wind from my lungs. I fell to the floor in pain. But it didn't stop there. My brother brought out his knife, taking turns to run it over my skin and to punch me to keep me down. The pain was getting too much and I was going to pass out. But just before I did, my dad whispered from above me, "She still hasn't learned. We will have to take more drastic measures next time." I woke up to a pile of blood. My blood and a note. It said they were going on a holiday for a few days. They would be back on Wednesday, and wouldn't be around for the weekend. And when they got back, they would teach me a lesson I would never forget. I winced with every step as I pulled myself upstairs to clean my cuts. I checked the clock on my phone. 3 a.m. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wouldn't be late for school. I wouldn't usually go to school in this state, but I promised Forrest, and every cell in my body screamed to not let him down. I didn't know what it was about him, but even when I was trying to push him away, somehow we became close anyway. He became my best friend, without me even knowing it. My only friend. I walk into school, wincing at every step. Before I even made it to the classroom, a group of my brother's friends with Tasha as the ringleader surrounded me. "Just so you know, slut, your brother has told us, while he is away we can do what we like. So if we wanted to punch you, what if the bullies ran forward and punched me in the stomach? We can, and we will." With that they started to walk away, leaving me cowering on the floor. Before I could get up, Forrest appeared from around the corner. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Questions thicken his voice. "Why are you on the floor?" I shook my head to say it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's only me. I'm worthless. Good for nothing. I'm a burden. He helped me stand, and I tried to hide the wince as I put weight on my leg. I didn't manage. "Hey, Arya, are you okay? You'd tell me if you weren't, wouldn't you?" I nodded my head, but in reality I won't tell him. He doesn't have to know about my pain. We walked to Maths, sitting in our usual seats. Tasha had long ago stopped trying to flirt with Forrest in Maths. She hasn't stopped flirting with him. But at least she doesn't do it in Maths. Something inside of me bristled at the thought of Tasha flirting with Forrest. It shouldn't, but however much I told myself we were just friends, something was lurking just below the surface, constantly asking for more. The lessons flew by and soon the bell rang to signal the start of lunch. I walked to the library to finish of our project, and Forrest soon joined me. Nestled between the shelves of books I feel free, safe, calm. "Okay, so we don't have much left to do on the project. Just one slide about William Shakespeare in modern-day society. So I'll tell you what. I will do the slide. You can just choose a book to read." I tried to shake my head, but he was insistent. That is how we spent our lunch. Me sitting next to Forrest reading a book and Forrest doing the last slide of the PowerPoint. I felt bad I didn't do it, but he kept on saying he wanted to and I could just relax. Before long though, the bell rang and we had to make our way to next lesson. I has history next and Forrest wasn't in my class. Even better, Tasha was. And she sat next to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All through history Tasha wouldn't stop nipping me and kicking me. Childish, I know, but it was very effective. I was covered with bruises. Well, more bruises than before. By the end of the lesson, and I had unshed tears of pain in the corners of my eyes. Why me? What did I ever do to her? As I was walking to my next lesson, another foot found its way into my path, resulting in me falling flat on my face with laughter surrounding me. I could hear their taunts and jeers, and all I could think was, why me? What did I ever do to deserve this? After school I was pretty much done. I has no energy left and was completely drained. I had nothing left to give. It had all been beaten out of me. So when I opened my door to see Tasha and her minions sitting on the sofa, I mentally died. "Hello, slut." She cackled. "We thought you didn't learn enough at school, so we homework." As she finished her sentence, I was hit simultaneously by 3 of her minions. It hurt like hell, but it wasn't over yet. Soon I was on the floor groaning with pain, being punched and kicked in every available space. my stomach, my back. Black spots appeared in the corner of my vision and the world seemed to spin. I could see stars and I could feel myself slipping away into darkness. Before I fully slipped away, I heard a loud shout, but before I could figure out what it said, my world went dark. Chapter 4: Tears and Torture Forests POV. I was sitting at home, in my room, when I knew something was wrong. My wolf was restless. "We need to see mate now. Something is wrong. Mate needs our help." I ran downstairs to ask my mum about it, hoping she would know. Mates have mental bonds where they can communicate with each other and sense if their mate was in danger, but that doesn't appear until they are mated, and I don't know if we will have one at all since she's at least part human. I told my mum what was going on, and the look on her face was enough to make my wolf take control. If it wasn't for my father walking in the door, I would have shifted into my wolf right there in the sitting room. "Calm down, son. A wolf ripping apart our sitting room is not going to save your mate," my father said, while strolling into the room, stopping me from shifting with his alpha powers. "Dad, I can almost feel her." "Why?" Still standing in the room, but my mind was already on the way to Arya's house. I was itching to run, to find her and to kill whatever was harming her. It could mean she's in danger. At those words I started towards the door. "I'll get the car keys. It will get you there quicker," my mother said, rushing out the door. As we drove up to her house, it all looked normal, perfect and still, but the nagging feeling something was wrong wouldn't go away. I was out the door before the car was stopped, walking towards the door, walking towards something I thought and hoped was just in my imagination, something I prayed wasn't true. I hoped that I would knock on the door and Arya would come and open it, completely fine and happy. Even if she was fine, I would invite her round for dinner, to calm my wolf, and then all would be fine and dandy and we could continue as things had been. But as I reached the door, all those thoughts went out the window as I heard my mate screaming. I ran to the door, wrestling it open, and dashed inside. What I saw almost made me lose control of my wolf. Again, my mate lay on the floor, beaten up and blooded, being kicked and punched by grown men. The shame of it. "Stop," I yelled out, causing them all to turn and look at me. "You should be ashamed of yourselves. Beating up a helpless girl." I stared at all of them until they were led away and out the door. Last out the door was Tasha. She deserved it. Every punch, every kick. She deserved it for what she did to her brother. I wanted to ask her what she meant, but my wolf urged me to keep quiet. "Everything that comes out her mouth is a lie." He growled. "What makes you think this is any different? Anyway, mate needs help. Forget about that Barbie and go help mate." Once everyone was out the house, I ran over to Arya. She looked so small lying there. Small, fragile, broken, but still with me. Being as careful as I could, I picked her up in my arms and ran to the car. My dad had already turned the engine on, so as soon as I reached the car we drove off. Before my mum found my dad, she was the pack doctor, so she was waiting in the back to see what she could do for Arya. She should be fine. I let out the breath I didn't even realize I had been holding. She has a few minor breaks, but nothing serious, and she should wake up soon. Once we reached home, I took her to my room and lay her on my bed, being careful not to jolt her. My mum wrapped her arm to help it heal quicker, and I pulled up a chair. I wasn't leaving her side until she woke up. I waited by Arya's bedside all night, hoping she would wake up, needing to see she was okay, praying she would open her eyes and look at me. And as the morning sun rose up in the sky, someone heard my plea. Arya's eyes came flying open and she flew up in bed, trying to leap out and run. Hey, it's okay, Arya. You're with me. You're safe." Her darting eyes found mine, and she calmed down slightly, although she was still trying to get up. "Arya, you have to lie down. You are still recovering, you need rest." As if suddenly remembering what happened last night, she closed her eyes, and it broke my heart to see the tears flowing from her eyes. I threw my arms around her, comforting her, protecting her from the emotions that were making her cry. "It's okay. I've got you. You're safe now." Once she had stopped crying, I let her go, my arms feeling cold and empty without her warmth. "You need to rest," I told her, standing up and walking towards the door. Before I reached the end of the bed, though I felt a small hand grab my arm. "What's wrong?" I asked her. She ran her fingers over my palm, spelling out her answer. "Stay with me." My wolf howled with joy. She wanted us to stay with her. She trusted us. "Always," I answered truthfully. "I will never leave you," Arya suddenly realizing how weird that may sound to her, had quickly added, "You're my best friend." I sat beside her all day. When she was awake, we read books or watched YouTube videos on anything and everything from music videos to the last minutes of Club Penguin. Club Penguin. Gone too soon. Always waddle on, and as she slept I would sit by her side, just content with being in her presence. She was looking better every time she woke up, until she felt well enough to get up. Just in time for dinner. We sat around the table. Me, my mum, my dad and Arya. Everyone was silent, but it was a comfortable silence. Full of thought. My dad was the one who broke the silence. "So Arya, do you want to stay here for a while?" he asked. Arya looked at me and then to my mum and dad across the table. She was greeted by smiles and reassuring comments whoever she looked at. "Please say yes," my mum begged with a smile. "I need a break from a house full of boys." "It's no bother," my dad continued, "I promise. We would love for you to join us." Slowly Arya nodded. My dad grinned at me, saying without words that he was happy for my mate and me. I knew we would protect her and she would be safe and happy here. After dinner my mum suggested Arya and I go and watch a film, so I showed Arya where the living room was and let her pick the film while I made some popcorn. Going into the kitchen I heard my mum and dad discussing whether to introduce Arya to our pet. It would be a good way to introduce her slowly into our world. But is she ready for that, and what if one of the wolves says something that scares her or they don't like her? I said, walking up to them. "That's what we were thinking," my dad answered. "In one scenario it could work out great, but in another it could just scare her away. We need to think about this in more detail, but for now you just enjoy getting to know her. Go watch your film. We'll sort this out," my mum said while shoving popcorn into my hands. I went back to the living room and sat down on the sofa, waiting to see what film she put on. I smiled with joy when she put on Captain America: Civil War. It was one of my favorite films. Spider-Man is the best superhero, hands down. Arya came and sat down right next to me, pulling my duvet she must have grabbed from my room over us. My wolf howling in delight at being so close to our mate. I offered Arya some popcorn and the opening scenes started playing. As the credits rolled down the screen I realized that sometime during the film Arya had curled up next to me with her head on my chest and had fallen asleep. I looked down at her, smiling fondly, before picking her up and taking her to her room. As much as my wolf didn't like it, Arya would be staying in the guest room. We didn't want to scare her off and she wasn't ready to learn of our secret. Sadly my wolf didn't see things in that light. He saw Arya was our mate and she should stay with us. He had been sulking most of the day in the back of my head because of the decision, but my mind was made up. I wouldn't run the risk of scaring her because I told her before she was ready. I took her to her room, tucking her into bed and kissing her on the forehead. "Sleep well, my love," I whispered before heading to my room, getting changed into my pajamas and brushing my teeth before getting into bed. I fell asleep dreaming of my beautiful mate and hopefully what would soon be the start of our long lives together. Chapter 5, Pancakes and Panic Attacks. Arya's POV. I wake up to the sun shining through the curtains. Now I'm going to be late to make Dad and Tyler breakfast. They'll beat me if it's not on the table by the time they wake up. I'm in such a hurry I didn't even realize I wasn't in my room. I ran downstairs, never once noticing my surrounding. Blinded by my fear of another beating, I felt like I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. I run round the corner straight into Ela. "Whoa, slow down there." Looking down at me, suddenly noticing my startled expression. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." What's wrong? If I was fully awake I would have apologized for running into Ela. If I was in my right mind I would have explained I thought I had overslept. If I wasn't terrified I would have sat down at the table and had breakfast. But as it was I was half asleep. I still thought I was going to get a beating for oversleeping and being clumsy, and I was terrified. I slowly backed away, shaking my head and trying to sort fact from fiction. The walls were closing in on me. I was gasping for breath, but the air wouldn't enter my lungs. The same questions kept rotating round and round my head, making me dizzy. Where am I? Where is Dad? Where's Tyler? Am I going to be beaten? Is this person friend or foe? I sank to the floor, whimpering, breathing heavily. Tears rolled freely down my cheeks, and to make matters worse, I had a terrible headache, making it impossible to think. I curled up in the corner, crying to myself, unaware of anything going on around me. I heard voices, but they were jumbled in my head. I couldn't tell who was speaking, and I could only hear snippets of their conversations. Random words were missing, and I couldn't make sense of what I could hear. Wrong with her. Is okay. She came down the stairs. I heard what wrong, but she answered. Think she's panic attack. I couldn't understand what they were saying. I didn't know what it all meant. It was all too much to take in, and my world went dark. When I woke up, I was back in Forrest's room. I remembered where I was now. I was staying in Forrest's house. I would be safe here. Last time I woke up, I was in such a panic I forgot where I was. I don't remember how I got back up here. I just remember thinking I was going to be beaten, and then everything went dark. There she is, Forrest said from beside me. He didn't look like he'd slept for days. How long have I been out? I wrote on his palm. 3 days, Forrest said with a tight smile. My mum said it was all a bit much for your body to process, so it shut down for a bit. I felt much better than I did before. I felt much more stable and less asleep. Less panicky. Better. Do you want to get up? Forrest asked. I nodded. We'd probably need to get back to school soon. It was the weekend before, but now it must be Wednesday. I need to do well in school. It's the only way I can get away from my dad. I felt slightly wobbly as I walked down the stairs. I had to hold on tightly to the banister so as not to fall. But Forrest was there to keep me steady, and slowly we made it into the kitchen. In the kitchen I found Ela and Atlas making breakfast. Pancakes. Although I made pancakes every morning, I hadn't tasted one for years, so it took me by surprise when a stack of towering pancakes was placed in front of me. I looked at Forrest with a confused expression on my face. Do you not like pancakes, Arya? Confusion evident on his face. I could ask Mum to make something else if you'd prefer. I shook my head no. I was confused though. Why were these people I barely know being so nice to me? Seeing my still confused face, Forrest grabbed a pad of paper for me to write on. Why are you being so nice to me? I could see Forrest thinking about my question. Because you're my best friend. You're the only person at school who is real. Everyone else just shows a fake front. I nodded. It made sense. I didn't agree with him fully, but he had a point. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you feel well enough to go to school? Ela asked. You don't have to, but you have missed a few days in school if going to get worried soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wrote, I'll go to school. This was a mistake. As soon as I walked in the door, people started whispering. Who's that with Forrest? What does she want? She's really ugly. Why is Forrest hanging out with a nobody like her? Just ignore them, Forrest said, smiling down at me. They're just jealous. I tried to ignore them, but it was too late. Their words, along with all the other heartless words spoken to me over the years, were branded on my brain, making it impossible to run, and impossible to forget. I saw the girls lining the corridor. Glaring. He said that as a joke. But it was true. They were jealous. Anyone who was anyone wanted to hang out with Forrest. Half the girls would give up their left leg to even be his friend. But Forrest has kept mainly to himself, not trying to join the popular rest like most people, or date half the cheerleaders like the other half. He kept out of all the drama. He kept out of the friendship groups, and made friends with me, a little nobody who sat at the back at his math class. I know I am blessed beyond measures to have him as my best friend, but something inside of me wanted more. As much as I only saw him as a friend, a small part of me wanted to be more than friends. It was always there and I couldn't make it stop, so I ignored it most of the time. My first lesson was history. History with Tasha. It was torture. She spent all lesson whispering to me, taunting me, teasing me, pinching me and kicking me. As soon as I stepped out of class, my day got worse. Wait, what's worse than the worst day ever? The very worst day ever. The worst of the worst of the worst. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Someone in the corridor thought it would be a good idea to leave their bag in the middle of the floor, so I tripped over it. My books went flying everywhere and I didn't save myself in time, so ended up face first on the floor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I finally made it to the last class of the day, maths with Forrest. I slumped down in my seat, tired, but at least the torment would stop. No one wanted to get on the wrong side of Forrest. Forrest came in and took his seat, offering a smile he gave out so readily. I just about managed to smile back, although it was hard. The teacher wrote the date on the board and I went to write it in my book. Wednesday. Something was happening today. I can't remember what it was. No, nothing comes to mind. Can't be important then. But as the teacher started the lesson, the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Wednesday. My dad and brother are back. They surely had people checking on me during the week. No, I'm screwed. They're going to lock me up until I'm 50. They will beat me. They may even kill me. I couldn't breathe. I was sweating in my seat. And then my day got even better. Note the sarcasm. Sitting in my window seat, I looked to the left and saw my brother walking up the path. I started gasping for breath and tears pricked my eyes. I felt my heart rate speed up and my instincts yelled at me to run. As if he felt my stare, he turned his head and gave me a devilish smile. All hold I had on my emotions was gone and I ran out the classroom. I could hear voices behind me, but I couldn't figure out what they were saying. I sprinted into the toilets and sat down with my back pressed against the cubicle door. Tears flowed freely down my face. He's back and he is going to make my life hell. All the snide comments he has yelled, said or whispered to me over the years came flooding back. You shouldn't exist. All you do is make life hard for people. If you was gone, maybe Dad would be happy for once. Maybe one day you will realize no one really likes you. Maybe one day you'll realize all we have done for you. I could still hear the distant sound of voices, but they were soon replaced by more memories. Memories of every threat, every smirk, every evil laugh my brother and father do so often while beating me. No, I am better than this. I will not give in. I will not let them win. Suddenly the door crashed open. Chapter 6, The Devil Kicks You in Your Down. Arya's POV. The door came crashing open, but I didn't dare leave my store to see who it was. What if it was my brother, coming to drag me home for a beating? I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing for fear of being caught. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I let out a small sigh of relief. It was Forrest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know you're inherent. I'm not leaving until you tell me what's wrong. Could I tell him? Could I trust him and tell him about my dad and brother? No, I can't. It would just put his whole family in danger and I'm not worth the pain. I slowly creaked open the cubicle door, grabbing my pen which I hadn't put down when I'd fled the classroom. I'm fine. I wrote on my hand. I just got a little claustrophobic because of all the noise. I felt bad about lying to him, but what else could I do? I couldn't tell him the truth now. That would be a disaster. Not looking totally convinced, Forrest led me back to class, shooting me odd looks every now and then. Luckily my brother wasn't in my class, so I wouldn't see him until I got home. After class, Forrest offered to give me a lift home and invited me over for tea, but I declined both. That would just make Dad and Tyler madder than they already are. That is not what I need right now. I'll be fine, I wrote on my hand, showing it to him before offering him a small smile and walking off. Starting off home, walking slowly, dreading getting back but knowing if I take too long I will be beaten for dawdling. As I reached home I let out a sigh of relief. Dad wasn't home yet. Don't get your hopes up, little sister, Tyler said behind me, and the manner he said sister with was enough to send shivers down my spine. Dad isn't back yet, but I am. I started shaking, knowing what was coming wasn't going to be pretty. Get inside, now you bitch, he yelled from behind me, roughly grabbing my arm and dragging me inside. Once inside, he grabbed me by the hair, throwing me across the room, hitting the wall with a sickening crack. But he wasn't finished yet. He grabbed his penknife from his pocket and started cutting my legs through my jeans. Small deep cut, littering my legs, the pain making me scream out. He laughed to hear my screams, grinning as my blood spilled out onto the floor. He continued slicing my stomach as well, cutting my skin like a chicken breast, ruthless and not caring how much blood I lost or if I would survive. I screamed out, but then he pressed his hand over my mouth, making me swallow my pain-filled screams. Spots appeared at the corners of my vision, and the world seemed to shift before everything went black. I woke up to the door opening. Oh no. My father's home. He walked into the kitchen, took one look at me surrounded by my blood, and laughed. Tyler, he yelled. What did the bitch do this time? Tyler walked into the room, his face married with a smirk. Italaria made a friend, raising his eyebrow in my direction, and she stayed the weekend at his house, with his parents. I could see the fury written all over my father's face. What did you tell them? I shook my head, wishing I could talk to tell them I didn't say anything. But I have my reasons for not talking, and I'm not going to ruin my with family. One day I'll talk again, but it will be to someone who will listen, someone who actually cares. Don't you lie to me, you bitch. I bet you told them all about yourself. I bet you lied to try to get sympathy. Before I could shake my head again, he was kicking me. He still had his shoes on, and I hadn't had time to even dress my last cuts, but that didn't stop him. It never does. He kept at it, kicking me over and over again, until finally he kicked me in the head and everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in the dark. Cold. Damp room. How did I get here? Where am I? What's going to happen to me? Just then my questions were answered by the appearance of my father. He walked right up to where I was still lying on the floor and smirked. I bet you were wondering where you are. Well, you are in the basement. Don't try to get out. If you try to escape, I will kill you. You'll stay here and never see your little friend again. If I want to kill you, I won't hesitate, so don't try me. All through his speech, I was trying to process what he was saying. Am I going to die? Will I ever get out of here? Will I ever see Forrest again? Questions swirled around my brain as I stared up at him. My father? No, my devil. Will you ever let me out? I write in the dirt. He reads it, then looks up at me, sneering. Maybe. But then again, maybe not. I suppose we will have to see how you behave, won't we? He turned his back on me and walked out. I waited until he'd left the basement, until I let my tears fall. I wouldn't show him my pain, and one day I would get out of here and away from my family. I woke up to the door crashing open. I don't know how long I've been down here. They don't feed me and only throw in one bottle of water every few days or so. Every day the torture gets worse. Before it was just hits or kicks. But in the last days, Tyler's friends have started joining in, and they are inventive in their method. One of his friends decided to slash all the skin on my legs and stuff the dirt from the ground into my cuts. Unsurprisingly, they since have become infected, and I can barely move, it hurts so much. Another friend decided to push me onto my back, slicing of my top and giving me a deep long slash from the nape of my neck to my tailbone. I screamed and screamed, but they just laughed. No one heard me. No one cared. But I will get out of this. I will not let them break me. I looked up to see who came to torture me today. But this time it wasn't just one of his friends. It was all of them. Tyler and his 10 other friends all came parading down the stairs with matching smirks on their faces. I wanted to stand up, to stand and run, but I couldn't move. I was in too much pain. Bruce here had a wonderful idea, and it was so great we all wanted to try it. Tyler said, and he strolled into the room. Little sis, I hope you like heat, because it is going to get hot in here. As he finished his sentence, he pulled out something from behind his back. Matches. He was going to burn me. I wanted to fight back, but I couldn't. I wanted to get away, but I couldn't. I wanted to get out of this hellhole, but I couldn't. I can't do anything to save myself. I can't get away and I can't stop them. I curled up in a tight ball, watching as he handed out matches to each of his friends. I could feel my ribs through my skin. I can't even remember the last time I had anything to eat. My throat was dry and sore from all the screaming, and I was only wearing ripped bloodstained jeans, ripped from all the times Dad, Tyler and his friends cut my legs, and my bra. My T-shirt had been cut up a few days ago, and I hadn't been given a new one. My hair was clumped together, matted with my blood and sweat, and I was covered with dirt from the ground. I watched as they all lit their matches, watching as the fire glowed, illuminating the darkness. Tyler, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Went first, pressing his match to the bottom of my feet, making it impossible to stand. Not that I had the energy to anyway. Soon matches were pressed all over my body, my back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Legs, even my neck. I could smell my flesh burning, and I screamed so long, so hard, a scream filled with pain, suffering. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Before they had even finished pressing the matches to my skin, my world was consumed with darkness, all except a voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It soothed me and made me feel loved, a feeling I don't feel much at all. Don't worry, the voice said. He will come for you. He won't leave his mate to suffer, and I will not let you remain in this place for much longer. He is coming for you, and nothing will stand in his way. Before I could even think about who the voice was, or who was coming for me, I slipped into unconsciousness, and my world was plunged into complete darkness. Chapter 6.5 Dreaming of my Wolfaria's POV. I woke up groaning in pain. What happened to me? Then it came flying back to me. Tyler and his friends. The matches. The pain. I sat up, nearly falling down again. My arms almost too weak to hold me up. I ran my finger over the raised scabs, wincing as I touched the tender skin. It was going to scar, but I was already scarred all over, so no change there. I heard the door opening and winced as the light shined down in my eyes. Good. My dad snarled. The bitch is finally awake. He strolled into the room, flashing me a snide grin. I cowered away, not knowing what he was planning. He just laughed as my arms came out under me. I lay there helpless, too tired to move, watching him. He grabbed a match, smirking as he lit it. Didn't think I'd let Tyler and his friends have all the fun, did you? I was putting all my energy to try to get up and run, but I couldn't even curl up to protect myself, let alone get away. You have become a nuisance to me, so it's time for you to go. My father, though he was way off ever being counted as my proper father, smiled as he brought the match over to my face, pressing it against my neck, dragging it down my jaw. My skin burning, pain causing black spots to appear in my vision, running his match all over my skin until it went out. He pulled his knife out his pocket, flicking it open and pressing it against my neck. I felt my blood run over my skin. I was going to die. I wished I could have spent one more day at Forest House. Ela and Atlas gave me more love than I'd felt in years, and they barely knew me. Forest was the best friend I'd ever had, but he'd never know what happened to me. I would die down here in the basement, and my dad would say I ran away or some excuse like that. I would never sit next to him in maths again, and he would never know what I sound like. I wished it was different. I wished someone was there to save me. I wished that for once when I fell some would catch me. But I was alone like always, with burns and scars all over my body. No one would ever want me. No one would even care. Just then, a star starts to cross my vision and the world seemed to shift. A big brown wolf jumped down the stairs. Wait, a wolf? No, the wolf. The wolf from my dream all those weeks ago. I must be dreaming. bounding over to me and pushing my dad away with one swat of his massive paw. I watched as my father whacked his head on the wall, falling unconscious. The wolf sniffed at my neck, getting blood all over his snout. Just as the world turned black, the wolf turned human, not just any human. He pressed his hand on the swash on my neck, trying to stem the bleeding. "No, Arya. Stay with me. Don't leave me," he begged, with a desperate look in his eye. "You can't leave me. I love you. My Luna. My love." Then, as my vision faded, the voice returned. "See, I told you he would come for you. He is your mate. He will always love you and keep you safe. All you need to do is learn of his world and stay with him. Just remember, everyone is different, it doesn't make them evil. Talking in riddles doesn't get anyone anywhere." I have no idea what she meant. All I know is that Forest is my friend and apparently her will protect me. What a strange dream. I was abused by my family until I found hope for escape in a werewolf hidden within the school. Chapter 7. My Sleeping Beauty Forest POV. I knew something was wrong from the minute I walked into school. My wolf was restless, telling me to check on Arya. Something's wrong with mate. Where is she? But it would all be okay. I have Marth first. Arya would be sitting next to us and my wolf would stop hissing in my mind. But Marth came and went and she didn't turn up. She must be sick. It doesn't mean she's in danger. Who are you trying to convince? My wolf snarled, "Me or yourself." But in truth I was worried about Arya as well. Something about today felt, well, it felt off. Like something bad is going to happen. No, nothing bad is going to happen. If I just ignore it, it will go away. Last time she was missing, when she came back she was limping. She tried to hide it from me, but I noticed. I noticed everything. She had scars all over her arms and legs. No one else noticed. But I did. She was my mate. I noticed everything. The way she flinched away from her dad's text or ran from the classroom at the sight of her brother. She was scared of them. No, she was terrified. I wished she knew all about my world, so I could take her away from that world and bring her to mine. Fill her life with love and adoration. Keep her safe and show her all that life can be. But for now I have to be patient. I have to look after her from afar before she is ready for my world. But when she is ready, I won't miss 1 second with her. When a week had passed and Arya still wasn't back at school, I started to worry about her. Where is she? My wolf had been acting up all week, relentlessly yelling and snarling in my mind. Mate needs our help. Mate needs us. Stop just sitting around and help mate. I knew my wolf was right. I hadn't seen Arya all weekend. When I saw her brother, the smirk that he constantly wore did nothing to reassure me on my wolf. The feeling that something was wrong was still hovering around, making me feel uneasy. I debated going round to her house and checking on her, but I wasn't sure if it was needed. My wolf was begging me to see her, but the final straw was when I overheard a conversation between Tyler and his friends in geography. We got her good and proper. Tyler laughed. Did you hear her scream? My blood started to boil. If they were talking about my mate, my dad's decided she's too much hassle. He's planning on getting rid of her as we speak. No, they can't be talking about Arya. Not in that way. Surely. But then, soon I'll no longer have an annoying little sister, and we will finally be happy again. He laughed. A horrible sound that rubbed against my wolf like nails on a chalkboard. I couldn't get out the classroom fast enough. The boys just confirmed what I knew. I knew if I didn't get to Arya soon I would lose her forever. I had known it all day, all week. I was trying to ignore it, but my wolf knew. I knew. I shouldn't have ignored it. If she dies, it will be all my fault. I will never forgive myself. As I ran out of school, I called my parent, telling them to meet me by Arya's house. I ran at an inhuman speed, not caring if anyone saw me. My eyes flashed bright blue. I was keeping my wolf in. I reached her house and ran straight for the door, ripping it off its hinges. My parents weren't here yet, but they would be soon. I was counting on it. I ran into the house, looking around. looking for Arya. I searched all the downstairs rooms but she wasn't there. But then, from a door I didn't notice the first time, there came a blood-curdling scream. I rushed down into the basement and the sight I saw made me lose control of my wolf. Arya's own dad, with a blood-stained knife and matches, not trying to save her, or look after her, trying to kill her. Well, my wolf deadpanned. That would be why she's scared of him. My wolf bounded down the steps and threw her dad across the room, not caring where he landed as long as it was away from our mate. He wanted blood, to kill the one who would hurt his mate. But no, Arya needs us. She looks close to death as it is. Her skin a ghostly white and her lips were turning blue. Her eyes were fluttering as if she could barely keep them open. We need to save her. There's no other option. I shifted back and pressed my hand to the slash on her neck, trying to save her. It would need stitched, but I just had to keep her alive until my parents got here. I couldn't lose her. She was my love, my life, my Luna. I couldn't like without her. Nothing in life would be the same without my mate. I didn't even realize it, but she filled a hole in my chest I never knew I had. She was my other half and she made me fall. Arya was still awake. From the look in her eyes she didn't believe what she was seeing to be real. I suppose that's a good thing. I could see her slipping away from me. Every second she drifted a bit further, getting further and further away. No, Arya. Stay with me. Don't leave me. I didn't know if it would help, but I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't live without my beautiful mate. You can't leave me. I love you. My Luna. My love. As I said those 3 simple small words I realized. It was true. I did love her. I loved her and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. So she couldn't die. I wouldn't allow it. But I could see her drift away from me again. This time falling into a deep sleep. Just then my parents ran in. I gathered Arya in my arms and ran up the stairs and into the car. My mum and dad followed, driving off home as quick as possible. I kept my hand to her neck, to slow down the blood flow and to listen to her pulse, to make sure her heart kept beating. Once we were back at the house it was a blur. My mum helped the pack doctor stitch her neck up and dress some of her cuts and burns. My wolf nearly took control. She had so many cuts, scars and burns all over her beautiful body. I should have got her away from there sooner. I should have kept her safe. I should have done so many things differently. And from now on I would. Her safety comes first. Even if I have to tell her my secret. I was snapped out of my thoughts when they were done sanitizing the infected wounds that help her heal. Then wrapping her cuts up. She looked like a mummy. I took her up to my room to tuck her in my bed. She could have stayed in the guest room, but I wanted her in my territory, surrounded by my scent, where she will be safe. When will she wake up? I asked my mum, who had followed me up. She sighed before answering. I don't know. It may be tomorrow, it may be next week. It may be even later than that. I just don't know. Just prepare for the worst. I knew what she meant, that she may never wake up. But I just couldn't think about it. She was mine and she had to wake up. I was lost without her. A week passed and she still hadn't woken up. Most of her cuts had healed, even the infected ones. But they had scarred, adding more scars to her beautiful body. I was disgusted when I saw the scars. Not because she wasn't beautiful, but because of the pain she must have gone through to get them all. I wished I could have stopped it all from happening. I wished she would wake up so I could get rid of her pain. I wished I could take her as my mate in Luna now, and then just show her love and happiness for the rest of her life. But her eyes stayed shut and she stayed oblivious to my world. Come a forest you have to eat and I need to redress her wounds. My mum said from the doorway. I hadn't left Arya's side all week apart from to eat and for mum to redress her wounds. I knew I needed to look after myself. But I couldn't. Not with my mate laying helpless on the bed. School had been calling all week. Last time they saw me was when I ran from the classroom. Dad took the call, saying there had been a family emergency and I would miss school for a while. To be honest, I don't know if I'm never going back. Once Arya is awake, I will bring her to the pack school with me. That way she wouldn't have to see Tasha or her brother ever again. But for now I am being sent the schoolwork. which I do sitting next to Arya. Another 2 weeks passed and still Arya didn't wake up. I felt the darkness consume me without the light of my mate to keep me sane. Dad tried sending me back to school once, but I couldn't concentrate and I nearly strangled Tasha because she disrespected my mate. To be honest, it could have been a lot worse. I wanted to strangle a teacher for making a joke about Arya's absence, but I settled on Tasha instead. After that, Dad decided probably not a good idea to make me leave my mate's side. Even for school. Please wake up, Arya. I need you. Please don't leave me. I silently begged. There was no point begging out loud. I had been doing that all last week. My mum came upstairs to check on Arya. She had healed a lot these past weeks, but she was still covered in scars. A silent reminder of her terrible past and my inability to protect what was mine. She's healing fast. Almost all her cuts have healed up and some of the scarring has faded, although it may never go properly. My mum commented while retying the bandages. I didn't say anything. There was nothing else to say. We had spent weeks of me blaming myself and my mum and dadding me. I couldn't have known and that it wasn't my fault. They had given up trying to change my mind. I could be very stubborn when my mind was set on something. My mum walked silently out the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Please wake up, Arya. I begged, grabbing hold of her hand. I'm lost without you. I love you. Then finally my pleas were answered. It was only a light squeeze of my hand, but it was enough to send my heart souring into my throat. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Arya, can you hear me? I begged, hoping that she would finally wake up. She didn't squeeze my hand again and I thought I'd lost her. Suddenly I was met with the beautiful blue eyes of my mate. I felt tears of joy coursing down my face. I wanted to yell with joy and relief. Welcome back to the world of the living. Chapter 8, Waterfalls and Echoes. Arya's POV. I was all alone in a big white room full of echoes. Every time I called out, I was answered 1,000,000 times, but always by myself. And always with my question. I was confused. I was scared. I wanted to get out. It's okay. The voice from before said behind me. I just have some things to tell you. Then you are free to go. I turned around and was shocked to see a person. The voice had a body. She led me through the white walls. Something I hadn't tried while trying to get out. Come on, how many people think maybe I can go through the walls? If you said you would, you'll lie. Through the wall was the most magnificent sight. No, not even magnificent does it justice. Picturesque sight. Stunning sight. Well, you get the idea. Green trees stretched up in the air, poking the clouds and lining up along the river. The river shined clear, crystal blue, and fish of all colors jumped and frolicked in the gentle current. The sky seemed to stretch on for miles. An endless sea of blue, with candy clouds dotted about. I looked around and the voice with the body let me, pausing for a bit so I could soak it in. Come. You haven't seen the best bit yet. As if anything can be better than this. I was wrong. We followed the river upstream, up a winding path into the forest. The trees stretched on for miles in every direction, but it didn't look threatening. Suddenly a faint roaring filled my ears, getting louder by the second. We turned a corner and I saw the most beautiful, wondrous, spectacular sight. A magnificent waterfall that seemed to stretch on for miles up in the sky. A constant sheet of water crashing down. Welcome to Fairy Falls. I gasped as I took in the scene. Swallows flew around the waterfall and up in the sky, calling out to each other. Flowers grew around the clear pool at the base of the falls and toadstools grew by the barks of the trees. And then I saw it. A little glitter of light, starting by the base of one of the trees and coming closer and closer, growing in size but still only the size of my thumb. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mouth shot open in a mixture of fear and wonder. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, I must have hit my head. Although I think my dad probably did it for me. He's really considerate like that. It's called Fairy Falls for a reason. Clans of fire live all over here and in your world too. I turned around to stare at the woman. Oh, how rude of me, I never introduced myself. I am the Great Luna, maker of this world, and I look after the werewolves. At the mention of werewolves, my mouth shot open again. Wait, werewolves aren't real. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, I assure you, they're as real as you and me. The woman answered. I really need to ask her name. Wait, I didn't say that out loud. Can she read minds? Yes, I can read minds. I wouldn't be able to help you if I couldn't hear you questions. Oh, and my name is Layla. Since you asked. I stood in shock, staring at Layla and the fairies that still fluttered around us. Why am I here? I thought, waiting for my answer. But of course this can't be a proper story without the guide being annoyingly unhelpful and implying things instead of just saying things and making the book so much longer. True to form, Layla answered with an oh so helpful you are where you need to be. But she couldn't stop there. You will go back soon though. He needs you. Because of course I knew exactly who she was talking about. So what is a werewolf and why are you telling me this? Wondering for the millionth time why I was being told this. I was a nobody. A little scared girl. Story time. A werewolf is half wolf, half human. Unlike in the stories, they can shift anytime and they can just take on a few attributes of the wolf. For example, speed or sight. Each werewolf has a mate. Someone made for them. A soulmate, if you like. They are very protective over their mates. No one else holds the other half of their soul. The one thing to remember about them is so long as you do nothing to anger them, they are quite a nice species. But if you anger them, run as if your life depends on it. Because frankly it does. I fell down on the floor with a foo MP. What is going on? Why am I being told this? I am telling you this because you need to know. Otherwise all races, even the human and especially the werewolves, will fall. Hardship is coming. Be true to yourself. Stay close to your mate and, most importantly, know that whatever happens you are loved. What do you mean? Stay close to my mate. I'm not a werewolf. Layla started laughing at me. Of course you're a werewolf. How do you think you survived all those years of torture? A human would have died years ago. Heck, one day in your life would have killed most humans. The only reason you are still alive is because of your werewolf gene. The only reason you have a mate is because of your werewolf gene. Then like that she was gone. I was alone again in the big white room. Alone with my thoughts. Werewolves are real. She told me to stay close to my mate. Wait, does that mean my mate is close? I'm not a werewolf. I would know if I was a werewolf. What does it mean? I was saved from any more conflicted emotions and thoughts by a bright flash of white light. Please wake up, Arya. I heard a familiar voice say. Whose voice is it? Then it hit me. I was back home. I felt someone, probable Forest, grab hold of my hand. I'm lost without you. I love you. What? Hold on a minute. Did he just say he loved me? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As in Forrest, who I have been trying not to crush on for weeks and who could have pretty much any girl in the school loves me. I tried to squeeze his hand. To reassure him I was here. I would try to wake up for him. It was only a light squeeze. Come on, I just found out werewolves were real, give me a break. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Arya, can you hear me? I heard Forrest say. I tried to open my eyes, concentrating harder than I thought was possible to make my eyes open. I finally opened them up and the smile I was met with was enough to make me feel much better. Welcome back to the world of the living, Forrest said, smiling down at me, joy evident in his eyes. I slowly sat up, trying to remember what my dream had been about. It felt important, but I can't remember what it was. Forrest grabbed my notepad and a glass of water. I drank the water, then wrote down the question I wanted but dreaded the answer to. How long have I been out? The look across Forrest's face was one of pure torment and pain. 3 weeks. Looking sad. I didn't like seeing him sad, so I did the only thing I could think of. I threw my arms round his neck and hugged him tight. We stayed like that for a long time, both comforting each other. Finally, I pulled away. Grabbing my notepad, I wrote down the other question I wanted the answer to. What happened? That, my friend, Forrest said, looking anywhere but my face, is a story for another time. Come and have some food. You must be starving. I wanted to shake my head. No, I need answers, not food, but at that moment my stomach growled, letting me know I needed to eat. As we walked down to the kitchen, Forrest walked and I leant on him for balance. I thought back to my dream. I'm sure my dream was important. Something about waterfalls and big white room. Something I had to tell Forrest. Maybe about how I survived all those years. But the more I thought about it, the more distant it became. As I walked into the kitchen, I saw Atlas and Ela sitting at the table. No sooner had they looked up before I was engulfed in a hug. Darling, we were so worried about you. Tears ran down Ela's cheek and her voice shook, portraying the fear she'd felt for me when I'd been asleep. I was taken by surprise. Why do these people I barely know care about me more than my real family ever did? I smiled as she pulled away, grabbing my notepad off Forrest, who had taken the initiative and brought it down from upstairs, so I could communicate with them. I'm fine. But what happened? Last thing I remember, I was on the floor. I thought I was going to die. Then I woke up here. Looking round the table, I could see no one wanted to answer my question. They were all looking anywhere except my face, and Forrest was looking guilty. I tapped Forrest on the shoulder until he looked at me, then gave him a death stare. Get talking. You see, Forrest stuttered. I was asked to bring you some homework, and when I got to your house the door was unlocked, so I walked straight in. Forrest paused, looking like he didn't want to tell the rest. I nudged him with my shoulder. I need to know what happened. It seems really important, but I can't remember why. I heard a scream from down some stairs, so I went down them and found you lying on the floor passed out, so I called my parents and they brought a car to take you someplace safe. Forrest said the last part in a rush, and you could tell from his face he didn't want to tell me. Thank you. I wrote on my pad. For saving me. I walked round the table giving everyone hugs. I had tears in the corner of my eyes. I was scared. I can't go back home or I actually would be killed. Where can I stay? I have no family to go to except my mum, and I haven't heard from her in years. Forrest saw my tears and rushed round the table to comfort me. Even though he had no idea why I was crying, he came to try to stop it. Hey, don't cry, Arya, he said, wiping the tears from my face. What's the matter? I grabbed my notepad and with a shaking hand wrote, I have nowhere to stay. I have no family left. Forrest pulled me into a tight hug. You can stay here with us. My eyes widened and I looked around. Are you sure I wouldn't be a hassle? I wrote quickly. Although I wanted to scream yes, I expected him to laugh and say of course I was a hassle. They were only asking me as a joke. But instead he answered, no, of course you wouldn't be a hassle. You're pretty much family anyway. I smiled at that. I'd never been part of a real family. A loving family. Maybe this would be a fresh start. After I was told I could stay at Forest House, I got taken to a room. The same room I stayed in last time. It had baby blue walls. A bed in the middle with a blue and white duvet. A chest of drawers and a desk by the window. The key theme all around the room was wolves. The duvet had wolves running along the bottom, and the walls had wolves howling to the moon on one of the walls. It was perfect. You can redecorate if you'd like, and if you would like different bedding or new decorations, just ask and I'll find some for you. I nodded my head in thanks and then sat down on my bed. Forrest and Atlas were going back to my house to grab my stuff. Not that I had much. I offered to go myself, but they all decided it was probably for the best, but I didn't go back. I wonder what would have happened to me if Forrest hadn't found me. I wonder what would have happened if Atlas and Ela decided they didn't have enough room for another child. I would have been dead or on the streets. I was pulled out of my thoughts by a knock on the door. I went over and opened it to see a scowling Forrest. As soon as he saw me, he stopped scowling and he handed me a small suitcase. "I brought your stuff. Mum was wondering if you wanted to come and watch a movie," Forrest asked, a small smile gracing his lips. I nodded my head and we made our way downstairs. We walked in just as the movie started. It was a movie I hadn't watched yet, but I had heard a buzz about it around school. Everyone had watched it. Well, everyone except me. My brother had bragged for ages that he got to go and I didn't, and then he reenacted the fight scenes where I would also lose, using the movie as an excuse to beat me up. Chapter 9, Friends and Foes. Forrest Spio. I woke up to the sound of crying. Not just anyone. My mate. She wasn't just crying though. She was wailing. Her room is across the corridor to mine, but the sound of her weeping leaked into my very soul until I couldn't take it anymore. I ran across the corridor and threw her door open, greeted by a pitiful sight. My mate, with tears streaming down her face. She was curled up in the corner of her room with her eyes tightly closed. She kept banging her head on the wall, and every so often she would pull at her hair. She kept shaking her head and crying. I ran over to her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What's the matter?" I looked closer at her. She was asleep. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "It's just a nightmare. Wake up. It's okay." Her eyes slowly cracked open. She looked disoriented and scared. "It's okay, Aria. It was just a nightmare." "What happened?" I handed her the notepad from her desk and a pencil, and she slowly wrote out what happened. Aria's dream POV. I was alone in a forest. It was dark, and I was trapped. Every time I tried to get away, I would end up back where I started. Then from the darkness, my dad and brother appeared. They were beating me, and I couldn't get away. One by one, everyone I ever knew appeared, and they all joined it. My mum, every teacher and every pupil. Last of all, Forrest and his family appeared. I thought they might help me, but they just laughed and laughed and laughed, watching my pain and finding it funny. Then suddenly it all stopped, and I was alone again. This time it was a pack of wolves who came out of the forest. They didn't look like wolves though. They were disfigured and brutal. Their eyes were red as blood and their fur was black as night. They started attacking me, biting me and tearing at my flesh with their teeth and claws. But then out of the woods came the brown wolf, the wolf from my dreams. The wolves ran off and the brown wolf walked over to me. Forrest's POV. I wished I could take all her pain away. I couldn't. It was impossible. But I could do the next best thing. Comfort her so she doesn't have to carry her pain alone, and when the pain makes her feel broken, I will be her glue. I hugged her tight and whispered in her ear, "It's okay. It was a dream. You will never go through that again. I will keep you safe." I held her for another few minutes, slowly rocking her side to side, comforting her in a way only I could, although she doesn't know that. "Aria, do you think you could go back to sleep? I promise the nightmares won't come back." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hesitantly, I didn't want to let her go, but she had to sleep. "Stay with me," she wrote. Wasting no time, I pulled her up into my arms before laying in her bed, pulling her tight against me, loving the feel of her against me. Breathing in her scent, my wolf fumbled in contentment. Before I knew it, my eyes closed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Finally, my mate was in my arms. I woke up after the best sleep of my life, with the sun shining in my eyes and my mate still asleep in my arms. I smiled down at her and hugged her tighter. "Mine," my wolf growled. "Yes, she is ours, and we will keep her safe and protected until she is ready to know about our world. Then she will really be ours." A few minutes later, I felt her stir in my arms. I released her as she started to fidget, and she slowly sat up. Her face was ablaze. She was blushing so hard, and I was probably blushing too. "Shall we go get breakfast?" I asked to break the awkward silence that had settled upon us. Aria smiled and climbed out of bed, nodding her head, and we walked downstairs to the kitchen. After breakfast, we headed into town to buy Aria some new clothes. I was appalled by the rags her father called clothes. I'd seen her brother wearing all the designer brands, whereas Arya was left in old charity shop tatters which she'd had for years. My mum wanted to come, but she had to look after some young pups in the pack while their parents were at work. Instead, she gave me a long list of things to buy Arya, telling me if I didn't get them all, I would have her to answer to. We walked into the shopping centre and I held Arya tighter as she shook, scared by the noise and all the bustling people going about their shopping. We spent the next few hours going from shop to shop, buying everything on the list and some things which weren't. After we visited the last shop, we headed into a cafe to get some food. As we sat there, I saw someone approach us and smiled. "Hey Ash, over here." My best friend Ash hurried over, his mate Sky following behind. "Hey Forrest, I haven't seen you in months," Ash exclaimed, sitting down opposite me. I felt Arya shake at the new additions to our table. "Ash, Sky, this is my, friend Arya. Arya, this is my best friend Ash and his, girlfriend Sky." I saw Ash's eyes widen at my choice of words and he glanced between me and Arya. Sky broke the confused silence that was cloaking us. "Hi Arya, nice to meet you. And Sky, what's a nice girl like you hanging out with an ugly thing like Forrest?" she asked with a sparkle in her eye. "Hey, I'm not that bad," I protested, and Arya quietly giggled beside me. I looked down at her smiling face and smiled. I loved her smile, it was refreshing, like rain on a stuffy summer day. Again, Ash looked between me and Arya, slowly piecing the pieces together. "Wait," he yelled, causing Arya to shake and hide in my side and me to growl at him. "But she's you found your—" I clamped my hand over his mouth before he could finish. "I'll tell you later," I hissed before comforting Arya. "But seriously, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Why are you hanging out with Forrest? He said his new school was full of idiots," Ash asked, waiting for an answer I knew would never come. Arya didn't have any paper to write on and she wouldn't speak, so she just hung her head, picking at a hangnail and looking at the floor. "She doesn't speak," I hissed before grabbing Arya's hand and giving it a light squeeze. My moron best friend just stared, lost for words for once in his life. But of course he can't stay down for long, so he just turned to me for the answer to his question. "She's my best friend and she's staying at my house because she can't stay at home. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Trying to answer his question without causing Arya any mental strain were unuttered, and before I could shut him up I heard a loud sniff from next to me. Next thing I knew, my mate was running from the table crying. "Look what you've done now," I hissed before running after my mate. I used my wolf speed to catch up to her as she reached the car. Arya had tears running down her cheeks and the sight broke my heart. I pulled her into a tight hug, holding her close. "Sure, it's okay, Arya. He didn't mean it. That moron just doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Do you want to head back home now?" Arya nodded her head. It was all getting a bit much for her. So many new things to do and see. I opened the car and got in the driver's side before driving home. Sometime during our ride home, Arya fell asleep, so I carried her into the house and up to her room. I sat by her bed, wiping the tears off her cheeks. I kissed her forehead and made my way downstairs, stopping by my dad's office to see if he needed any help with packwork. "Where is your mate?" my dad asked, looking up from his desk. "Sleeping. She fell asleep in the car from shopping." I stopped inside. Ash turned up and asked why she was there. Arya freaked out and ran away. It all became too much and she fell asleep. "What am I going to do, Dad? She shouldn't have had to go through all she did. I should have been there sooner." My father looked down at me with a small smile. "Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have done any differently. Go back upstairs. Spend time with your mate." I was glad he felt that way. So long as my alpha still believed in me, so long as my mate never left me, I would always be okay and I would always have everything I need to be happy. Later that day, after we had had tea, I was sitting in my room when I heard a knock at the door. I opened it to see Arya on the other side, looking at the floor. "Hello, Arya. Do you need anything?" I asked, glancing at the notepad she had clasped in her hand. "Please. I know it's a lot to ask, but the nightmare didn't come back after you came. I haven't had a night without nightmare for years." After I read it, I looked up to see Arya staring at the floor, her cheeks on fire. Without saying anything, I grabbed her hand, pulling her into my room and onto my bed. I pulled the covers over us and pulled my mate close to me, breathing in her scent. She instantly calmed me in a way no one else could. I love my mate, and will love her until the end of time. I just hope that when she knows who I really am, she will still love me. Chapter 10. Swimming in safety. Arya's POV. I woke up surrounded by warmth and a wonderful smell. I had slept better than ever before and I felt so safe. "Morning, beautiful," I heard from behind me. Oh yeah, that's why I slept so well last night. Something about him just makes me feel so safe. I could feel the blush spreading up my neck and my cheeks were on fire. Sensing my discomfort, Forrest quickly got up and we went down to breakfast. Elia and Atlas were already down, and pancakes were already on the table. After breakfast, Forrest and I were in the sitting room, watching some strange children's TV show. I don't know why we put it on, but it was quite relaxing and some parts were quite good actually. When Forrest got a text message from Ash, the boy he saw yesterday. "Hey Arya, do you mind if Ash and Sky came over?" he asked nervously. "You don't have to say yes, but he didn't mean to scare you. It's just the way Ash is. Straightforward and at times very outspoken." I picked up his hand and squeezed it to get his attention. Since I had left my notepad upstairs, I just nodded. Yes, although inside I was shaking. Something about Ash scared me. "Hey, it's okay. I'll keep you safe. I would never let anything happen to you." He looked at me with a look in his eyes I couldn't place. A look I'd never seen on my dad or brother before, but I have seen on Forrest's parents. I just couldn't remember when. Soon Ash and his girlfriend Sky arrived. When Forrest greeted them, I hid behind his back, glancing at them over his shoulder until they looked, and then I'd look away, not making eye contact, keeping my head down. Ash was tall, but not quite as tall as Forrest. He had brown eyes and short brown hair, which on some people may look boring, but it suited him well. Whenever my brother invited anyone over, they would use me as a punching bag, or a slave, or both. I would be sent up to my room to stay out of sight until they had any use of me, and when they decided they wanted me, my brother would yell up the stairs and I would come down like an obedient little punching bag. But something about Forrest made me feel safe. I don't think he will beat me. I hope not anyway. I was pulled out of thought by a hand waving in front of my face. "Hello, Arya. Are you there?" I turned to look at the person, a fearful look in my eye, but I relaxed when I realized it was only Forrest. "What?" I wrote on the paper. "I didn't hear what you said." Forrest chuckled before replying. "Sky was introducing herself to you since she didn't get to yesterday." Sending a glare in Ash's direction, I turned to the girl on my right. She had shoulder-length black hair and bright green eyes that shone with life, the way mine used to. And being around Forrest, they have started to shine again. "Hi Arya, my name is Sky." With a small smile. "What do you like to do?" I looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" I wrote on the paper. "Do you enjoy shopping? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Or watching films," Forrest explained. I nodded my head to show I understood. "What do I like doing?" My brother, and I'd never let me out to do any of the stuff Forrest just mentioned. I used to do loads of sport with my mum, but after she left, the only memory I have of ever being allowed to do sport was when we did swimming in school. In year 7. Back then the beating was more verbal abuse than physical, but people still stared because of my few bruises I had. I never got to go again because Dad didn't want anyone asking questions. I like swimming. I wrote, but I'm not very good at it. I don't go very often. I looked over at Forrest and he nodded his head, silently comforting me. He knew what I meant. He knew why I didn't get to go much. "Why don't we go swimming today?" Ash said. sending a small smile at me. A silent apology for what happened yesterday. I nodded back. He was forgiven. I started to nod my head. I really wanted to go, but I had no costume. I don't have a costume. I wrote. Maybe a different time. I hoped we could go soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forrest spoke up. We can buy one when we get there. I smiled so much I thought my cheeks were going to burst. I got to the changing room of the swimming pool and got changed before meeting Forrest, just outside the changing rooms. By the showers. Sky and Ash had already gone in, but Forrest came with me to pick my swimming costume. I chose a blue and white bikini. I'd never worn a bikini before and I felt exposed. But I liked the design. My scars were quite noticeable, and I hoped no one would stare. Forrest didn't, although I did catch a slight growl escape his lips. I was excited to go swimming. I hadn't been in so long and the water looked so inviting. I couldn't wait. Forrest and I walked to the shallow end and I threw myself forward, getting engulfed by the water. I loved it. Forrest swam by my side, keeping me safe and making sure I didn't go deeper than I was comfortable with. I loved the water. It made me feel safe, calm. Forrest taught me to swim doggy paddle, so we could join Sky and Dash at the deep end. It was great. I climbed out to go to the slide when I heard a gasp. Turning around, I saw Ash staring at me, his eyes as wide as saucers. What happened to you? Fear and confusion evident in his voice. I craned my neck around to look at my back, but it looked the same as always. I looked to Forrest. He seems to be the only person who doesn't talk in riddles. Leave it, Ash, he said, coming up to me and taking my hand, leading me to the slide. But her, Ash tried to say, but Forrest cut him before he could finish. I'll tell you later. Then we walked away, Ash looking as confused as I was, Forrest looking angry. I went on the slide a few more times and after a few more lengths of the pool we got out and got changed. The mood had changed since Ash's confused exclaim, which I still don't know what it was about. Forrest seemed moodier and annoyed at Ash. On the way back to the car I tried to ask Forrest what Ash had been asking about, but he wouldn't answer any of my questions. In the end I just changed the subject. Trying to get any information out of him he didn't want to give was like trying to rob a bank. Impossible. I turned on some music and thought about how I could ask my question. In the end I waited until he stopped the car at a traffic light and tapped him on his shoulder. I grabbed his hand and traced the letters of my question, because I didn't have any paper. What is your favorite thing to do? He looked over in confusion. Why do you ask? I thought about his question. What was the best way to phrase? Because I want to get to know the person I have a strange sort of crush on. We went swimming today because I liked it. Tomorrow I thought we could do what you like to do. I finally wrote. After a few traffic lights and some careful consideration, well, in that case I like doing anything with you. You are like a ray of sunshine and anything with you is fun. I blushed at his words, thinking about how my life has changed in the last few months. A few months ago, I was the loner weirdo, with no friends and a broken family. My mum was gone, and my dad and brother would rather kill me than look at me. But that all changed when Forrest joined the school. In just a few months I have got a best friend and new family. I may not be related to them by blood, but they have shown me more love in a short space of time than my dad did in my whole lifetime. Sometime while I was lost in thought I fell asleep, dreaming of a brown wolf who made me feel safe and a new family who made me feel loved. Chapter 11, Secrets and Answers. Forrest POV. After Ari fell asleep in my car I carried her up to her room before slowly walking down, trying to avoid the inevitable confrontation. But of course, when I reached the bottom of the stairs Ash was still there, sitting on the sofa, waiting for answers that would be complicated to give. Where's Sky? Trying to avoid the questions for as long as possible. She was needed at home. Now back to the business of Arya. So much for evasion tactics. Who is she? Is she your mate? Why do you say you are just friends? Why haven't you told her the truth? He bombarded me with questions. the easier questions to answer. He was saving the harder ones for later. I let out a sigh before answering the questions that would shortly lead to questions I didn't want to answer. I didn't know if I could answer. Not fully. She is Arya, a girl from my new school. I met her on my first day. Yes, she is my mate, but she doesn't know of our kind and she doesn't know she's my mate. I haven't told her because I want to gain her trust before freaking her out with my secret. I answered, wishing those were the only questions asked, but I knew the harder ones were still to come. How did she get those scars? And what are you going to do about this mess? I took my time telling Ash Arya's story, careful not to leave out any important details. By the end, my stone-hearted, outspoken friend had tears running down his cheeks. She went through that for 11 years, never running away or telling anyone. I shook my head. My wolf howled in pain for what my mate went through. Went through alone. Ash broke the silence with the question I didn't have an answer to. So, what are you going to do about it? I don't know what I can do, though. She isn't ready to know about our world. But my wolf wants his mate by his side. I told Ash my concerns and we both sat in silence, lost in thought, trying to find the answer to a question I didn't know what to do about. Ask her out on a date, Ash finally said. Date her like a normal human, and then after you've been dating a while, tell her. Make it so the mate bond is too strong for her to walk away. He had a point. His plan had some serious flaws, but it also had potential. That might just work. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thinking through his plan, going over the pros and cons and working out every single, minuscule detail that could go wrong. We talked for ages, going through the plan and how to put it into motion. I planned on striking after tea, when she was least expecting it. You do realize how sinister that makes you sound, my wolf sneered. Geez, you're just asking her on a date. I rolled my eyes, ignoring him. After tea I walked up to her room, nervously knocked on her door and waited for her to answer. Feeling like a prey, a weird feeling. I'm a wolf, nothing scares me. Nothing but this. She opened her door and looked at me. She looked beautiful. My mate. I took a deep breath and opened my mouth. Hey Arya, I'm okay, I can do this. I looked down at the floor and said in a rush, do you want to go on a date with me tomorrow? She was silent for a long time. I stopped looking at the floor and looked into her eyes, hoping, praying she'd say yes. Tears were running down her cheeks and I thought I'd scared her or offended her. But then she nodded. I thought I'd die of happiness. My mate said yes. It was only for a date, but it was my mate. And this was a step in the direction I wanted to go in. She smiled at me and I told her to meet me downstairs at noon. I am not afraid to say I then ran around the house grinning madly until my mum came across me and asked me what I was doing. I told her and then she joined in. What's going on here? My dad's confused voice stopped me and my mum running around the kitchen table for the first time. Forrest finally asked Taria on a date and she said yes. My mum said, sending a beaming smile at me. I smiled back. And my dad pulled me into a hug. Took you long enough. He joked. Where are you taking her? I smiled at that too. I just can't smiling today. I thought I'd take her to the lake. I said before leaving the room to get changed. I packed a picnic in both our swimming costumes and towels. The lake had a beautiful waterfall and was great to swim in. I also brought my camera, so I could take some pictures. I then had a shower and got changed into some black jeans and a white t-shirt. Before I knew it, it was noon and therefore time for my first ever date, and I had to make it perfect. No pressure then. I got downstairs and waited for Arya. I didn't have to wait long, and let me tell you, she looked amazing. She had minimal makeup on and a simple sundress with leggings, but it suited her perfectly and she looked wonderful. My mum squealed as she came downstairs and made a stop for some pictures. Then finally she let us go and I led Arya to my car, where I had already loaded the picnic and other things we needed. You look beautiful, Arya. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And she blushed. She was cute when she blushed, and she was all mine. We drove to the woods in silence, but it was a comfortable silence and it didn't feel awkward. As soon as I stopped the car, I felt a hand tap my shoulder. I looked over at Arya, who wore a confused expression on her face. Luckily, she had brought her notepad, so we didn't have to play charades, which I am terrible at. Where are we? I looked into her frightened eyes and I knew I'd scared her. Looking around me, I could see the forest could be quite a scary place for those who didn't know it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We were in the woods on the edge of the town. I used to come here a lot with my parents. There is a lake up ahead. I thought we could have a picnic. I was worried she would hate my idea and want to go home, but instead she smiled. I used to love picnics, she wrote. I returned her grin and grabbed the basket from the boot, grabbing her hand and leading her to the lake. When we got closer, I turned around to see Arya gazing at the lake in awe. It's so beautiful, she wrote, and I agreed. I used to love this lake. We would go swimming in it or draw it, and I thought you might enjoy it here. I spread out the picnic blanket and sat down, bringing out sandwiches and hot chocolate. I don't know why. I just love hot chocolate. I spent the day swimming in the lake, eating cake and sandwiches and spending time with my mate. As it got dark, I grabbed a blanket and wrapped it round our shoulders and we sat and looked at the stars. It was perfect. All too soon we had to go back. I packed up the picnic and blanket and we walked back to the car. I looked over at Arya and she handed me her notepad. I had a wonderful date. Thank you. I smiled at her and opened the card over her. Just before she got in, there was a ferocious growl and a wolf came hurtling at the trees. Not just any wolf though. A werewolf. Wolves can smell if it is a normal or a werewolf. And this wolf freaked of were. The wolf started circling the car. I was stuck on what to do. I could drive away, but there is always a chance the wolf might follow and attack us. Or I could fight back. The second one would be the best option. Except Arya isn't ready to la. The choice was taken out of my hands when the wolf lunged at Arya. My wolf took control and soon I was a big brown wolf. I jumped at the wolf before it could attack Arya and we fought. We circled each other for a bit and in this time, I managed to herd the wolf away from the car and away from Arya. He made the first move and the first mistake. He lunged at me, but in doing so left his flank unprotected. I bit down. And he whimpered. He wrestled free and lunged again. I tried to get out of the way, but this time I wasn't fast enough. And he bit down on my leg. He didn't have a tight grip, so I managed to pull out of his hold with only a scratch on my leg. I had to think tactically. I couldn't afford to let this fight go on for much longer. I waited for him to strike again, and this time I ducked under him, so his throat was exposed and bit down, ripping his throat and killing him. I didn't want to, but I would do anything to keep my mate safe. I ran to the boot of my car where I kept spare clothes and got dressed. I rounded the car and unlocked it, climbing in the driving seat and looking into the eyes of my mate. My shaking mate. She had scribbled something on her notepad and she kept looking from the dead wolf to me and back. What was that? Get away from me, you savage. Leave me alone. Please. As I was reading, Arya's eyes were growing bigger. I looked into her eyes just as her eyes flickered and she fainted. I drove back to my house silently, worried at what was going to happen. I wish she hadn't found out this way. As I opened the door to the house, my mum came charging around the corner. How was it? She started to say before she saw me in the entranceway with my fainted mate in my arms. Instantly her smile turned to a concerned frown. What happened? She yelled, causing my dad to come through from the kitchen where he had been sitting. You boy, have some explaining to do. My mum continued to yell at me. 1 minute. I answered before running upstairs and putting my mate in her bed, hoping she would be calmer when she woke. I ran back downstairs and told my parents everything, hoping they knew who the wolf could be. Sadly, they were stumped as I was. The only thing we can do is look into it and hope they left some clues. As for your mate, my mum shot me a sympathetic smile. You just have to hope she gets used to it. I walked up to check on Arya, feeling lost at what to do. As I rounded the corner to her room, I was hit by a breeze. I walked into the room to see the window open and Arya gone. On the bedside table, there was a note. Dear Forest, I wish I could say the wolf thing doesn't affect our relationship. But it does. So, I've gone away. I will find someone else to stay with. Thank you for letting me stay, and I'm sorry things didn't work out differently. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My wolf let out a mournful howl. My mate left us. She hates us for who we are. We are all alone now. Chapter 12. Running from him. Arya's POV. I ran. I didn't know what else to do. What else could I do? I couldn't stay. He was a monster. He hadn't hurt me yet. But he could. Just like my dad. Just like my brother. With him it's worse though. I care about him and I thought he cared about me. I let down my walls for him and let him see the real me. He has seen my vulnerable side and my biggest insecurities. My brother and dad never loved me. They hurt me since I was small. I never knew any different because I only have a few memories of before my mum left. When our family was a loving one. Ever since I was little I knew they didn't love me, so for all those 11 years I didn't love them. But the small time I have spent with Forrest and his family I have grown to love them. If Forrest hurt me it would break my heart. I must keep my heart safe. It's one of the only things I have left. I ran into the woods, heading out of town, hoping to find somewhere safe to stay. I always ended up staying with monsters. This time I wouldn't. I couldn't. I didn't have any family or friends or even family friends to stay with. The only ones I knew would no sooner set eyes on me than throw me to the demons. My dad and brother. And the only friend I had was Forrest. I came across a hollow tree a few towns over. A perfect little hidey hole to keep me safe where I get my energy back. I had run all night and most of the day and had traveled through woods and through the town. I was exhausted and I needed to rest before I fell asleep standing up. I hadn't seen Forrest, but he may still be following me. I wasn't sure if he would follow or not. But better safe than sorry. I knew his secret. So he may want to silence me before I told others. I clambered into the hollow tree and settled down, curling up and trying to keep warm. It was windy and cold and I didn't feel safer than when I was staying with Forrest. I fell asleep, wishing the only home I had ever had wasn't also the home of a monster. Just as I fell asleep I heard a voice in my head. Oh child, he would never hurt you. I recognized that voice, but I couldn't remember where from. You know, Layla, the moon goddess. I have visited you before, you know. Layla, I remember. How could I have forgotten? She took me to a beautiful waterfall, and fairies lived there. Then she told me werewolves were real and I was one and that I had a mate. Oh, and that hardships were coming. Yep, that's me. Layla confirmed. I've come to remind you since you forgot all that I told you and then did the one thing I told you not to. You ran away from your mate. Terrible choice, by the way. My mate. I don't have a mate. I was running away from Forrest. The monster. No, Layla countered. You were running away from Forrest. Your mate. He will never hurt you. His one purpose in life is to love and protect you. He will always keep you safe and would give up his own life for yours. Whoa. Too much information at once. My mate. Yes, Forrest is your mate. Why else did you think he knew to find you when your dad tried to kill you? And to find you on the first day at all? I suppose that makes sense. I was confused. My head was hurting with all the new revelations and I just wanted to sleep. But I was asleep. And it was worse than when I was awake. I just wanted to be home. I wish I could wake up and find this was all a dream. Forrest wasn't a werewolf and I didn't run away. I wish I was home. Forrest's POV 2 days. Arya's been missing for 2 days. We managed to track her scent through the woods, but we lost it in the bustling town center. There were too many smells to just pick out one. They had all been mixed and distorted. I was lost. I needed my mate by my side, but she doesn't want to be at our side. My wolf howled in pain, causing me to wince. He had been doing that a lot recently. My mum came into the kitchen where I had been eating breakfast and smiled at me reassuringly. I have sent the word around the pack that we are looking for her. I didn't tell them why, but I said it was important they tell us if they see her. I nodded in thanks to my mum while finishing off my last bite of toast. I was going to go back into the town and see if I could catch Arya's scent. For most were it would be impossible. But she's my mate, though her scent stands out more for me. Sadly, still not quite enough for me to find her. As I stood on the edge of the woods I could faintly pick up her scent, but as I got further and further into the town I lost it. This time though my wolf joined in. I can smell her. I can smell mate. I concentrated on my wolf and sure enough with his enhanced sense of smell you could just about smell Arya. I ran through the crowds, trusting my wolf to lead me to our mate. We came across another wood, and this time her scent was stronger, easier to pick out. She had been along here just a few hours ago. I was close. I continued to follow her scent until it got dark. And then, just as the moon rose in the sky, I saw her, my beautiful mate asleep in a tree. I walked over and considered my choices. I could either pick her up and take her home, but that would be against her will. I could wake her up and try to talk to her, but she may just run away. I tried to think of the right choice, but they all had flaws. They all had one little detail that stops them from being great. In the end I decided I would wake her up. She would hate me even more if I took away her right to choose. I slowly shook her shoulders, waking her up and hoping she didn't run from the sight of me. Arya, it's me. Please wake up. I need to speak to you. She opened her eyes and I was surprised to see they weren't full of hatred. More like confusion. I know you are confused and maybe a little scared, but please, come home with me and I will explain everything. She nodded, and my heart soured. It would all be okay. I would explain it to her, and she would stay by my side. Hopefully. We walked back home both lost in thought. What if she doesn't accept me? What if she runs away again? What if I lose her? I really hope half of these scenarios don't happen. That would be disastrous. I opened the door and my mum came charging around the corner, like every day, to see if I'd found Arya. Only this time I had. No sooner had Arya stepped in the hole my mum engulfed her in a hug. I was so worried about you, Arya. My mum gushed. I thought you would never come back. Arya smiled at her and they both sat down on the sofa. Arya stared at me expectantly, waiting for an explanation. Just as I was about to stop, my dad walked into the room, smiling ear to ear. Happy our family was full again. He sat down next to my mum and motioned for me to start. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am a werewolf, and you are my mate. Chapter 13, Packin' Wolves Arya's POV. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am a werewolf, and you are my mate, Forrest said, a concerned look in his eye. He thought I was going to hate him for who he was. What he was. And I thought I would, but it's Forrest. He has never hurt me, and he makes me feel safe. Layla said he would always protect me and I believe her. A terrible choice which would probably bite me in the back. But here we are. What do you mean by mate? Layla had told me a bit, but she wasn't very clear. And I was kind of panicking over the whole werewolves being real part and probably should have been paying more attention to her explanations. Well, each werewolf has one true mate, like a soul mate. The one person who holds the other part of their soul. Ela explained. Without a mate, a male wolf would slowly turn mad, always fighting their wolf for dominance. Giving them a mate gives the man and the wolf a common goal to protect their mate, helping them stop fighting and become one. That makes sense. It all matched what Layla had said in my dream. I was confused and tired and I wanted to go to sleep in a warm bed. Can we continue this another time? I'm tired. I wrote, not waiting for an answer before running upstairs. I was about to climb into bed when there was a knock at my door. I opened it to see Forrest standing there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry I got you mixed up in this. I hope I can make it up to you one day. I nodded my head in acknowledgement as he walked down the hall. I wanted to call him back, to tell him it didn't matter that he was a wolf, that I loved him, that I was too afraid. I knew he wouldn't hurt me, but I was still scared. I lay down in bed and tried to fall asleep. It was impossible. I couldn't get comfortable and I couldn't calm my mind down. Nothing I did worked. And I knew that I wasn't able to sleep because Forrest wasn't there. But I was too proud to admit that. After a night of tossing and turning and not being able to sleep, I dragged myself downstairs for breakfast. Looking across the table at Forrest, he didn't look much better. I agree we need to go, but we can't leave them here, I heard Ida say as she walked into the kitchen, talking to Atlas. Forrest had also looked up at the end of his mum's conversation. What is it, Mum? Looking confused. Atlas was the one who answered. We are needed in the pack house. Will you be okay on your own here? He directed the question at me. I thought about it for a while before writing my answer down. Can I come and meet some of your pack? After meeting with Layla, I was less scared of the wolves and I wanted to meet some of them. Maybe it would help me understand them better. I looked from Forrest to Atlas and Ela, and they all wore the same shocked expressions. Then again, I did run away a few days ago because of the whole werewolf thing, and they didn't know about my meeting with Layla. Eda was the first to recover. Of course you can come. I can get Forrest to show you around the pack and to introduce you to a few people. Forrest gave me a small smile and I returned it. I wanted to know more about mates, and I suppose Fool know much more than I do. And this is the pack school, Forrest said, showing me a large brick building, red in the sunlight. It looked inviting and had much more character than my school. We had been walking around the pack grounds for a few hours and there was so much to see. But wait, why does Forrest go to my school when he could go to one full of his pack? I wrote down my question and watched as his face took on a slightly faraway look. A wolf will often know when their mate is near and will tell you to do things to help you find them. My wolf told me to change school and to sit next to you. He knew you were my mate and wanted to find you. A small smile on his lips. Just then a bell rang and I ran a swarm of little children, rushing up to Forrest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come play with me, they all yelled. I was terrified of all the small children swamping us. But Forrest just took it in his stride, playing tig and skipping, going from one child to the next, making them all welcome in whatever game he played. On one side of the playground there sat a little girl. She had long brown hair, tied in bunches and green eyes. She reminded me of myself when I was little. She looked sad and lost. So, I was to her what I needed then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Walking over there, I decided how best to talk to her without frightening her. I sat down next to her and just watched the view for a bit before handing her my notepad. Hello, I'm Maria. What's your name? I had written. The girl looked at me with tears flowing down her face. She sniffed before answering in a small, timid voice. My name is Fern. Hello, Fern. I wrote. Why don't you join in with the others? Watching as her face fell. My mum's ill. I'm worried she will never get better. I thought maybe if I didn't play she would get better. But all the others said to give up. She was so much like me. I had the perfect advice for her. Never give up. Every cloud has a silver lining and there is a pot of gold at the end of every rainbow if you look hard enough. I wrote. It had been the saying that had got me through each and every beating my father and brother had dished out. It was my lifeline and I hoped it would help her too. After the children had gone back inside me and Forrest walked back home, we sat in the sitting room and sat in thoughtful silence. Where did you get that quote from? Forrest asked, breaking the silence. I thought for a minute before writing my answer. My mum used to say it to me when I told her I had a bad day. I repeated it to myself whenever I considered ending my life. When I thought no one loved me and I would be better off dead. I had tears rolling down my face when I finished telling my story to Forrest, and he pulled me into a tight hug, holding me tight. "You are so brave, Arya. I will never let them hurt you again. You are safe now. You are loved." He held me tight and I stayed in the safety of his arms until we heard his parents come back home. After tea I went up to bed and got changed before walking to Forrest's room and climbing into his bed. He looked surprised to see me, but I didn't have my notepad, so he didn't ask me any questions. He just held me tight and we fell asleep. In the middle of the night I woke up after a nightmare. I couldn't remember what it had been about, but I woke up to Forrest shaking me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Arya, it's okay. It was a dream. I've got you. I promised you I'd keep you safe and I always keep my promises." I turned so I was in his arms and he held me tight, stroking my hair. I rested my head on his chest and breathed deeply, calming my racing heart. I just stayed in his arms and listened to the beat of his heart. A lullaby to my ears, and before I knew it I was asleep again. The next morning me and Forrest walked downstairs to breakfast to see Ela and Atlas already around the table, drinking coffee and eating cereal. "Hello, you two. Do you have any plans today?" Atlas asked, putting down his cup while Forrest reached for some bowls and I grabbed the cornflakes from the cupboard. "I thought we would meet up with Sky and Ash. They wanted to meet Arya again since she now knows about Werewolf," Forrest said before turning to me. "If that's okay with you." I nodded my head. I wanted to meet up with Forrest's friends again too. They were nice, even if they were slightly unnerving. After breakfast I had a shower and put on some black jeans and a red jumper before heading to the car. Just as I got there Ela came up to me. "Arya, do you want to move into Forrest's room, since you are mates? Most wolves move in with their mate when they find them, but it is up to you." "I'd like that," I wrote, surprising myself. But as I thought about it I would like that, because I have fallen in love with Forrest. Slowly and without realizing it. I have fallen deeply in love. I love Forrest, as my mate, best friend and my love. On my birthday, I suffered the most brutal beating of my life. But it was also on this day that I unexpectedly awakened. I transformed from a helpless victim into a being with supernatural powers. Chapter 14. In the blink of an eye, Arya's POV. I sat in the passenger seat and waited for Forrest to appear, so we could go. As I sat there, I thought about me and us in life. I was doing the right thing to trust Forrest? I meant moving into his room seemed like a big leap in the trust department. And I don't trust many people. He was a werewolf after all, and something about Ash seemed off. Something dark. Ash was his best friend, so if Ash is bad, surely Forrest is too. Why do I trust his again? I was pulled out of my thoughts by the arrival of Forrest. He climbed into the driver's side, and we were on our way. I tried asking where we were going, but every time I asked, Forrest just said, "It's a surprise." I don't like surprises, I huffed silently. Before long, though, we reached our destination. The woods. Again. Seriously, just because they're wolves doesn't mean they have to hide out in the woods. This seemed like one of those scenarios where the main character wanders aimlessly into the wood, trusting people she shouldn't, and then dies a horrible, but predictable death. Forrest looked over at me. The woods is full of secrets. Seeing my skeptical expression, he started walking into the woods, and I had no choice but to follow him, or else get lost to the woods. We walked for a few minutes until we came to a clearing, a big stretch of grass and another lake. The grass was full of flowers of every shape, size and color, and the lake was crystal blue with lilies dotted about and colorful pebbles lining the bottom. It was magical. Sky and Ash were already sat on a picnic blanket in the middle of the flowers. They waved us over when they saw us. "What is with this wooden lakes?" I wrote down on my notepad. The woods belong to all supernatural creatures, and we all happen to love open spaces of water. Forrest answers, confusing me more. Hey Arya, Ash yelled. I hear you found out about our deep dark secret. I nod my head and go to sit on the blanket next to Sky. How are you? Sky asks, looking concerned. I know it's a lot to take in. I think for a minute before writing down my answer. I want to tell her that I don't trust Ash, but Ash is her mate, so she may hate me for it. I'm fine. I write down, hesitant to say more. Sky looks at me, like she really doesn't believe me. How are you really? She asks again, and I knew I had to tell her. She knew something was up. Well, it's a lot to take in and I'm not sure if I can't trust Forrest. I meant he's a freaking werewolf. She laughs at this and looks over to where the boys are, splashing in the lake, catching fish for lunch. Well, that sounds like a nursery rhyme. You can't trust him. If I can't rust Ash after his past, you can trust Forrest, she says, her voice full of finality. I want to ask her what she meant about his past, but just then the boys come back. Both dripping wet but both holding two big fish in their hands with big smiles on their faces. Sky had already collected wood before we arrived, so she just grabbed a match and we started cooking the fish. A highly enjoyable experience in my opinion. After we ate, Sky told me more about Forrest when he was younger, while Ash and Forrest collected more wood to keep the fire burning. Lots of girls fancied him, but he always said he was just for his mate, and no matter how they tried to get his attention, he wasn't interested. I felt pride swell inside of me that my mate never was with anyone else. It made me feel happy that he was mine and mine alone. I was snapped out of thought by the boys coming back with firewood, laughing about something we didn't hear. You're good for him, you know, Sky says, looking over at the boys. I looked at her, confused, sensing my confusion. She explains. He used to be really reserved. The expectation of being the alpha's son rested heavily on his shoulders and he never smiled. But after a small time with you, he's opened up. He's always smiling. You make him happy in a way no one else can. Just then Forrest came and sat next to me, wrapping his arm round my waist. I rested my head on his shoulder, soaking up his warmth. Come on, it's getting late, we need to head home, Forrest said. I stood up, waved goodbye to Sky and Ash and walking back to the car. The drive home was quiet but comfortable. As we reached home, I didn't hesitate to head upstairs while Forrest talked to his parents about something. I got changed into my pajamas and slipped into Forrest's bed, waiting for him to come up so I can fall asleep. I heard Forrest come up to his room and going into the bathroom before slipping in bed beside me, pulling me tight against him, kissing my neck. Good night, Arya, he whispered into my hair as I drifted off to sleep. I love you. I woke up in the middle of the night. A mysterious cupping sound was coming from the window. Just the wind, I promised myself. But then it came again, this time louder. Wherever I watch horror movies, I always think, I'd survive that. I wouldn't go over and check out the mysterious noise. Yet here I am, going over to the window to see where the noise is coming from. I reached the window and pulled the curtain back, expecting to see someone there, waiting to strike. But I see no one. I turned away from the window and went back to bed. I must have been just imagining it. As I was about to fall asleep, I thought I had the camera and saw the flash of a picture being taken through my closed eyes. But before I could figure it out, though, I was fast asleep. I woke up early the next morning and just lay there, lost in thought. Forrest was still asleep next to me. His arm had wrapped around my waist as I slept, keeping me next to him, keeping me safe. I propped myself up with my arm and stared down at him. His hair was tousled and stuck up at odd angles from sleep, but he still looked stunning. His eyelids masked his eyes, making his expression unreadable. He held me closer and I lay back down in his arms, savoring his warmth but knowing I needed to get up soon. A few minutes later, I got up for breakfast and walked down into the kitchen, Forrest close on my heels. We entered the kitchen and I grabbed plates while Forrest made some pancakes. I tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention and show him my notepad. What are we doing today? He placed the pancakes in front of me before answering. The children in the school want to see you again, especially Fern. She seemed eager to talk to you again. So, if you don't mind, I thought we could visit the school again. I nodded my head in agreement. I wanted to see the children again as well. Just then Ela and Atlas appeared at the kitchen door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ela said from the doorway, "Do you have any plans for today?" I nodded and smiled at Atlas as he came into the kitchen with a cup of tea, saying morning as he passed me. "We're going to see the children at the school," Forrest said, going to the sink to do the washing up. "Okay, drive safe," Atlas said as we walked out the kitchen. Just as we reached our room, I remembered what I was going to ask Forrest yesterday. I thought for a minute about how to word it. In the end, I just wrote it straight, before tapping him on the shoulder and showing him my notepad. What did Ash do to make him untrustworthy? Forrest looked startled by my question, and it took him a few minutes before he answered. He used to be a rogue, but after he met Sky he changed. How did you know he was ever untrustworthy? He looked at me, confusion evident in his face. I decided to just answer his straight. I was asking Sky if I could trust you, and she said if she could learn to trust Ash, I could learn to trust you. He looked slightly put out. I couldn't trust him, but his expressions softened at Sky's answer. Well, she's right. I am very trustworthy, and if you don't believe me, I will just have to prove it to you. Smiling at me before grabbing some clothes out of his wardrobe and heading to the shower. I laughed before doing the same and heading to the shower in the spare room. I got to the car before Forrest, so I opened the door and turned the radio, thinking about school while waiting for Forrest to arrive. It was the holidays, but now they are nearly over. In less than a week's time, I must go back to school. Back to all the taunting and teasing. Back to Tasha and lessons. Safe to say, I was not looking forward to it. Forrest soon arrived, and we set off for the school. Forrest driving and me in the passenger seat. Like always, we pulled into the packed school and first turned the engine off, turning in his seat to look at me. The children will be out for break time soon. Then the teachers have asked we help the students with some reading, if that's okay with you. I nodded my head. I loved reading, so I would be happy to help others with my passion. I would be happy to help. I wrote on my pad, opening the car door and going to sit on the bench where I net Fern, waiting for the children to come out. Forrest sat down next to me and started doodling on my notepad. I shoved him away, laughing at his little drawing, but he just came back and continued his picture. Soon I joined in and we were both drawing a picture. Forrest drew a wolf howling at the moon, so of course I stuck an alien on the moon. And our little game continued like that. One of us would draw something and the other would add a strange detail to the drawing. It was great fun and passed the time until the children came out of school. Suddenly a bell rung, and I was swamped by the kids coming over to hug and ask to play with me. I say ask. They're 7. It was more like demanded. I was happy to see Fern joining the games this time. She ran over to me, her eyes shining. "Thank you," she yelled, crushing me with a big hug. "You were right. I kept hoping my mum is getting better. It's still a long road, but it has got a lot shorter since I last saw you." I smiled down at her, silently yelling with joy. I knew how it felt when you thought your world was crashing and burning at your feet. I was glad the fire had gone out. We spent the rest of break playing, and then I went into the school and listened to the children read. When we left, we promised them we would come back soon. The car ride home was full of joy. I had forgotten my jumper at the school, but we were already halfway home, so the plan was to go back tomorrow to collect it. "Are you sure you don't want to go back for it?" I shook my head. "I'll go back tomorrow and collect it." "Are you sure?" I nodded. The children weren't complaining about us coming back tomorrow anyway. "Well, safe to say. The children love you," Forrest said, a smile on his face. "I thought I was going to have to pull you out of their clutches." I laughed along with him. I felt so happy. In that moment I was content. I was laughing with my mate. The one person who would love me for eternity. The one person who would always keep me safe. But then in a blink of an eye it all changed. One moment I was laughing along with my mate, the road ahead clear and the sun shining. The next a cloud had gone over the sun, cutting off the light that had been lighting the road ahead of us, and the road was no longer clear. In a space of a few seconds my world was spun around. Literally. A huge bang. A crash. A massive impact. A searing pain shot through me. All I could feel was pain. I felt the car buckle as we rolled. I was screaming. Screaming for my life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Help, I screamed. Before the darkness engulfed me. Maybe we should have gone back for my jumper. Maybe then the car would have crashed into someone else. We could have turned around. Could have. Would have. Should have. Didn't. Chapter 15. Eyes everywhere. Arya's POV. I was in my old bedroom. Before my mum left. My mum was sitting on the edge of my bedtime story. When my life was simple. Before my life turned sour. I remember she always told me the same set of stories. They were my favorite and I wouldn't allow any other story as my bedtime story. It had to be Beatrix Potter. They were the best book in the world. They started my obsession for reading. The stories that came to life for me. My imagination was grown by adventures with Peter Rabbit and Jemima Puddle Duck. I fell asleep clutching a toy Jeremy Fisher in my arms. My favorite character in the whole series. I wouldn't sleep without him. My dad got rid of him not long after Mum left. A flash of bright light made me wince and try to close my eyes tighter, and the pain in my side made me double over. I wanted to go back. I wanted to get away from the pain and burning light and be back with my mum. Where I thought life was all sunshine and rainbows. One voice stopped me from slipping away again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's okay. I promised you I would protect you and I broke that promise, but please stay with me. Open your eyes. Please. He sounded so sad. Why was he sad? The events in the car came back to me, but they were muddled, in the incorrect order. I couldn't remember what had happened. The bright light went away slightly, and I opened my eyes. Just a crack. I looked around me and saw I was in a hospital. I was about to drift back to sleep when I spotted Forrest. He was covered in cuts and looked in serious need of some rest. I opened my eyes wider and sat up. Wincing in pain, I surveyed the damage. My legs were scratched and covered in cuts and I had stitches in my arms. I could see where glass had been pulled out of my shoulder and dried blood on the back of my head. All in all, I had had worse. Forrest looked slightly startled that I was awake, but he mainly looked relieved. You're awake. His eyes teared up. I thought I'd lost you again. I looked him over and was shocked by how run down he looked. He was covered in blood and he needed serious medical attention. Good thing we were in a hospital, I suppose. Why haven't you seen a doctor? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My second sentence in 11 years. Forrest looked surprised that I talked again, but didn't answer my question. Instead it was Atlas who spoke. I asked the doctor the same thing, but apparently he wouldn't leave your side for long enough to be treated. I stared at Forrest until he put his hands in the air. Fine. Fine. I'm going. He walked out the room, finding the doctor treating him. Atlas looked at me for a few seconds before asking the question everyone wants the answer to. What happened? I took a big breath in before answering him, piecing together the puzzle of last night. We were driving along back home. Everything was fine. The road was clear, and the sun was shining. And then it wasn't. A car came out of nowhere. It was in the wrong lane and Forrest didn't have enough time to stop. Then everything went dark. I don't know what happened after that. Atlas nodded. I will get some people to look into it and see if they can figure out what happened. He then handed me a glass of water. You haven't spoken in years. You need to drink. I nodded my head and drank the water. Forrest told me Werewolves have rapid healing, and since I had enough wolf to have a mate, I would heal quicker as well, which I could tell. Most of my cuts had healed, but I still needed rest to heal properly. I was so tired. I just wanted to sleep. Atlas seemed to realize that because he snuck out the room, leaving me to drift away from the hospital into a world with a big brown wolf. He was standing over me protectively, keeping me safe while I slept. I was sure I recognized the wolf from somewhere, but I couldn't remember where. There was something familiar about the shaggy brown coat and bright green eyes, shining with happiness, playfulness and some over-emotions I couldn't place. He walked over to where I stood, and I put my arm out, stroking his big head. His fur was surprisingly soft. He purred at me and I smiled back, still stroking him. I sat down, and he placed his head in my lap, looking up at me, staring into my eyes. I felt like he could see everything about me. He wasn't just a wolf. Of that I was sure. His eyes were filled with such understanding. He understood the hardships of life. He had gone through hardships and come out the other side victorious. I continued sitting there, his head in my lap, just stroking him. It made me feel calm and safe. I woke up the sound of the door opening and a voice whispering to me. I opened my eyes to see Forrest's worried face stood over me. "Are you okay?" Looking me over worriedly. "I'm fine," I said quietly. I couldn't talk much. After so long not talking, I couldn't say much before it started hurting. He came over to me and pulled me into a hug. I was happy to see he was all healed and no longer looked like he would fall over any second. He stared at me in amazement. "So are you talking now?" he asked with a smile on his face. I just shrugged in answer. "I'm glad you're okay," he said before he walked off back where he came from, leaving me to get some rest. After a few hours of waiting and signing forms, we finally got out of the hospital. We all piled into Atlas' car. Forrest had been destroyed in the crash, and went back home. We sat down at the kitchen table and Dita came over and gave us both big hugs, apologizing for not being at the hospital. I was going to come, but one of the children was shifting for their first time and I needed to be there to help. Forrest waved it off and it didn't bother me, except one detail. "What do you mean?" "Shifting," slightly hoarsely. Ila looked at me with a smile on her face. "Are you talking now?" I just shrugged. I really needed to decide. I waited for her to answer the question. Shifting is where the man turns into wolf or vice versa. You shift for your first time when you turn 13, but some people turn earlier and some people later. She turned to smile at me. "If you had any questions about where Werewolf, just hassle Forrest. He is your mate, so therefore is his business to properly educate you." "Speaking of educate," Forrest said, turning to me, "are we going back to school tomorrow?" I shrank away. My brother may have come back, and even if he hasn't, he has plenty of friends to take me down. I started shaking uncontrollably. "Can't I go to the pack school?" Directing my question at Atlas, hoping I could go to the school we visited, with Fern. But sadly, my life wasn't that good. "No, sadly. We tried to transfer you, but apparently, we need to get permission from your dad and that you probably said they abused you for attention." He looked angry at this, really angry. Me and Forrest took a step back away from him, but Ida took a step forward. She put her hand at his back and he visibly calmed. "I'm guessing that's a mate thing. It's okay. So long as you're with me, it'll be fine." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smiling at Forrest, he took my hand in his and gave it a light squeeze. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was still really tired, so Forrest and I went up to bed early. As I lay in bed, thinking through what had happened the past few days, I remembered the flash. Just as I was going to bed, I walked up to the window where the flash had come from and pulled open the curtain. There was no one there. Forrest came up behind me and gave me a hug. "What's on your mind, Arya?" I looked over at him. Should I tell him? Could I tell him? No, I just shook my head. He sighed and pulled me towards our bed. "Come on. It's getting late and you're tired." I couldn't argue with the truth. I followed him to our bed and climbed under the covers. Forrest's arms wrapping round me from behind. He made me feel safe, and even if I couldn't tell him about what I thought I saw, he would protect me from it none the less. I woke up in the middle of the night. Forrest wasn't there, but heard someone walking about downstairs. So it is probably him and not a mass murderer who had already murdered Forrest. Wow, I'm positive tonight. I went to the toilet while I waited for Forrest to come back. All the time I had been awake since I got back from the hospital, I had felt like someone was watching me. I finished washing my hands and headed back to bed. I stepped into my bedroom and straight away I knew something was off. I still felt like I was being watched, and it was stronger now. I went over to the window, looked around the garden and screamed, "What is it? What's wrong?" Forrest came flying upstairs to my side. Too scared to speak. A man, by the window, 2 floors up, staring at me. As soon as he realized he'd been spotted, he ran off into the woods, like a shadow, blending into the trees. First ran to his parents' room and told them what happened. They sent some scouts to try to pick up the scent, but apparently, he didn't have a scent. Is that even possible? I whispered to Forrest. I had read a few werewolf books over my years. Obviously not enough since I'm now living in one. But having no scent, that seemed impossible. No, it shouldn't happen. No one just has no scent. We have school tomorrow, so you need to sleep. My parents will fix it, he said and led me back to bed. I was tired. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, dreading school the next day but knowing Forrest would keep me safe. Wishing I had the same level of trust in his parents and pack as he did. Chapter 16. Happy Birthday, Bitch. Arya's POV. I woke up to the irritantly loud alarm clock currently blaring on my bedside table. I groaned and rolled over, putting my pillow over my head, trying to block it out. You can't escape it, Arya. Forrest laughed from beside me, turning off the alarm clock and pulling the pillow from over my head. I turned to him and slumped against him, my head on his chest, still half asleep. But it's school. I whined. And it's cold. I don't want to get up. And Forrest laughed before quickly pulling the duvet off me, causing me to shriek as I was hit by the cold air. Oh, you are so for it, I yelled, sleep forgotten as I grabbed the nearest pillow and pummeling him with it, giggling as the feathers flew through the air. I felt arms round my waist as Forrest pulled me down, stopping my pillow rampage. He hugged me tight, kissing me on the forehead and laughing with me. I heard a knock at the door and saw Ela in the doorway. She had a big smile on her face and she was laughing. As fun as it was to watch my son being beaten with a pillow. Breakfast is ready, and you don't want to be late for school. We followed her downstairs and into the kitchen, where a pile of pancakes already sat in the middle of the table. I grabbed a plate and tipped it high, still grumbling about having to go to school. Atlas grinned at me from across the table. You sound happy, he observed, laughing at me. You have no idea, I countered, sprinkling the sugar onto my pancake and squeezing the lemon before looking up. Who on earth thought putting a load of teen in one place for 7 hours a day was a good idea and would anything except catfight? I muttered. Atlas just snorted at my outburst, a smirk on his face as he sarcastically said, "Well, enjoy." "I won't," I dared, pounding before eating my pancake. After breakfast was finished and cleared up, Ela went to a jar on the bookshelf and handed us both a £10 note. "Lunch money," she said before going to do the washing up. I just stared at the note in my hand. I had never been given lunch money before. Why do these people I have known a small amount of time so obviously care about me more than my actual family ever did? I said thank you before heading upstairs get dressed for school. Forrest went for a shower and I grabbed a random top from the dresser, not caring what I wore. Today of all days, I just wanted to be alone. I didn't want to go to school. Why of all days would they choose today as the day we go back? Which person decided they hated me enough to make today the first day back? Today, the first day of school. The anniversary of all things bad in my life. The anniversary of my mum leaving. The anniversary of my dad and brother beating me. The anniversary of the day I was born. I felt tears run down my face at the memories of the last 11 years. "Happy birthday, bitch," my brother sneered at me, grabbing me by my hair and throwing me to the ground, laughing as I hit my head off the radiator. I felt blood flow down my neck, but of course he wasn't done yet. He kicked me in the ribs. Grinning, a satisfying click of broken bone rang out in the air. I thought my day couldn't get any worse. I was wrong. At that moment my dad came down the stairs. Drunk, he smiled down at me. He kept smiling. He smiled as he punched me in the face. He smiled as he kicked me in my already broken ribs, laughing as I screamed with pain. They left me curled up on the floor with the instructions to have my blood off the floor by the time they got back. Happy birthday to me. I was pulled out of my thoughts as I felt arms wrap around me from behind, pulling me into a tight hug. Hey, it's okay. Don't cry. I just cried harder, safe in the arms of my mate. After my tears had finally stopped flowing and Forrest had stopped searching for answers as to why I was crying, we set off to school. Note the sarcasm. We pulled into a parking space and I ducked my head down, not wanting people to see me. But of course, this is school. Everyone is too nosy to keep out of your business. Forrest must have seen the worry written all over my face because he leaned close to my ear, whispering in my ear, "Just ignore them." I walked to class followed by whispers. Hurtful whispers. "You see the girl over there? That slut was seen with Forrest. And Forrest must be getting desperate to go to her. Even better, I wonder what she's paying him to shag her. I wouldn't even for £1,000,000. I tried to ignore them like Forrest told me to, but it was hard. The whispers followed me around school and to my lesson. I couldn't get away from them. I wished I was invisible again. To make matters worse, I was still stiff from the car crash and I had odd bruises everywhere. A simple brush against someone in the corridors made me wince in pain. I finally made it to my first class. Oh, kill me now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sitting next to Tasha, I sighed deeply before sitting down at my desk. Maybe, just maybe, she will leave me alone. Oh, who am I kidding? As if. As soon as she sat down, in the seat right next to me, she sneered. Then she turned to me, and what she said sent a chill down my spine and made me quake in my seat. "I have a message from your brother." "Oh no, please no." She slipped me a note and my hands shook as I read it. "Happy birthday, bitch. Sorry I couldn't be here to celebrate it with you. But I gave Tasha and my friends my gift to give to you, so you won't miss out." My teacher was talking at the front of the class, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. All I could focus on is the note, my brother's note. This isn't over. Far from it, in fact. I will be back in one day. One day soon you will pay dearly. So, dear sister, sit tight and live in an illusion of safety. The fact of the matter is you are far from it. The rest of the lessons were a blur of looking over my shoulder and shaking in fear. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't want them to find out that I was talking again. There would be too many questions to answer. I walked through the back door to get out of school. I had to see one of my teachers after school, so most people had already left. As I walked across the field, I suddenly noticed I was no longer alone. There were people all around me. Not normal people. Tyler's friends. I tried to get away, but before I could, I was surrounded with my hands pinned behind my back. I tried to wriggle out of the death grip, but it was too tight. "Happy birthday, bitch," one of the boys said from behind me before the sky rained down with punches and kicks. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. All I could feel was pain. Not just physical pain, but mental pain. The pain of 11 years of painful memories all crashing down in one moment. "Hey, Dad." 6-year-old me ran up to my father and engulfed him in a hug. "Daddy, can I go to the park tomorrow?" Not fazed by the fact he wasn't hugging me back. He just glared into the distance, not looking at me. No, he gruffly told me, "It's your fault. All your fucking fault." He screamed at me. I cowered away from him. Who was this strange man and where had my loving father gone? I whimpered as he turned his gaze at me. If looks could kill, I would surely be dead. It was my birthday. Every year on the nearest Saturday to my birthday, my dad would take me to the park. It was tradition. I didn't understand what had happened. I didn't know my mum had left a few hours ago, or that my dad blamed me. How could I? I was only 6. "It's your fault. It's your fault," he repeated, again and again. his voice rising in volume until I had my hands over my ears and tears streaming down my face. What had I done wrong? I didn't understand what I had done. Why did my dad suddenly hate me? I whimpered again and tried to run from the room. He grabbed the back of my shirt and pulled me back, stopping me in my tracks. He glared at me before raising the glass bottle in the air and crashing it down on my head. Glass sprayed everywhere, and I screamed in pain. My dad laughed. Chapter 17, Talking but not listening, Forest POV. I had to go to see my geography teacher after school. She said I had to catch up on the work I missed at the end of last term. As I was walking back to my car, hoping Aria had waited and not walked home, I heard some strange sounds coming over from the field near the woods. I walked over to see what was going on and saw Tyler's goons surrounding Aria. They were causing her pain, and before I could comprehend what was going on, my wolf took control, shifting to protect our mate. Tasha was the first one to spot me. She went as white as a sheet and shook in her boots. I smiled at this. My wolf loved scaring her. I would do anything to protect my mate. Soon they had stopped hitting Aria and were all looking over at me. I looked at all of them, remembering who it was. They would pay for this. All it took to get rid of them was a growl. One snarl and they were out of there. They ran from one end of the field to the other in a matter of seconds. Ignoring them, I went into the woods to shift. Luckily, we keep clothes all over the woods, so it didn't take me long to find some, and I ran back to Aria. She was covered in cuts and bruises and seemed to have passed out. I carried her to my car and lay her on the back seats as I drove home. My wolf growled in anger at those who would harm our mate, but I calmed him down before I ended up with a wolf driving a car. That wouldn't go well. I reached home and the first thing I did was carry Aria up to our room. Again. By the time I was downstairs again, my parents had figured out most of what happened, but I answered any question they had. Apart from one. Why did they do it? I asked for the billionth time. Still no closer to getting the answer. My parents both shrugged. They had no idea, because Tyler told them to. I whipped round at the sound of Aria's voice and saw her at the bottom of the stairs, looking tired. I should have smelt her much sooner. I'm a wolf after all, but I was too caught up in finding the answer to my question I let my guard down. He gave me a note. She handed it to my dad and I wrapped her in my arms. She was shaking. My dad let out a feral growl as he read the message. What a twitch! He yelled, causing Aria to hide behind me. My dad passed the note to my mum, trying to calm down. I'm sorry for scaring you, Aria. I was just so angry at the way they thought they could treat you. Aria just nodded her head in understanding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mum said, looking confused. Is it your birthday today? I must have looked confused because my mum handed me the note. Happy birthday, bitch. I looked over at Aria and she nodded, her head hanging low. Why didn't you tell us? My dad asked, carefully approaching the subject she probably didn't want to tell us. Aria took a deep breath and grabbed my hand before telling us her story. My mum left on my birthday. I was turning 6 and she promised me we would all go to the park the next day as a family like always. But when I got back from school, my mum was nowhere to be seen. I asked my dad about going to the park and he started screaming about how it was all my fault. That was the first time he ever hurt me. He smashed a glass bottle over my head. Every year after, on my birthday, my dad and brother would beat me even worse than other days. It became tradition. My birthday became the anniversary of my mum leaving and a world of pain. That's why I don't speak. It reminded me of my life before my mum left, so I stopped speaking. My dad always hit me more if I made a sound, so it was a win-win, I suppose. Before long I just never spoke, and my dad told people I was a mute. I suppose I was. I was shaking with the need to kill them. Her dad and brother for hurting her and her mum for leaving a 6-year-old on her birthday. Looking across, could see my dad was having the same problem. He was an alpha and I was an alpha's son. The desire to protect our own ran deep. I pulled Aria into a tight hug, simultaneously comforting her and calming my wolf. It's okay. I will keep you safe. She nodded into my chest and I pulled her in possibly closer. That night I lay in bed, holding my mate close, breathing in her scent. My dad had found out the car crash hadn't been an accident. The car had no driver. It had been remotely controlled to drive out in front of us. So we crashed. Something big was at work here. Someone wanted either me or my mate dead. I wouldn't let them hurt my mate. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hugging her tight to me. What for? Arya asked, turning in my arms to face me. I should have been there sooner. You are mine to protect and I let you get hurt. I hung my head in shame. She's my mate and I let her get hurt. I felt a hand under my chin, raising my face to look her in the eyes. There is nothing to apologize for. You didn't know and I wouldn't expect you to. You did your best and you were there in the end. That's all I ask, that you always come back for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I answered before hugging her close and letting her drift off to sleep. I felt so sorry for all my mate had had to go through. She had been through so much. Probably more than she let on. I wished I could do more for her, but all I could do was cherish her and keep her as happy as I could. I would give up anything to make her happy. I fell asleep with my mate in my arms, dreaming of a time when her dad and brother no longer bothered her and her past no longer affected her. I woke up with the alarm blaring and Arya hiding from it. I laughed as I turned off the alarm and pulled the pillow off her head. I smiled down at her, but the smile she gave in return wasn't an altogether happy one. Hey, what's wrong? I questioned, worry thick in my voice, looking her in the eyes so she couldn't lie to me. She twitched under my gaze, shifting her eyes from the window to her hands in her lap. I'm fine, she said quietly. I just have a headache. That's all. I frowned down at her. Something isn't right. My wolf growled at me. Keep an eye on her today. We walked down for breakfast and I grabbed some paracetamol from the cupboard, handing it to Arya before sitting down at the table with my parents, grabbing some toast and Nutella. I could see my parents share a look of concern about Arya. She did look terrible. Her skin was pale, and her eyes showed a slight squint of pain. Are you okay, Arya? My mum asked. Do you want a day off school? Arya just shook her head. It's okay. It's only a headache. Nope, my wolf said. It's so much more than that. I just can't put my finger on what. We got ready for school and got in the car. Arya still looked ill, but she wouldn't admit it. I tried to ask her, but she just said she was fine. Just a headache. I checked my planner. My first lesson was PE. Arya wasn't in my class, so I couldn't keep an eye on her. I got changed into my PE kit and walked out the changing room, ignoring the swooning girls throwing themselves at me. Pathetic. The only girl for me is my mate. Tasha came up to me and tried to talk to me, but I just brushed her off. Not in the mood to talk to her. My wolf was still worried about Arya and I was too. She looked so pale, and although she said it was just a head, she must have been lying. I've never seen anything like it. Finally, after a few lessons of teachers blabbering about something and me not listening, I reached English, my only class with Arya today. I walked in and sat in my usual seat, in the back corner, and waited for Arya to come in. A few minutes later, Arya entered the classroom. She looked worse than she did this morning. Her skin was deathly pale, and her cheeks were adorned with a slight tint. She came to her seat and put her head on the desk, quietly complaining about a headache and that everything was too loud and too bright. The lesson went on and Arya kept her head on the desk, her eyes closed shut against the light that had no effect on anyone else. I was trying to pay attention to the teacher, but I kept glancing at Arya. She should have stayed off today, and now get into threes to find the definition of the words on your sheet. I only heard half of what my teacher told us to do. What sheet? What words? Just then Tasha came over to me. Seems like we're a group then. Sitting in the chair next to me and leaned into my arm. I shivered in disgust and grabbed the sheet. looking over at Arya, who had opened her eyes at the sound of Tasha's voice, her expression impossible to decipher. I read through the sheet, trying to ignore the way Tasha pulled her shirt down slightly, as if I would ever be with someone like her. What does crepitation mean? Looking at the sheet and not at her. I don't know. A slight frown on her face that I was ignoring her and doing the work instead. What about crepuscular or undulation? Continuing to ignore her as much as possible. Just forget the stupid words. Who would ever use them anyway? I only can in the group to ask you to go on a date with me, so hurry up and say yes and kiss me already. Annoyed. Before I could say no in the nastiest way possible, my wolf was suggesting, never in a million years, bitch, or possibly you wanna get away from me, you fucking pile of shit. I may need to have a word with him about language. Arya sat up and launched herself from the desk on top of Tasha. I looked at Arya and was scared by the expression over her face. It was as if she wasn't fully there. Her eyes were darting all over the room. She was acting as if she had been drugged. With one final shake, she jumped off Tasha and ran out of the classroom. I ran after her but lost her as she left school. I pulled out my phone and called my parents. Something's wrong with Arya. She's been complaining things have been too loud and colors have been too bright all day. But she suddenly started attacking Tasha and has now run out of school. I don't know where she's gone. I don't know what to do. She was acting all wrong, as if she was drugged. My dad from the other side of the phone just told me to try to follow her. He would look into if anyone had drugged her, had anything to do with the man at the window. Chapter 18. Pain. Pain and more pain. Arya's POV. I woke up to the alarm blaring in my ear and a headache in the base of my skull. I used to get headaches a lot when I was younger, so I knew this one was going to be a bad one. I threw a pillow over my head and waited for Forrest to turn off the alarm. I heard Forrest laugh as he pulled the pillow off me and his face came into view, smiling above me. He looked so happy and knew I was blessed beyond measure to have a mate like him. I tried to return his smile, but I could feel my headache getting stronger, so it wasn't a completely happy smile. Hey, what's wrong? Forrest asked, worry thick in his voice. I felt bad for worrying him. I was still getting used to the fact that he actually cared about me. I'm fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying not to wince at the sunlight coming from the curtains, making my headache worse. I just have a headache. That's all. Forrest's face showed that he didn't believe me, and from the spaced-out look on his face I'm guessing he was talking to his wolf. We walked down to breakfast and Forrest grabbed some paracetamol from the cupboard, handing it to me before grabbing some breakfast. As I grabbed my own breakfast I saw Atlas and Ida share a look of concern. I suppose I did look terrible. My skin pale as a ghost and my face contorted in pain. The headache was going to be a really bad one. Are you okay, Arya? Oe asked me, do you want a day off school? I quickly shook my head. I didn't want to worry them, and I had worse pain from beatings. I would survive. It's okay. It's only a headache. We got ready to go and I packed some more paracetamol into my bag for later. Forrest again asked me if I was okay, but I didn't want to worry him, so I just said I was fine. It was only a headache after all. My first lesson was computing. From the window I could see the PE changing rooms and I could see all the girls swooning over Forrest. My heart clenched with anger at the sight of them. Wait, what? Since when did I care? They are just stupid girls. I was confused. Why did I care? Maybe it had something to do with my headache. It has been gradually getting worse ever since I woke up. I could see annoyed Forrest's face when Tasha came over and I was filled with pride as he ignored her and brushed her off. After a few hours of lessons and my headache getting worse, it was time for English with Forrest. I dragged myself to my seat. Forrest sent me a reassuring smile, which I tried to return. Just sitting next to him made me immediately feel a bit better. The light shining through the window made me squint and the noise pounded up my head, causing me to wince. I put my head on the desk, blocking out as much light and sound as possible. Everything was too loud, too bright. The lesson went on and I kept my head on the desk, ignoring everyone and everything. I heard the teacher tell us to get into threes. But I didn't move. I just stayed with my head on the desk. It was only when I heard Tasha's annoying voice from nearby that I opened my eyes. Seems like we're a group then. Rubbing herself against Forrest. Something in me surfaced. I didn't like her near my mate. I watched Tasha try to seduce Forrest, getting angrier and angrier. And when Tasha told Forrest to kiss him, something inside of me finally snapped. My eyes flashed. And my actions didn't feel like my own. I jumped over the table and on top of Tasha. I kept gaining control over my limbs but then losing it again. I had no control over what I was doing. I heard Forrest from beside me shout in confusion and the teacher from the front of the class tell me to stop. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. But I didn't care. All I cared about was stopping Tasha from taking my mate away from me. Something inside of me yelled mine. Not hers, mine. It kept yelling. Every punch and slap was fueled by the voice. Mine. Finally, I managed to get control for long enough to get off Tasha and I fled from school. I ran. And I ran. And I ran. I didn't get tired and I couldn't stop. I could see the world glide past me. I could see everything. Hear everything and smell everything. It was unnerving. And my head was still pounding. I'm sorry, I heard a small voice in my mind. Wait, what? I don't want to do this. But I have to. It's the only way. Suddenly I lost control of my limbs again, and was running in a different direction. What do you mean? What don't you want to do? What are you doing? I'm sorry that I attacked Tasha. But she had no right to flirt with Forrest and I don't want to do this because it will scare and hurt you. But I have to. Before I could ask what it meant, an agonizing pain came over me. The pain steadily increasing, becoming more powerful and more excruciating, building and layering until I thought I was going to die. I wanted Forrest. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be back sitting round the kitchen table with Ely and Atlas, laughing and having a good time. Something that never happened with my dad but happened all the time with Atlas, Ely and Forrest. Every bone, muscle, tendon, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Capillary, cell, molecule, and atom in my body felt like it was on fire. I felt like every bone in my body had been shattered and been shoved back in places they didn't belong. I was sure I was going to die. Then my world turned black. Forrest's POV, I ran after her. Out of school, on to the field and beyond. I could hear the teachers yelling after me, telling me to stop. But I couldn't. I had to find her. I was lost without her. I needed her. I had picked up her scent heading into the woods, but it was fading fast. She had run randomly. Seemingly unaware of her surrounding, I was worried she wasn't fully there. I found my way deep in the woods. I knew I was heading near my pack territory, but I still couldn't find Arya. I followed her scent until I was about a mile away from home, but then I lost it. Maybe she went back home, my wolf suggested. I didn't have any better ideas, so I ran back, hoping she would be there. She wasn't. I reached home faster than ever before, but all I found were my parents' worried expressions. They had been looking as well, but she was nowhere to be found. Just then my dad, a phone call from the pack. A rogue was found on the edge of pack territory. My dad said, after disconnecting the phone. Why are they calling us? My mum asked. They know what to do when rogues turn up. I shook my head. I had much more important things to deal with. My dad sighed before answering. The rogue won't shift back and has a very unique smell. Not part of a pack but not a full rogue. They don't know what to do with it. He turned to me before continuing. We will check out the rogue. You continue looking for Arya. I nodded my head before heading out to search for her scent. Arya's POV? I woke up confused and scared. The pain had gone. Even my headache had fully gone. But something wasn't right. I looked down and I almost screamed. I wasn't human. I was a wolf. I looked into the river and saw my reflection. I was a black wolf with ginger and white stripes. Before I could figure out what to do, something came barreling into my side, and I went flying to the side, crashing into a tree. A man came over to me, standing over me, a glare on his face. Shift back. He told me. I didn't know what he was on about. How do I shift back when I don't know how? I thought back to when Ela told me what shifting was, but she didn't tell me how to shift back. Shift back, he repeated, but I still didn't know how. I tried to tell him, but I couldn't find my voice. I started to panic. What could I do? Where was Forrest? Where was I? However hard I tried, I couldn't tell him I didn't understand. This one won't cooperate. And it smells weird. What should we do? What was he on about? I wasn't trying to be difficult, but I didn't understand what he wanted me to do and what did he meant I smelt weird. Call the Alpha. He'll know what to do. Another man said from beside me. The first man pulled out a phone and called someone. Alpha, we have a bit of a problem here. A rogue has strayed onto our territory, but it won't shift back. And it smells strange. It doesn't belong to a pack but doesn't smell of rogue. What should we do? His words confused me. I knew what an alpha was. Forrest had explained that his dad was the alpha of his pack and his mum was the Luna, and I knew what rogues were. They were evil wolves with no pack. But I didn't understand how I was a part of this. The Alpha and Luna are coming. Let's get it locked up in a cell for questioning. I was picked up by the scruff of my neck and dragged into a dark room. I was thrown into a cramped cell with no windows. I lay on my tummy, waiting for whoever it was who was coming to question me to come. I knew Atlas was an alpha and he was nice. But I also know he's a nice father, whereas my dad wasn't. Just because one father is a good doesn't mean they all were. Just because Atlas is an ice alpha didn't mean they all are. Suddenly the door crashed into the wall and a huge amount of power came storming down the hall. The Alpha and Luna were here, and the power was something I've never experienced before. I heard a familiar voice yelling, "Where's the rogue?" BTW for anyone wondering. I looked down, I almost screamed. I wasn't human. I was a wolf is what made my sister think of a screaming fox. Chapter 19, Locked Up Arya's POV. Atlas came storming over to the cage I was trapped in, closely followed by Ela. He would help me. He would let me out and take me home. It would all be okay. Or so I thought. So, this is the rogue you were telling me about. He looked me over and took a deep breath in. You're right, it does smell weird. It's not part of a pack, but she doesn't smell like a rogue. Where did you find it? One of the guards who had surrounded my cell since I was thrown in answered. On the east side of the territory. It ran from the woods. About 4 o'clock this evening. He looked over at me and the rage I saw burning in his eyes shattered all dreams of him saving me. That's when and where Arya was last spotted. What have you done to her? I curled up in a tight ball, my head on my paws, hoping Forrest would forgive me for leaving him, not being able to tell Atlas that I didn't do anything to Arya. I was Arya. The men surrounding me looked confused. Not many knew who Arya was, who I was, but it was someone the Alpha clearly cared about, so they didn't question it. One of the men from the woods came over and glanced at me in disgust. We told it to shift, to ask it some questions, but it refused. I growled at him. I didn't refuse. I didn't know how to shift. I still don't know how to shift. Atlas looked me over one more before he said the words that would seal my fate. Well, if it won't cooperate, we have no further use of it. You can dispose of it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to jump up and yell at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not a rogue, but all that came out were yips and barks. Wait, Ela's voice from the corner of the room startled me. I had forgotten she was here. Something about it. Well, I think I recognize it. Something about its scent. Maybe I still had a chance. Keep it locked in this cell until we figure out who it is, Atlas ordered, before walking out the room with Ela. The guards all glared at me, their eyes full of disgust and hate. I hope I get out of here soon. I lay my head on my paws. Why didn't Ela and Atlas recognize me? They said my scent was familiar, but according to Forrest they should know it's me by my scent. Something that Ela came back to me. When werewolves shift, their scent changes. It still has some of their original scent, but it is mixed with the scent of their wolf. That's why they don't recognize me. I have to shift back for them to recognize me. That can't be too hard, can it? I'm your wolf and I got us captured. I just wanted to go home, to be with our family. But now we're stuck in this cage and no one knows where we are. It's okay. Do you know how to shift back? Then we will easily get out of here. No, I only know how to shift, not how to shift back. Your parents are supposed to teach you that. I don't know how. Oh no, we're never getting out. I'm going to be stuck here forever. What if we never see Forest again? No, I've got to stay positive. I will work on shifting back and getting Atlas and Ela to recognize me. I can't give up. Every day was the same in the cells. I hadn't seen Ela since the day I got caught and I only ever got a glimpse of Atlas as he passed by my cell. Always in a hurry. The guard rotated every 3 hours. At rotations a day. I got to know the 8 guards quite well. Most of them seemed half decent, but still wouldn't let me out. I guess they're just doing their jobs. But one guard, the one I had from midnight to 3 a.m., was horrible. Horrible doesn't quite fit in. He was horrendous, heinous, disgustingly cruel, and he hated me every day. As he got on his shift, he made sure to drop my food all over the floor. Oops, he'd say. Clumsy me. I only got 1 meal a day. At midnight. And it was off the floor. I had to lick up the water from the dusty floor, cutting my tongue and drinking more dirt than water. Sometimes he would eat my food in front of me, just to show me he could. Then, when the clock struck 1 a.m., and the other guard shift was finished, the torture started. Mostly it would be whipping, or cutting my pelt with his penknife, or throwing glass at me. It all reminded me of being at my dad's. Bring forth memories I wished I could forget. Once a day, for 2 hours straight, he would torture me. Atlas was a good alpha. He didn't know what the guard did. He hid it well, only doing it at night and only doing it at places that you would have to look closely to see. Every day, as the clock struck 3, he would turn to me grinning wickedly and say, "You can't tell anyone about this. Even if you did shift, no one would believe a lousy rogue over me. I am the top guard after all." Every day he said that, and every day my determination grew to learn how to shift back. No one would believe a lousy rouge, but they might believe Forest's mate. I wish Forest could be here, to save us again. My wolf whimpered. I wished I could see Forest again. I just want to go home. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Elia and Atlas gave me the home I've never had. Even when my mum was still with us, it was still only a house. But now, with Forest, I've been given a home. That day when Atlas and Ela let me stay was the day my life changed forever for the better. I finally found the meaning of a family, of a home. Halfway through my torture the guard phone rang. I heard over the line asking for his help with a rouge problem. "This isn't over," he said before he ran off, and I was alone again. My wolf disappeared from my mind to try to heal us and I drifted off to sleep. I woke up when someone came into my cell. It was Ela. "Hello. It's okay. I won't hurt you." Looking me up and down. "Now where do I know you from?" Muttering to herself. "Please. I want to go home. Please." But of course, like every time I tried, no one understood me. "Are you a boy?" I shook my head. "Are you a girl?" I nodded. I hoped I could get my message across, but however hard I tried I couldn't think of a way to say I'm your son's mate. "Do you know how to shift?" And I quickly shook my head. I needed to know so I could go home. Just imagine being in human form. Everyone's trigger thought is different. Some people think about their toes, or fingers or human skin. I tried everything she told me, but it didn't work. I didn't shift back. "Keep trying and you'll manage it soon. Then come talk to me and we can figure out where you came from. I don't think you are a rogue." I lay down, my head resting on my paws, wishing I was back with my mate. Soon I would figure out how to shift, and then I would go home. Forest's POV. I still couldn't find her. Every day I went out searching for her scent. I had found it on the edge of our territory, but then the patrol had gone over it and it had gone missing. I hadn't found it since then. I had searched all over the woods and even checked inside the territory, in case she had gone there. But I still couldn't find her. Once again, I arrived home with Arya still missing and still no hints as to where she could be. My parents were discussing the rogue in the cells, the one they thought might know something about Arya but won't cooperate. And since I couldn't find Arya, I decided to see if I could help. I sat down at the kitchen table with a sigh. The once lively chatter that flew round the table silenced. Everyone was worried about Arya. We didn't know what to do. Why don't you just kill it? They should be helping me find my mate, not try to identify a stupid rogue. Because, my dad said, confusion and stress evident on his face. We know her from somewhere and we don't want to kill her before we know who she is. My mum looked over at me, her face full of pity. Why don't you come see her? You might know who she is. As if I don't hang around with rogues. I went upstairs, bored of this conversation, wishing my mate was beside me. I threw myself down on our bed, breathing in her faint scent left on the pillow. God, I missed her so much. I knew I had been rude to my parents, and I was being unfair to the poor rogue who was in our cells, but I couldn't bring myself to care. Not until my mate was safely by my side. I'm trapped in a cell, sleeping during the day and staying alert at night because I know my guard might betray me. Chapter 20. Until the end. Arya's POV. I woke up to the door to my cell opening. It was around mid-day. I always slept during the day. I didn't trust my guard enough to sleep at night. One of the men from the woods came in, followed by Atlas. My heart sunk. Forrest had told me a few things about what they did to rogues. I didn't want the last thing I saw in this world to be the face of someone who gave me a home but unknowingly took it away from me again. I don't think I could live through the betrayal of someone who had always kept me safe, causing me harm. And even if I did survive, I would lose the little trust I had built up over the weeks. I would be left a shell, like when I first came from my dad's. Atlas' voice snapped me out of my thoughts. We have two options here. Looking at me with no expression on his face. You need to shift back. Try as hard as you can because we need to know who you are by the end of the day, or by werewolf law. We have to kill you. His words sent fear rushing through me. I couldn't die. Then Forrest would never know what happened to me. He might think I ran off. I can't do that to him. But however hard I tried, I just couldn't shift back. I thought of my toes and my fingers, my hair and my skin. Nothing I tried worked. What if I'm stuck like this forever? No, everyone can shift back. We just need to find your trigger word. Have you tried thinking about hats? What? No, I don't even like hats. You think someone has a really strange shaped head and then you find out that they're just wearing a hat. You are weirder than I ever imagined. With that I felt her leave. I was all alone. I woke up to a crash. The cell door being flung open. I fell asleep. I shouldn't have fallen asleep. My limited time I had left to shift was rapidly decreasing. My favorite guard entered, a smile on his face. One more hour until your pathetic life finally ends. I can't wait. His wicked face stared down at me and he spat in my face as he spoke. He walked out the door with a smirk on his lips. I tried as hard as I could, trying everything I could to shift, but I still couldn't work out how. I lay my head on my paws. Trying to shift had used up lots of my valuable time. The door opened again, and the guard entered a second time. There has been a rogue attack. So I'm your guard, your only guard. His eyes glinted heavily as he grabbed a fistful of my fur, pulling me over to him. He trailed his hand up the back of my pelt, making me shiver in disgust. Disgust he seemed to mistake for pleasure. Do you like that? He asked me before taking his hand from my tail to my nose. I was too weak to stop him and too weak to fight back. I hadn't heard from my wolf all day, and all the other guards were out. If you were human, I'd spare you. It'll be a shame to watch you die. You would make a wonderful trophy. I nearly pewed. I just wanted to go home. I saw the clock on the wall outside my cell. It was 11:30. Half an hour left to live. The guard didn't leave. You'd think they would try to make my last half an hour a nice one. But no, I had to stay sitting on his lap the entire time, his hand running up my back, making me wish for my mate and to go home even more. Half an hour to live. I used to wish for death. Every day. When my brother and father showed me again and again how little I meant to them, I used to wish for death. Well, now I got my wish. Life. You can never enjoy it. You are always waiting for something. Waiting for the lesson, the end. Waiting to go home. Waiting for the holidays. Before you know it, your life is over. Everything takes too long but is gone too quickly. We spend our lives wishing them away. I looked at the wall. They had oh so helpfully made a countdown to my death. 1 minute left to live. I closed my eyes and wished to be back home. 55 seconds. I wished to be back with my mate. 50 seconds. I thought back to all the things that had happened since that day in my dad's basement. 30 seconds. I thought of all the time I had spent with Atlas and Ela. They took me under their wing and now they are sentencing me to death. 10 seconds. I thought of all the time I had spent with Forrest. How gentle he was with me. How protective. He always kept me safe no matter what. I thought of the way my heart skipped a beat whenever he stepped into the room. I heard a gasp and opened my eyes. It was time. Time for me to die. Goodbye, life. It was nice, knowing you. I looked down and saw. Skin. I did it. I did it. I was going to live. The guard was almost salivating as he looked me head to toe. I quickly cowered into the corner, covering myself as best I could. I was safe from death, but I wasn't safe from the guard. He licked his lips, staring at me hungrily. He started to stalk over to me, but before he reached me the other guards got back. I let out a sigh of relief as one of them threw a shirt at me. I put it on and it came down to my knees, successfully covering everything vital. The guards dragged me to another dark room, where they tied me to a chair. What are they doing? I shifted back. I should go home. They want information. They're going to get it. No one knows who we are. How do we tell them? We don't. We hope they call in Atlas. Luckily just then one of them opened their phone. She shifted back. He listened for a few seconds for the reply, then hung up. The Alpha is at the other end of the territory. He will be in within the hour. I let out a sigh of relief. I would be home soon. While waiting for Atlas to arrive, the guards tried to get the answer they needed from me. Are you a part of a pack? I shook my head. I wasn't. Not yet. Forrest said I would join his pack when I was ready. But I wanted to live some sense of the normal life my dad took away from me since I was young. How old are you? I didn't want to talk to these men. I only wanted to talk to my family. I held up 10 fingers, then 7. 17. I nodded. Do you have a mate? What do I say? I nodded my head. They wrote that down as well as all the other info they had found to show Atlas when he arrived. The guards all observed me with caution. They didn't understand why I wasn't a part of a pack but not a rogue into my scent, which still had some human in it. Didn't help their confusion. After an hour of them asking questions and me deciding how to answer, Atlas arrived. He didn't look at me but went straight to the man with the clipboard. What did you find out? He asked, looking down at my answers. He read them and turned to one of the men. Do we know her name yet? He still wasn't looking at me. No, the guard answered. We tried asking her, but she wouldn't answer. I was bored of this game. Only one way to make Atlas realize what has happened. To my agent extraordinaire, Marianne Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My name is Arya. I watched as Atlas, head whipped round at my voice. A look of surprise flashed onto his face, quickly replaced by understanding and regret. Sighing deeply and without saying anything, he turned on his heels and walked out the door. The guards all looked at me suspiciously. I suppose their alpha did just walk out the room because of my name. I could still smell Atlas outside the room, so I guess he was trying to get his head around what had happened. I hope he manages soon because I want to go home. A few minutes later, Atlas walked back in, ignoring the guards calling out to him, asking him what happened. He kept his attention on me and asked one question. "Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I could hear the disbelief in his voice. Yep, I nodded, without saying any more to me, and without acknowledging the guards. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Come to the cells," he said before hanging up and turning back to me, untying me from the chair. A few minutes later the door was flung open. A storm of power that could only ever be Forrest came storming in. He didn't notice me at first. Like father, like son. "What do you need, Dad?" "I kind of need to be searching for Arya." Annoyance clear on his face. My heart warmed at his words. He really cares about me enough to look for me. It's been weeks since I shifted. I would have thought he had given up on me by now. "You know that rogue we captured the day Arya went missing?" Atlas said, waiting for Forrest to nod before continuing. She finally shifted back. At that moment the wind changed direction and my scent went flying towards him. I could see the exact moment it reached him. His head whipped in my direction. "No, please no," he said, shaking his head. "What's wrong? Did he not want me anymore? All this time? She's been here. All this time?" Atlas nodded. He ran over to me. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't even consider it. These last weeks must have been hell for you." I was pulled into a tight hug. Forrest kept repeating, I'm sorry, over and over again. He pulled me impossibly closer. "I thought I'd lost you forever." I relaxed into his embrace. There was only one place I wanted to go now. "Can we just go home?" I was tired and cold, and I needed a shower. "Yes, but we do need to know what happened," Forrest said, looking me in the eye. I nodded inside. It was going to be a long explanation. As soon as we arrived home I jumped in the shower. I was covered in dust and grime and I felt disgusting. I hadn't had a shower in a few weeks and I needed to get clean. I could hear Forrest pacing in our room. He kept muttering to himself. My wolf was whimpering for me to go to him. She didn't like being separate from him when we'd only just got him back. I agreed. I had missed him so much. I quickly finished showering and got dressed, heading out the bathroom and straight into Forrest's embrace. "I'm sorry." Calling me into a tight hug. "Stop apologizing," I muttered into his chest. "You did it now. You couldn't have done anything." I heard the door downstairs open and the sound of feet running upstairs. Eel came running in, putting me from Forrest's arms into a hug from her. "Oh, Arya, I was so worried about you." Tears streaming down her cheeks. "I thought your scent was familiar, but I didn't know you could shift, so I never even considered it." I smiled at her with tears running down my own cheeks. I didn't think I could either, but here we are. As soon as Atlas came back from vaguely explaining things to the guards, satisfying their inquisitive minds without actually telling them anything, we all congregated in the sitting room for me to explain what happened. I had a headache all day, but I used to get bad headaches all the time when I was younger, so I just ignored it. I started explaining what happened that day, telling my story to the group of strangers that had become a family to me. Chapter 21 is watching you Arya's POV. I woke up in the middle of the night to a bang from downstairs. Forrest was still asleep next to me, and I knew I shouldn't. Horror movies taught me that much, but I got up and headed to the kitchen, hoping it was just Atlas or Ela. As I walked I was aware it was very dark. No stars in the sky to light my way. I made it to the kitchen and turned on the light. Looking around the kitchen, it was empty. "It was your imagination," my wolf said, making me jump. It was a lot to get used to, having another voice in my head. I agreed with her and went to get a glass of water. Looking out the window into the wood, I was lost in thought, thinking about what had happened the last few weeks. I was glad I'd figured out how to shift. Otherwise I'd be gone. Suddenly my gaze was drawn to the tree line. There was something there. It looked in my direction, right through the window. It looked me in the eye. I looked away for a second to make sure the door was locked, but when I looked back, the man was gone. He must have gone back into the trees. I went to the sink to refill my glass until I finally screamed. I screamed because the man, was pressed up against the window. He was the same man as before, and he wasn't moving. He was just staring at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forrest and Eva all ran into the kitchen and looked to where I was staring. Atlas let out a low growl and I turned to look at him. I looked back at the window, but the man was gone. Atlas ran outside to see if he could find the man. Forrest pulled me into his arms, wiping tears from my cheek I didn't even realize I had shed. Hey, it's okay. Stroking my hair and holding me, keeping me safe. He was staring at me. He wouldn't move. I don't know who he was. He wouldn't stop staring. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forrest and some of the warriors had been circling the house and surrounding woods for the last few hours, trying to pick up any scent they could, but the man had disappeared with no trace. Again, I was sitting at the kitchen table, eating my breakfast while trying not to look out the window. I was scared if I looked at the window he would be there, staring at me, unmoving. Atlas came in and let out a tired sigh. I sent the warriors home. Forrest is still looking. There is no trace of him. No scent. No footprints. No nothing. If I hadn't seen him myself, I wouldn't have believed he was there at all. Ida came over and handed him a plate of toast and gave him a kiss on the cheek. He can't have just disappeared. Atlas just sighed before grabbing a piece of toast. After I had finished breakfast, I went up to my room. I was confused. How does this man keep getting away from a pack of wolves with no trace? I was lost in thought as I climbed the stairs. So lost in thought I didn't see the man in front of me until his hand was over my mouth and my hands were restrained behind my back. My wolf snarled in my mind, and I thrashed in the arms of my captor. I felt his breath against my ear as he leaned down to whisper something to me. You see how easy it was for me to get to you. Nothing you or your pathetic mutts can do stop me. This is your final warning. I will be back. Suddenly I was thrown against the wall and I screamed as the man ran out the room. Through the window. Before I was even back on my feet, he was out the window and disappearing into the woods. Elia and Atlas ran up the stairs as I stared out the window, where the man had just been. Atlas searched all around the room, but there was no trace of him. I didn't even know him, and he was turning my life upside down. Forrest came back home and searched again, but again he found nothing. I could sense his wolf close to the surface. He was angry and ready to retaliate if he only knew who to retaliate at. I lay my hand on his arm, stopping him in his mad rampage around our room. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's my fault he came here. It's me he wants. Forrest turned and pulled me into a tight hug. It's not your fault and he certainly isn't having you. You're mine. A few months ago, if someone had said I was theirs, I would have been angry, or scared, very scared. But this felt right. Because I was Forrest and he was mine. Why don't I help you with your wolf? Learn to shift quicker and we could go for a run. Just forget the stress for a bit. I nodded my head. I wanted to go for a run with Forrest. We ran into the woods while Forrest told me how to shift. I hid behind a tree and did as he said. I imagined being in my wolf form, my black paws and soft fur, and suddenly I was a wolf. I walked out from behind my tree slowly. I was still a bit wobbly on my paws, as Forrest came out from behind a tree further away. His wolf a beautiful brown. I suddenly remembered where I had seen his wolf before. I had seen him in a dream, the day we met, and many more after that. Suddenly, from the back of my mind I felt a soft push and I heard Forrest in my mind. "You ready, Arya?" I looked around, looking for the source of the sound. Although I knew it was in my mind, I didn't want to believe it. It was unbelievable. "It's okay, Arya. It's just the mind link. You'll get used to it soon." I nodded my wolfy head and tried to link him back. He smiled at me and nodded. It was like speaking to someone, but in your head, and no one else could hear your conversation, unless you let them. When in wolf form all wolves can communicate through a mind link, you must allow them into your mind. So you will feel a push which you either accept or reject. Like just then, this link only works in wolf form, but mates, once they are mated, also have another link which works in both forms, their own special form of communication. I listened to Forrest explaining the different links, and it did make some sense. It helped me piece together a few more pieces of the puzzle. Forrest gently nudged me forward and we started running. I was a little off balance. I wasn't used to running on 4 legs, but Forrest was always there if I fell. We ran through the trees, jumping over fallen branches and weaving through trees. It was the best feeling in the world. We ran until we got to a small stream. Forrest stood guard first while I drank my fill. Then Forrest had a drink. He didn't need anyone to stand guard for him. He was an alpha wolf. Only an idiot would try to challenge him. Once we had both had a long drink, Forrest lay down in the sun, motioning with his head for me to join him. I lay on the ground, the sun soaking into my fur, my head resting on Forrest, listening to the sounds of the trees swaying in the breeze and the river flowing downstream. I felt so relaxed, so safe, so free. I knew Forrest was still plagued by the man in our room. So was I. The way he managed to disappear like that, it was unreal. I wanted to ask the question that had been plaguing my mind for days. What if you found someone you loved more than your mate? He looked down at me, confusion written on his face. It doesn't happen. No wolf loves another more than their mate. He sounded so insistent. But it must happen sometime. Hypothetically though, what if they found someone who hadn't found their mate? If they hadn't either, could they mark them? I shifted slightly. I was confused about mates. The one person you were destined to love the most. Forrest nudged my head slightly. Hypothetically, yes, they could mark them. But that never happens. I don't know a single wolf who wouldn't do anything for their mate. It's the way we were made. We were made to love our mate, not someone else's. I looked over at the trees watching them sway in the breeze. I found since I had got my wolf, I had much better senses. I could hear so much more, see so much more. Everything was wonderful. Everything was perfect. Until it wasn't. We continued running through the woods until we got to the pack line. The guards on patrol all bowed their heads to Forrest. That's when I saw him. That guard. He looked over at me and smirked, coming over as Forrest went to talk to another guard, leaving me all alone with him. He came over to me and whispered in my ear, "This isn't over." Winking at me as he ran his hand up my fur, making me bristle with disgust. "You may think you're safe, but we will find you, and you will be mine. You can't escape us. Look at how easily we infiltrated your ranks. Look how easily we sneak past your little wolf. And you can't tell anyone. Your mate may believe you, but the pack will believe me. And then Forrest may got thrown out the pack for disrupting the pack peace. You want that human." He walked away, a cocky swagger in his step as he walked. His threat rang in my mind. He was one of them. He was working with the man who got into my room, but I had no proof. I couldn't stop him. I couldn't stop him. Loud. Too loud. Everything was too loud. Too bright. Just like the first time I shifted. But this time it was worse. I could smell everything, hear everything, taste the scents on the wind and feel the bumps of the ground beneath my feet. The sounds surrounding me were distorted. I couldn't make out anyone's voices. They all blurred together. The light was shining in my eye, making me squint. The colors were all wrong. I span around, trying to figure out who the screaming, squealing, unnaturally colored shapes I presumed to be humans were. I heard an echo of a voice calling out my name. I heard it over and over again as it reverberated around my mind. Once, twice, again and again. I did the only thing I could, the only thing I knew how. Chapter 22, Runaway Forest's POV. I saw Arya talking to one of the warriors who guarded her cell. I guess he wanted to apologize, but I was too far away to hear what they were saying. I walked over to the head guard. I had to explain why the girl from the cells was out running with me. I didn't want to tell him she was my mate, because then they would expect her to join the pack and take an active role in the paperwork and cat stuff that she isn't ready for. How did I let this happen? At night she was plagued with nightmares of her time in the cells. She wouldn't kick or scream. She would just hunch up, very still and shake, tears streaming down her face. I tried asking her what her dream was about, but she wouldn't tell me, only that it was about the cells, and that it didn't matter. She was home again. I sighed and turned to the guard in front of me, deciding how best to word it. She's a newly shifted were. Her family didn't want her, so she's staying with us. Me and Dad had decided that telling them the truth, but missing out the facts that she's my mate, would probably be the best way to go about answering the questions. So how did she end up in our cells? The guard asked, looking confused. I looked over at Arya. She was still with the guard. We didn't know she had shifted. She shifted in the woods. No one was around, so we didn't realize it was her. I hung my head in shame. She shouldn't have had to go through all that. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I saw Arya. She was breathing heavily with her hands over her ears and her eyes darting around, as if she was on drugs. I had heard about this, but never seen it personally. It only ever happens in newly shifted werewolves, and very rarely at that. Their senses go into overdrive and they need to be sedated into its tops, otherwise they could get hurt. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I slowly walked over to her, knowing she couldn't see me properly, talking to her so as not to spook her. Hey Arya, it's okay. It will stop soon. Just come here and I'll get it to stop. I could see by her face that she could hear me, but she didn't recognize my voice, and couldn't understand what I was saying. I started to walk quicker. She didn't know it was me. I needed to get to her before she got hurt. But before I got there she did the worst thing possible. She ran. I ran after her, but she was running in blind panic. She was fast and not planning on stopping anytime soon. She was running into the tree branches and tripping over roots. But she didn't feel it. She just continued running. I kept running after her. Faster and faster. I was gaining on her, but then I tripped on a tree branch, twisting my ankle as I fell. I hit the ground with a thud and groaned out in pain but didn't stop. I continued running after her, as fast as my bust ankle would allow. I was losing her. She was getting too far ahead. There was too much distance for me to catch up. I could see her disappear into the horizon. I could no longer see her, but I didn't give up. I wouldn't stop until she was safe. And at the moment she was far from safe, I heard Arya growl from up ahead and sped up. I had to find her. As I broke through the tree line and saw why she growled, I almost fell to the floor in relief. Ash was sitting on her back, keeping her pinned to the floor, while Sky had her phone out, calling someone. What the hell is wrong with her? Ash called out as I limped closer. Arya thrashed from side to side, but Ash was stronger and kept her pinned to the ground. We were just walking back, thinking that WE should come and visit you soon, when Arya burst through the trees. She looked drunk or drugged or something and she tried to attack me. Hence why she's pinned to the floor. What on earth happened? I'll tell you soon. First we need to call the pack doctor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wincing as Arya hit her head off the floor, trying to escape. I've already done it. I called your parents as well, Sky said. holding up her phone. She's on her way. I walked over to Arya, with Ash still restraining her on the floor. It'll be okay. After what felt like hours, although it can't have been more than a few minutes, the pack doctor arrived. She was a tall, middle-aged woman who had seen too much grief in her life. "What seems to be the problem?" she said to me with a smile. "I need you to sedate the girl on the floor." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not wanting to but knowing the other options were much worse, I heard Ash growl at my words. Is Wolf not liking me sedating my mate? My Wolf agreed, but what else could I do? Just trust me. I'll explain later. He nodded as the doctor, Nat, sedated Arya. I watched as she stopped fighting and her eyes closed. She was asleep. She would be okay soon. I scooped her up, holding her close to me as my parents awaited their car so we could get her home. My parents had guessed what had happened when Sky called them, so they already had everything we needed sent up. I gently placed Arya under the covers of our bed, as it would be a few hours until she woke up and walked downstairs, where Ash and Sky were waiting for an explanation. What the hell just happened? How could you so easily sedate your mate? She's human, for God's sake. That sedative could kill her. Ash exploded as soon as I walked into the sitting room. Not quite, I answered quietly. I looked over at a confused expression. You said she's human, but she's not. Not quite. I sighed as I looked at Ash and Sky. They were on the edge of their seats, wanting to know what had happened while they'd been away. A few days after you left, Arya went missing. She was missing for weeks until she turned up. She was a rogue we had been holding in our cells. She had been in our cells the whole time. Sky looked up, her head cocked to the side as she thought. How on earth didn't you recognize her and tell them she wasn't a rogue? Why was she there for weeks? Because, well, you see, we didn't recognize her. I looked over to where they sat, glaring at me. Ash looked like he was about to explode. What on earth happened to stop you from recognizing your mate? That's impossible, unless you had amnesia. But we would have been told. Well, no, not quite. It's a much simpler explanation than that. You see, she had shifted. I looked over at them as they looked at me like I was mad, shock evident on their faces. So, she has shifting senses? Sky asked, piecing the puzzle together. I nodded. And that's why you sedated her. Not to be mean, but because you had to. I nodded again and shrugged. There was no other option. We continued to sit on the sofa. I caught them up on what they missed as my parents cooked tea while we waited for Arya to wake up. There was no way of knowing how it would affect her, as it affected everyone differently. Shifting senses, the technical name for when newly shifted werewolves' senses get too strong for them to cope, starts off with slightly heightened senses. They grow and grow until they are noticeable and the wolf starts to react. Like Arya did. If they aren't sedated, it gets worse until they black out, go into a coma, or, worst case, an aereo die. Some wolves only get one sense enhanced. That is easier to treat and doesn't always need sedatives. Usually only painkiller to dull it down a bit. 2 or 3 enhanced senses are where it starts to get dangerous. The wolf gets confused and disoriented and usually needs to be sedated. Arya, on the other hand, had a very rare case of all 5 senses. Even just for senses are very dangerous, and if it isn't treated quickly, the wolf may die. Even once sedated, it is very hit or miss. The one thing I do know is that Arya is strong. She won't give up without a fight, and she will survive. She has to. I was sitting at the kitchen doing homework to take my mind off Arya when my mum walked in with a troubled look on her face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You might want to come and see this. I followed her upstairs to my room, over to where Arya lay. Look at her back. I looked at her back and nearly lost control of my wolf. Her beautiful skin was littered with scars. Some looked years old, faded white lines, a permanent memory of him. Some of them, though, looked a lot newer, Some even looked just a few days to a few weeks old. She wasn't with her dad a few weeks ago. She was in the cells. I put my head in my hands. They're new. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Raising my head to look my mum in the eye. Who was it? Who attacked my mate? My voice was dripping with cold fury, matched by the murderous look in my mum's eye. I don't know. Moving to the stairs. But I will find out. With that she went downstairs, going to try to find out who thought it was a good idea to hurt a member of an alpha family. Because after all this time, my parents loved her like a daughter. I grabbed some bandages from the cupboard and wrapped her back up, careful not to do it too tight. I was worried about her. There was always something wrong, and I didn't know how to break the cycle. But I will. I will break the cycle if it's the last thing I do in this world. No one will touch her again. Chapter 23, The Pakaria's POV. I woke up to my head pounding and the sound of a million bees swarming around me. I opened my eyes a crack but instantly shut them again, wincing at the light. Everything was hurting. I wanted to go back to sleep, but I want to know what was going on first. I cracked my eyes open again, this time fighting against the light to see where I was and what was going on. The memories of what happened came back to me, making me cringe slightly. The sound, even the smells were all too strong. Once I could finally open my eyes, I looked around the room, reaching up to rub the back of my head where I could feel a lump. Forrest was asleep next to me, and from the look of it, it was the middle of the night. I was still tired, so I went back to sleep. I would find out what happened in the morning. When I woke up again, the sun was streaming through the curtains and Forrest was gone. I sat up and slowly walked down the stairs, towards the smell of food and a noise of quiet chatter. When I reached the doorway, the chat died down and everyone round the table looked over at me. Hi, I said quietly, confused about why everyone was looking at me. Forrest stood up,
knocking over his chair,
pulling me into a tight hug, as Atlas and Ida smiled from across the table. I was so worried about you, Forrest said, pulling me tight against him. I thought you may never wake up. I smiled at him and sat down at the table once he realized me from his hug. You can't get rid of me that easily. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Causing Ida to laugh from the other side of the table. What happened? How long was I out? Atlas smiled sadly from across the table. Shifting senses. Your senses got too strong for you to cope, so we had to sedate you. Otherwise you could have hurt yourself. It affects everyone differently, so we didn't know what would happen. You were only out for a day. I nodded my head in understanding before another thought hit me. Haven't I missed? Like a ton of school. I haven't been back since I shifted, and that was weeks ago. Forrest put a plate of food in front of me and I tucked in while Leela answered. As far as the school are concerned, we are on a holiday far, far away and won't be back until next week. I smiled over at her and nodded. What shall we do? Excited at all the possibilities. Well, we do need to check on the pack. You could come and help. Nothing too hard. Just some rounds to meet some of the pack. Atlas suggested. I nodded again. I liked the sound of meeting some of the pack. Maybe I would get to see the children again. After breakfast was cleared up, I went upstairs to get changed. I put on red tartan skirt and brushed through my hair. Before I went downstairs, I grabbed my phone off charge and checked my notifications. A text from my father. You thought you saw the last of me, but little bitch, I am not done with you. Not by a long way. I will be back, and I will win. Just you wait. I felt my shake as fear consumed me. He was another person on my list to look out for. It was growing, along with my fear. I just wanted to be free. I locked my phone as I heard Forrest come up behind me. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you okay? You look scared. Should I tell him? Could I tell him? Yes, my wolf yelled. He's your mate. You have to tell him. No, I'm fine. I just got some dust in my eye. That's all. I heard my wolf howl in protest at the back of my mind, but I shut her out. We would have to deal with this on our own. I am worthless. I can't burden Forrest with this. He has enough on his plate already. Suddenly Forrest asked the question that I never wanted to answer. What happened to your back? I slowly looked over at him. My dad and brother happened. You know that. Why do you ask? Forrest looked down at the mention of my dad and brother. For some reason he felt guilty. No, some of your scars are new. What happened in the cells, Riano? He saw the scars from the guard. I tried to get out and cut myself on the silver bars. I didn't want to. But what could I do? I couldn't tell him. The guard said if I told anyone, he would kill everyone I cared about. I wouldn't do that. I wasn't worth that much. I walked downstairs with Forrest following close behind. He didn't look completely convinced, but he knew not to push any further. He wouldn't find anything. After driving for a few minutes, we arrived at a building I recognized as the pack house. Ela turned off the car engine and I climbed out the door. I had seen the pack house before, but never up close. It was magnificent. It was old-fashioned but modern at the same time, with red brick walls and glass windows. The garden was just as spectacular. Honeysuckle climbed the walls and rose bush lined the path. It was magical. We walked up the path and into the house. Everyone inside bowed with a synchronized. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luna. I looked over to Forrest for an explanation and he laughed before explaining. My mum and dad are the alpha and Luna of the pack. They rule the pack. This is a show of respect. I nodded to show him I understood before looking around the house again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who is this? An older woman said, while looking down her nose at me. She looked like a snob and she was sure acting like one. Arya, this is Winfidora. The head cook. Winfidora. This is Arya. She is staying at this pack while we sort some things out for her. Ela answered, bending the truth a little so I didn't have to tell them I'm Forrest's mate. Winfidora just sniffed down at me, whispering so only I could hear the funniest thing I have ever heard anyone say to someone they hate. I hope you don't find your mate in this pack. I would hate to have to put up with you every day. I just smiled at her, knowing I had already won, almost laughing out loud at the irony of her words. Still silently laughing from that, we continued on to meet higher, ranking wolves. You already know Ash. This is his dad Albert, the beta, and his mate Ollie. I smiled at them, and shook Albert's hand before looking towards Ash. Good to see you are feeling better, you ugly shrimp, Ash said, grinning at me, his words full of humor. I shook my head at him. Immature, but funny. Once we had met everyone, Forrest, Ash and Sky, who had joined us after I had met everyone, took me around the house and the garden. It was beautiful. I could have stayed there all day, but then my tummy rumbled, and food is more important than a garden, so I left to get food. Since I was hungry, everyone else decided to come with me to get food. Apparently, Forrest had picked up on the hostile behavior from Winfidora, so decided she might try something if I went in alone. I would like to see her try. Once we got to the kitchen, though, I was glad the others had come with me. Lots of people were staring at me, but no one had the opportunity to say anything against me. Before we got food, Atlas and Eda came into the kitchen. We're all done here. Are you ready to leave? Atlas asked. Forrest half nodded before answering. We were just going to get some food, but we can get some at home. I was quite glad to walk out that kitchen. I had felt curious and heated glances following me around the kitchen, and I was more than ready to get out of the spotlight. On the way home, everyone seemed quieter than usual. Even Forrest looked a little subdued and Atlas looked almost outraged. I don't know much about packs, or even reading people's facial expressions. I looked round the car at the worried and angry faces, but I'm guessing something was wrong. Forrest took my hand and he's kissing the back before answering. Rogues had been coming around our house for weeks. It's on the edge of Packland, so 1 or 2 would be expected, but we had more than usual. And any and all rogue sightings have been around our house. We have guards around the woods near the house. They shouldn't be getting past. Not so many of them. I nodded. Okay, but why do you look kind of angry? It didn't make sense being angry at rogues because, from the sound of it, they don't really care. This time it was Atlas who answered. Because they're blaming you. One of the guards must have let on that you were a rogue from our cells, and now no one trusts you. A load of my trusted men have been telling me to throw you out, or some even suggested killing you. For the good of the pack. They don't seem to trust my judgment anymore. Ila took his hand to calm him down. He looked as if he was about to shift right here in the car. She turned to me. But of course that's never going to happen. We're not going to let you get at all because some pack members don't know the full story. I nodded before the car resumed its thoughtful silence. It's my fault again. Why is it always my fault? Now because of me. The pack is starting to turn on at this. I can't let that happen. I will talk to them. I will show them the truth. Chapter 24, My Family Arya's POV. I knew I had to go and talk to the pack. I couldn't leave them like this. Not trusting their alpha. It was my fault and I put it right. I had to wait for the right time to do it. I couldn't just walk out. It would be suspicious. So instead I made sure the place we were visiting the next day was close to the pack house. I could sneak away. I just had to act normal until then. Are you hungry? Forrest asked from beside me on the sofa. We had been watching a movie. I nodded. I am. Do you want any? Forrest thought about it for a minute before answering. I'll cook it. You stay here. I've seen this movie loads anyway. We were watching Aladdin, which I had never seen, but apparently, it's a classic. You have to watch it at least once. So here I am, watching it. Forrest soon came back with some food, beans on toast and a hot chocolate. An odd combo but tasty nonetheless. I smiled gratefully at him and ate my meal. Hoping he didn't mind much about my plan. Not that I was going to tell him. He'd almost certainly try to stop me. Once I finished my plate, I passed it to Forrest and curled up, putting my feet up towards my chest while Aladdin flew around on his magic carpet. As the movie played, I felt my eyelids droop. I felt Forrest pick me up and carry me to bed, putting me close, knowing my mate was by my side, and knowing with finality what I had to do, helped me drift quickly into an uninterrupted sleep. The next morning flashed by in a blur. I was set on what I had to do. So set I was barely there. Forrest suggested I stayed home because I didn't seem quite right. I told him I was completely fine, and made sure I wasn't left behind. I had to do this. We got in the car, driving to the pack training grounds. They were a few minutes away from the pack and I hadn't seen them before. A perfect opportunity for me to get close to the pack house. The training ground were quite busy, full of warriors fighting, doing press up or just running around. We walked around for a bit. Forrest showed me the fighting rings and the monkey bars I was already itching to have a go at. I didn't miss the curious looks the warriors were giving me, or the way they looked at Atlas every time he spoke to me. They didn't trust him anymore, and it was my job to make it right. I wouldn't let my past haunt my future. As soon as a few warriors came over to talk to Forrest and Atlas, I snuck off, making sure no one saw me as I walked quickly towards the pack house. I knew I had to be quick because as soon as Forrest noticed, I was gone he would track me down. And he was fast. I walked into the pack house, closing the door with a bang, causing some of the wolves I saw yesterday come scurrying out from various rooms. As soon as they saw me, they turned their noses up in disgust. What are you doing here, rogue? The venom in their eyes that held my gaze was enough to make me flinch, although only slightly. I've come to tell you the truth, and to clear your alpha's name. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, hearts out saints her unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice in wavering. I had one job and wild horses wouldn't stop me from accomplishing it. They all scoffed but followed me outside, where more wolves had gathered to hear what I had to say. I know I smell like a rogue, but I promise you I am not. I knew what I had to say, what I had to do to keep my family safe. I saw some of the wolves start to take interest, while others still looked at me with hate. I'm not part of a pack, because I didn't know about Werewolf. Your alpha saved me. He figured out I was a wolf and has been looking after me, while he showed me how to control my beast and how to live as one of you. I saw some more wolves join the group, some wolves from the training. I was running out of time. Your alpha decided to leave me as a root for a bit, while I learned a bit about pack life. He didn't want to overwhelm me or put the pack in danger, so that is why I smell of rogue. I, however, am not a rogue. I could see the wolves in the crowd gathered around me nod their heads. They believed me. I had managed. They trusted their alpha again. Nothing could go wrong. Nice. I heard someone from the back yell. I looked over at them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It would be him. She is lying. She is working with the rogues, getting you to trust her so she can attack our pack. I saw some of the wolves, not in agreement, but some still seemed to believe me. It wasn't a lost cause. Yet, until a wolf came charging through the woods. There had been a rogue attack. The warrior wolves are fighting them off, but they're outnumbered. I shifted and ran as fast as I could to get to the clearing where the training was done. I got there just as I saw a rogue leap for Ela. An injured Ela. Some stupid rogue was threatening my family. I saw Ed. I jumped at the rogue, knocking them out of the air and away from Ela. With no remorse I killed the rogue, whipping out his throat before tossing his limp body away and moving on to the next one. I stood keeping guard over Ela, keeping any rogues away from her while looking for Atlas and Forest. The clearing was a massacre, littered with wolf bodies, dead and injured. Luckily, from the stench, it seemed to be mainly rogues. I saw Atlas fighting nearby. He looked pretty beat up. His wolf seemed to be limping and he was bleeding out from a gash on his flank. But he was still fighting and standing strong. Making sure Ela was being covered by a warrior wolf, I ran over to help him, knocking the wolves over and dripping out their throats. I still couldn't see Forest, but I could see the number of rogues were diminishing. We were winning. It would be over soon. I took out another wolf who tried to sneak up on Atlas before the remaining rogues retreated, realizing they couldn't win. I saw Ash, his parents, and Sky, who had joined the fight a bit after me, running after them, as well as a few warrior wolves. They wouldn't get far. Atlas limped over to Ela, nudging her with his head before the blood loss seemed to catch up on him and he fell net to her. I saw the pack doctor hurry past and I went to find Forest, hoping they would be okay. I saw Forest on the edge of the clearing. He was lying limply on his side. I ran to him, checking he was still breathing, which he was, but shallowly. He had shifted back, and I had grabbed some clothes on the way which I covered him up with to keep him warm. Some wolves ran over to carry him to the doctor. I was worried about him, but, just like Ely and Atlas, there was nothing to do except hope. I saw the head of warriors, a man and at yesterday, looking over at the injured. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ela and Forest had got the worst of it since they had been protecting the other wolves as well as themselves. It's all my fault. Hanging his head as he watched the doctor treat Atlas. I shook my head. He couldn't know they would attack. No, it's not your fault. You didn't know they would attack. She's right. It's not your fault. I turned to look at who was speaking. Oh no. I saw various wolves around me start to nod their heads. You distracted us. Wormed your way into the Alpha Trust before stabbing him in the back and telling the rogues where the Alpha family would be today, so they could attack. I shook my head. No, I could never do that. They were my family, but with the only people who could protect me were the hunting after the rogues or lying unconscious on the ground. There wasn't much I could do to make them change their minds. I was grabbed from the behind. My arms were pinned behind my back and I was dragged towards a pole with a metal collar on the end of a chain. It looked like a dog collar, but so much worse. They called me up to the pole and snapped the collar shut round my neck. It burnt as it touched my flesh, but I didn't feel it. All I could think about was how my mate and my family, the people I cared for most in this world, were lying unconscious in the pack hospital. I would trade in my own life for theirs. I saw some wolves gather around me, disgust written on their faces once more. You'll be chained up here until the Alpha and his family are better. If they survive, they decide what to do with you. If they die, so do you. I was glad at that. If they died, I wouldn't want to keep on living. As long as I was chained up, my family was safe. I took comfort in that. If I was let out, they were better. If they died, I would die too. I wouldn't want it any other way. I would have preferred to not be chained up, but if I had to be, at least I was okay with the terms. I knew as soon as Atlas, Iowa Forest got better, I would be out of here. I was drifting somewhere between awake and asleep. I wasn't awake, but I couldn't sleep with a collar around my neck. It burnt my neck raw and bit my skin, but the pain of my family being hurt was worse. Suddenly, from the tree line, came charging two figures I recognized. Ash charged over to the guard. A nice, normal guard, while Sky came over to me. I'm so sorry. We didn't know you were here. Ash has been yelling at the pack for hours, but they won't let you go. They won't even listen to Albert. And he's the beta. Short of telling them you're Forest's mate, there is nothing more we can do. I shook my head at her. It's okay. The pack is in flux until their Alpha family gets better. I am in here until they get better. As long as they get better, I'll be fine. Just keep an eye on them for me. Keep them safe. Sky nodded. I promise you will keep them safe until they are better. Ash came over, anger written all over his face. They won't listen to me. I tried to at least get them to chain you with normal metal, not silver, but they said you betrayed the pack, so you deserve much worse. The only thing stopping me from killing them all is the satisfaction I will get from seeing Atlas, Elo and Forest reaction to this. They won't let the pack keep you chained up, and it will be funny to see Atlas explode at the guards who thought it could possibly be you who hurt them. I grinned at Ash. He was right, it would be a sight to see. They kept me company for a bit longer, keeping my mind off Forest and the silver biting into my neck, until they had to go. I drifted off to sleep, hoping my family recovered soon. Chapter 25, Another Day. Arya's POV. I woke up to another day of pain. The wolves from the pack jeer and the guards poke the silver, causing a wave of pain to flow over me. But I was still alive. That means they were still alive. From my position on the top of the mound, I could see most of the pack, the trees and woods, my home, the cells, and the pack hospital where my family lay recovering. My favorite guard came over every day at midday and whipped me with silver in front of some of the pack, who found it a sport to watch. I had cuts running from my neck to my knees which refused to heal because of the silver. It reminded me of my dad, and that notion, however true, scared me because I thought I had left that all behind months ago. Sky and Ash came to see me at dusk. They gave me updates on Atlas, Enthusiasm, Elia and Forest, and told me what the pack were thinking, the atmosphere and the underlying worry and fear that no one wanted to say out loud. The Alpha family kept them safe. Without the Alpha, the pack would go into ruin. I was worried. I wanted to see them myself. Last time I saw them, they all looked so close to death. Ela was deathly pale. Atlas had just collapsed next to her and Forest. My wolf kept whining out for him, wishing to be next to him, hoping he would be okay. Some of the warrior wolves I'd met at the pack house came up to me holding a pail of water. They poured some into a bowl for me, which I licked up first, not caring about my dignity to lap up water from a dog bowl, soon to spit it out as the dissolved silver burnt my throat. They sneered at me, laughing at my pain. I couldn't find it in my heart to hate them, because behind the hate in their eyes, I saw fear. They were scared for the Alpha family and not knowing who to trust. They blamed me because the only other people who it could be in the pack, and they didn't want to believe someone in the pack would do it. The days stretched on. Not really because of the ever-constant pain, the pack's hate-filled gazes, or the fact that my life has become laying on the floor with a metal collar of our neck as I waited for death or freedom, but because of the constant waiting, hoping, wishing they would get better and it could all go back to normal. I fell into an almost sleep. My mind needed to rest, but my thoughts were whirling round at 1,000,000 miles an hour, never stopping or letting me rest. I woke up waiting for the daily torture to begin, waiting for the pain, but also comfort in knowing I wasn't dead, and that means neither were they. But today was different. The pack wolves came walking past with their heads bowed and tears in their eyes. The guards came past, glaring at me as if all their problems were my fault, but hurrying me past without raising a hand to me. This worried me. It meant change. Change could mean they were better. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The suspense was killing me. No one would tell me anything. I wasn't free, but I wasn't dead. It was Sky who finally put me out of my misery. She came up to me with red eyes but a relieved smile on her face. What's happening? Are they okay? Are they dead? Are they awake? She shook her head before telling me. You nearly died this morning. I gasped, tears pricking my eyes before she continued. She pulled through, and now the doctor said they are all much closer to waking up. I let out a relieved sigh. As Ash came over, the pack doesn't know what to do. Some want to kill you right now. Some are willing to let the Alpha wake up and do the honors himself, which of course won't happen, but they think it will. I nodded. It had been pretty much the same every day. The pack wanted to kill me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Elo and Forrest still weren't awake, and every day I got more and more worried that they may never wake up, or I may be dead before they do. I was woken out of my sleepy daze by a sound in the night. Not a normal sound. I was used to normal sounds, but this wasn't normal. I looked around, looking for the source of the sound. I had heard it every night at midnight. I never found the source of the sound, and I never got used to it. It always woke me from my daze. My wolf, though now weak from the silver, wouldn't let me rest again until the sound was gone. I never found the source of the sound. Until now. And I wish I hadn't. On the edge of the tree line, grinning madly, was the man. The one who was in the garden. The one who was in my room. And the one who threatened me. He was staring at me, his head tilted to the side, his mouth contorted into an impossibly wide grin, and he was laughing. The sound I could never place. His manic laughing. Every day for an hour he stood on the edge of the tree line, smiling and laughing at me. Today though, now that I had seen him, he walked over. Slowly, he shuffled over, head still at an angle, still laughing. He stopped a meter away from my chain and stopped laughing. He looked me over a few minutes before he spoke. You see how easy it was to get to you, how easily your family was hospitalized. No one would even notice you were gone. Your own pack hates you. It was him. He brought the rogues to hurt my family, and now he was in front of me. And I couldn't protect myself. I could do nothing except cover my head with my arms, curling up in a ball and waiting. I could take you now, but where would the fun be in that? I like a challenge. I'll wait for your wolves to be back, then take you from right under their noses. Show them just how powerful I am. It will stop them coming after me. How cocky then. He could take me, make his life easy. No one would, or could stop him. But instead he wants a challenge, and that will be his downfall. The next morning my life went back to normal. The wolves woke me up with pelting me with rocks. As they hit my skin I thought back to what Sky said. They were closer to waking up. I would be home soon. Sky came running over, knocking the wolves flying like bowling pins. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They're waking up. I just stared at her, not believing my ears. Are you sure? I whispered, my throat protesting to being used after a few days of screaming in pain and no water. Yes, I was going to check on them this morning when the doctor came over and said they were all out of a coma and should wake up today. If not, maybe tomorrow. I looked at her, not believing what I was hearing. She nodded once more before rushing off. I forgot to tell the pack. That's the reason I was sent over here. I laughed at her back as she rushed off. The silver still hurt like hell, but knowing they were recovering put a smile on my face. Nothing could dampen my mood all day. Not the pack members jeering at me about how the alpha will be awake soon. Then your hell will really start. In fact, I wanted to laugh at that. Not even my favorite, God coming to me for my daily dose of public humiliation. Because I knew it would be over soon. Knowing I would be free soon. And knowing I would be back with Forrest soon. Made the silver burn less. I smiled at everyone who passed me and freaked out at least half of them. I knew the man would be laughing from the tree line again that night. But I couldn't bring myself to care. I would be home soon. All night I waited, but they didn't come. They weren't awake. Not yet. The man came, laughing and grinning. I ignored him. I waited. As the minutes ticked by, I started to lose hope. Maybe I wouldn't be going home soon. But as the sun rose in the sky, I heard an angered growl from the direction of the pack hospital. I couldn't hear much of what was going on, but I did see 5 figures standing at the doorway. Ash, Sky, Ela, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Forrest, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ela and Forrest looking murderous. Sky and Ash looking smug. I told you so, ready on their lips. I just smiled. I was more than ready to be out of this coma. Chapter 26, The Attack. Forrest's POV. Arya had been acting weird all morning. In the end I put it down to worry. Whether the pack liked her and if she would be a good Luna. I believe in her. So do my parents. But sometimes she doesn't believe in herself. My dad thought it probably had something to do with the years of neglect and her dad telling her she was useless. Over time she started to believe him. I walked into our room after my shower to find Arya deep in thought. She looked scared. I walked over, clearing my throat. She didn't even notice me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She continued staring into space, not noticing me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you okay? Suddenly hearing me, she turned around. She started to see me behind her. Are you okay? I was calling to you. But you were so spaced out you didn't even notice me. She shook her head, as if clearing it. Sorry. I'm fine. Lost in thought. She shook her head again, blinking a few times. Care to share? She shook her head again, still looking slightly lost in thought, before walking downstairs. I followed her down and into the car. I had already suggested she stayed at home, which she wasn't very happy about. The whole time we were in the car she was lost in thought. My parents tried to talk to her, with the same results as me. Once we got to the training grounds, she seemed to get better. She was still witchy, but she was more. She wasn't lost in thought. Her eyes shined as she saw the monkey bars. I would have to take her here to train so she could use them. Just then 2 of our best warriors came over. Frank and Stella, Sky's parents. They were having some problems with some of the younger wolves not taking things seriously. It was easy to fix. Just go over to them. Let my wolf flash them his teeth. Instant obligation. Once that was sorted, I went back to find Arya. She wasn't there. I went over to my mum. Have you seen Arya? She shook her head. I thought she was with you. This time I shook my head. She can't have gone far. I'll ask some warriors to see if they can find her. I nodded and went back to my dad while my mum linked some of the most trusted warriors. She will turn up soon. No need to worry. My wolf said calmly in my head. If my wolf is calm, I have no need to worry. I walked around the training ground, helping some of the younger wolves train. Training started for all young wolves when they turned 8. Although if they wanted they could take additional classes if they wanted to be a warrior or a tracker. Most wolves did 3-hour training a week, changing into 5 hours when they turned 13. After helping some 9-year-olds get their punching technique better, using a punching bag, not each other like they wanted, I got a link from one of the warrior wolves looking for Arya. We found her. She's near the pack house. Do you want us to bring her back? The wolf asked. I thought about it for a minute. No, just keep an eye on her for me. I walked over to my parents to tell them where Arya was and also what the plan was, when suddenly a horrible smell wafted over to me. A stench of death. Of rotten food and rotten skin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. They came pouring out of the trees in their hundreds. They weren't skilled fighters, but there were only 40 of us training, some being only children. We were outmatched 10-1. I shifted and lunged at the nearest rogue, ripping out its throat. I knew some of the wolves had gone to get some backup, so while we waited for them to arrive I took out as many rogues as I could. Run, fight. Rip, kill. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It was going fine. We were destroying their ranks, and as soon the extra wolves got here, we would have a good advantage. Suddenly a massive group of rogues surrounded some of the young children. They had been hiding, but they must have got scared and tried to run. I changed direction, heading straight for the crowd of rogues. From the corner of my eye saw my parents running that way as well, not stopping when they reached the wall of rogues, shoving through and killing rogues as they ran. I ran harder, pushing myself to reach the children before the rogues could touch them, killing any and every rogue that got in my way. I reached the children at the same time as my parents. We had managed to get inside the circle with the children, but we were still surrounded by rogues. I lunged first, going for the rogue in front of me. It seemed to snap everyone out of the little staring contest they were having, and suddenly I was being attacked by multiple rogues, which I couldn't get rid of because I had rogues attacking the children to kill first. I could see, from the corner of my eye, my parents had the same problem. They both were bleeding heavily, and I doubt I was much better. I was getting tired. These rogues were better fighters than the last, and we were still outnumbered until the backup arrived. We had managed to open up a small channel in the rogues' ranks, which we were able to get the children through. Now, without the children to worry about, the rogues surrounding us were much less of a big deal. We managed to fully open up the wall of rogues and came to fight them off separately. I was fighting on the north border, the farthest away from the pack house, whereas my mum was fighting on the clearing of the pack grounds, much closer to the pack house. My dad was fighting in between us. We were all still standing, but getting weaker. The rogues were still swamping us, although less than before, and I could see the warriors start to tire. I saw my mum fall. I was too far away. We were too far away. I couldn't get to her. I couldn't save her. I saw a rogue jump at her. I saw my dad try to get to her. He was too far away. I saw the rogue about the land, jaw outstretched to deliver the killer blow, until suddenly the rogue was intercepted by a black wolf with a white belly and white socks. Only the white was stained red with the blood of the rogue before it hit the ground. I saw the wolf stand guard over my mum, keeping her safe while fighting off rogues. My wolf at PE, she came to help us. I sniffed the air and my wolf was right. Under the almost overbearing stench of death, there was the unmistakable scent of my mate. I continued fighting off the rogues. It was much easier now we had the reinforcements. We now outnumbered the rogues. I was fighting, keeping one eye on Arya. She was fighting well, keeping the rogues off my parents and killing them quickly and efficiently. The rogues were quickly dying, and I could see, miraculously, we hadn't lost our warriors. I could feel the tiredness creeping up on me. The last of the rogues retreated and Ash, Sky, Albert and Dolly went after them. I saw my mum and dad collapse on the floor as the doctors ran over to them. I wanted to go to sleep. The adrenaline was wearing off and I was in so much pain. But I had to see her first. I kept my eyes open as I waited to see her. I couldn't sleep until I mate was okay. It took her a few minutes to find me and I felt myself drifting farther and farther away as I waited. I saw her coming through the trees. Almost completely fine. Barely a scratch on her. And that's when I lost the battle with the darkness and fell unconscious, knowing she would be there when I woke up. My life has been completely overturned by a conspiracy. I'm told my mate is one person, but a voice deep inside tells me my true love is someone else. Chapter 27. Waking up forests POV. I drifted in a sea of tranquility. I was safe. It was calm, relaxing, and nothing would ever hurt me. But my mate wasn't here with me. So it was hell. For days I floated, trying to find land, but unable to anchor. Lost at sea, lost in my own mind. For days I fought to get free, to escape and wake up. I could feel her. I could feel Arya. But something wasn't right. I shouldn't be able to feel her. We hadn't completed the bond yet. She didn't wear my mark on her neck and I didn't wear hers. Even though I was still half asleep. Even though I could barely think. I could feel pain throbbing through me. Her pain. She was in pain. As I slowly woke up more, I started to process the information flooding through me senses. I could smell antiseptic. The undertone of strong bleach. My nose wrinkled at the smell. It was too clean. Too fake. I must be in hospital. The pack hospital most likely. I could smell the scent of pack wolves. Slowly the events of the attack came back to me. The rogues knew where we would be. They must have. It was an organist attack. They knew where to attack and when. They knew the perfect way to bring us to our knees. The pack was defenseless without its alpha family. We had a traitor and mark my words, they would pay dearly for it. I could smell my parents close by, in beds next to me, but I couldn't smell Arya. She wasn't here. Not even faintly. She should be here. She should be here for when I wake up. She's my mate. But she wasn't here. Over the next few hours. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I really couldn't tell. My senses woke up more. I could hear the faint sound of footsteps outside my door. I could hear the sound of whispered conversations. They had caught the traitor. I heard pack wolves talking about it. The traitor who was responsible for the rogue attack. They had been collared up and the pack was waiting for us to wake up before they were dealt with. Good. I wanted to deal with this traitor myself. More time passed as I fought with myself to wake up. I would wake up and I would deal with the traitor. Together with my family. We would make an example of the traitor to show we don't allow that sort of treachery. No matter your status. I could feel my parents waking up as well. Their blood humming with power. Breathing life back into them as mine did the same to me. I felt stronger. I knew I could almost escape. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Time ticked on. Day turned to night and I fought through my mind. Fighting to be free. Fighting to be out. And finally, my fight paid off. I opened my eyes, not caring about the blinding light or the searing pain making me want to curl up and go back to sleep. I just wanted to be home. I slowly stood up and walked over to where my father lay, leaning on the wall for support. Slowly he blinked his eyes open, groaning as he sat up, closely followed by my mum. Well, that was hell. Looking over to me and then my mum. Call Ash and his parents. See if they can come fill us in on what we missed. My dad said, straight down to business. Like always, I grabbed out my phone, calling Ash, tapping my foot impatiently as I waited. Something was wrong with Arya and I was going to find out. Hello. Ash's groggy voice called from the other side. Who is it? I smiled at that. Leave it to Ash to not check the colored. To my agent extraordinaire, my Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ignoring the gasp from the other side of the line. Can you come here and fill us along what we missed? Bring your parents too. Not waiting for an answer. I hung up, grabbing some clothes and going to get changed out of the horrible hospital gowns. Back in my own clothes, I felt much better. I had mainly healed from the attack while being unconscious. Back in the hospital room, my parents had also got changed. They were talking about what had happened at the attack, so I filled them in on what I heard. Some pack wolves were saying they had found the traitor. They collared up on the hill for us to deal with. Do we know who the traitor is? My mum asked, coming over to me and giving me a hug. Her wolf coming forward slightly to check her pup was okay. I shook my head. Maybe Ash will know. They didn't say a name. We'll find out soon though, when we deal with the traitor. Just then Sky and Ash's parents came in the door, all smiling seeing us awake. We thought we'd lost you for a minute there, Ollie said, giving me a hug. I hugged her back before asking the question we all wanted to know the answer to. Who's the traitor? Looking round the room, my parents coming over, wanting to know the answer as much as me. Sky and Ash looking down at the ground, while Ollie and Albert looked out the window. No one knows, Ash said, quietly, looking sad. I looked over to my parents, them looking as confused as I was. That's bullshit. We do know. I looked over to see who was speaking. It was one of the guards. The one Arya was speaking to the day she had her sensory overload. It seemed like such a long time ago now. A long time since I've seen Arya. I looked over at him. Louis, what do you mean? My mum asked, confusion written on her face. Have we caught the traitor or not? No, Ash. Sky. Ollie and Albert all say at the same time as Louis says, yes. Louis looked over at the others. If we haven't found the traitor, then who is collared at the top of the hill? Just because you don't want to admit you were wrong. Seeing my confused look, he turned to me. We have found the traitor and we are waiting for you to deal with her. So it's a female. I say slowly, watching them all nod their heads. I turned to Ash. Why do you say no? She's not the traitor. I know she's not. We all know she's not. But no one would listen to us. Backed by Sky and his parents nodding. As the sun started to rise, my dad finally asked the question to solve everything. Who is it? Who is, or isn't the traitor? She isn't, Sky quickly said before allowing Louis to say who it was. Who else would betray the pack except a rogue? The rogue who distracted us. So the reinforcements didn't come as quickly as they could. The rogue who you adopted and brought into the pack only to turn her back on you and stab you in the back. It took me a few seconds to process what he meant. The rogue we adopted. We didn't adopt a rogue. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned to Ash. I tried to stop them. They were so sure it was her. She's been collared all week. The pack have been attacking her while she can't protect herself. They wanted to kill her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I walked over to the door, nearly pulling it off its hinges to get out quicker, closely followed by my parents, Ash and Sky. I looked at the hill close the pack hospital, and at the top I could see the figure of a wolf, huddled to the ground, looking beaten up and tired, but even from here I could tell it was Arya. I threw myself up the hill, reaching her in the blink of an eye, not waiting for the key, not wanting her to be in the vile contraption a second longer. I ripped the collar of her neck, not caring as the silver burnt my skin, catching her as she fell, too weak to keep herself up. By the time the other reached, I had her cradled to me, bridal style. As I looked her over for injury, which wasn't hard to find, she whimpered as I moved, wincing in pain as her wounds rubbed against my shirt. She was freezing, the silver shoving her wolf down while the bitter wind blew over the ground. I placed a kiss on her forehead and held her closer to me, sharing my heat with her. What happened? I growled out. Why did this happen? Ash explained what had happened, while we were out of it while I carried Daria home. I let this happen. I should have protected her better. While we walked home, Maria had passed out, so I had tucked her in our bed and gone downstairs. My wolf didn't want me to leave her. I didn't want to leave her. But I needed to hear the full story, and we needed a way to prove Arya wasn't the traitor. And she wasn't rogue before the pack killed her. After an hour we were no closer to finding an answer. We knew what had happened. We knew why the pack blamed her. But proving her innocent was drawing a blank. Suddenly Ash ran in. Sky and his parents had gone home while we worked on our plan. The pack have noticed Arya isn't chained. They want to know where she's gone. Technically, whatever you do, the pack has to know. My parents nodded. Turning to me they said, "We'll deal with this. Go spend some time with your mate." I smiled before running up the stairs. Not bothering to get changed, I slid into bed, pulling Arya close to me, and even though I had been asleep for a week, I felt myself drifting to sleep. Just before sleep pulled me into its sweet embrace, I saw a flash and the click of a camera. I was asleep before it registered what happened. Tyler's POV. I walked into my house and straight to the sitting room. Dad was already there, as well as the rest of the rebel group. Overall there were about 20 of us, some who I convinced to join, like Tasha, some who came from the pack where the bitch stayed, like Lewis, and some who just liked watching the world burn. I was only a part of the group to destroy my sister. She's made my life hell for as long as I can remember, and soon it'll be my turn. The rest of the group also had motives, although different from mine. I didn't need to know what they wanted. I just knew we all needed something from the pack where my sister stayed. Unaware of the threat coming, the meeting started off smoothly. Luz came to the front first. The pack doesn't trust the girl. They believe she's the traitor, like planned, and hopefully we can get to her soon. We talked through the plan, how to get to her. We had already decided when she was at school would be the easiest, since she still went to the human school. Only Forrest would be able to stop us, and if he was outnumbered there would be nothing he could do. We had decided to leave it a few days, making sure school was hell for her, before grabbing her, mainly because it would give us longer to get ready for when she arrived. Tasha came over to me, smirking as she sat down. I talked to the people at school. The next few days will be hell for her. I've made sure of it. I smiled at her. She did a good job. By the end of this, Arya will be begging to come with us. I grinned. Soon I would watch my sister's perfect life crash down, and I couldn't think of anything I have ever wanted more. He took some pictures from his bag, putting them down on the table before turning back to the group. She's staying in a house on the edge of the territory with the Alpha family and her mate. The disgust in his voice as he said the word mate echoed the disgust I was feeling. I'm up like I didn't deserve a mate. We managed to get Nathaniel to the house without being found by the patrols, and he got close to her while she was chained without anyone stopping him. After seeing her for a while, he has decided to help us, so please welcome the newest member of our group, Nathaniel, a very strong witchy specialist in hypnosis. He will help us stop her escape and make her life hell, not only by taking her free will from her, but also by giving her such night and day mares she starts to question reality, making it easier to convince her to stay. He was also going to turn my dad into a werewolf, one derived from magic, dark magic, one who would be able to take down that pathetic pack and rule them, ruin them, destroy them. I nodded to Nathaniel, unable to remove the smile from my lips. Soon she would be in the palm of my hands. I couldn't wait to hear her scream as I watched her blood run onto the floor. The thought of it gave me shivers of excitement. I can't wait. The pictures were passed to Simon, who was going to Photoshop them. By the time we were done, not even she would know what was real and what we made up. What better way to confuse her than to make her believe Forrest was someone else? Make her believe it wasn't Forrest she spent the last few months with. Make her believe Forrest wasn't, and never was, her mate. Simon took them and in his bag before grinning in excitement looking over to me. I chose Simon from all the options. And let me tell you there were lots of options. My sister seemed to be quite enticing to the wolves in the group, because he was the hardest hearted, the most ruthless, the best one to make her scream. And how she would scream. Chapter 28, Be careful what you wish for Arya's POV. I woke up in the middle of the night sweating. I couldn't remember my dream, only that the guard was in it, and so was the man who was always watching me. They were grinning madly, smugly, as if they knew something I didn't. I lay in bed for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my racing heart. Forrest stirred from beside me, turning over to look at me as he blinked open his eyes. Hey Arya, it's okay. Did you have a nightmare? Looking concerned while wiping the tears I didn't realize had fallen from my eyes. I nodded as he pulled me closer, kissing the top of my head. It's okay. It was just a dream. You're safe. I curled up closer into him, breathing in his calming scent as he stroked my hair. My mate. He always kept me safe. He didn't mind staying up in the middle of the night because I'd had a nightmare. I loved him, and I was ready to tell him. I looked up at him, looking him in the eye before saying the 3 words I knew. I meant to the bottom of my soul. I love you. His eyes wide, and before he smiled, a soft smile of true happiness. I love you too. You are my world, and I'm so happy I found you, he said before leaning forward and kissing me sweetly. Forrest was kissing me. My first kiss, and it couldn't be more perfect. After what felt like forever, but also not long enough, we pulled apart. Come on, Arya. We have school later. You need to sleep. I lay my head on Forrest's chest, smiling happily before letting sleep consume me. I love you, Forrest. I whispered, and the last thing I heard before I fell fully asleep was, I love you, Arya. Our final week out of school had been spent. For Forrest unconscious, and for Mikala to a pole. So not the best holiday of our lives, and as happy as I was to be out of the collar, I wished I didn't have to go back to school. I woke up a few minutes before the alarm went off, and although getting up did cross my mind, I decided my time would be better spent catching the final seconds of peacefulness. I smiled to myself. I was back where I belonged. I turned over looking at Forrest, his eyes cloaked by his eyelids, hiding the stress which seemed to follow him around nowadays. Mainly my fault. I wished I could freeze time, stay in this moment forever. The calm, the warmth, the safety of my mate's arms. Forrest's eyes slowly blinked open, and he sleepily smiled at me, yawning and pulling me closer to him, leaning down and kissing my forehead. I missed this. Then, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The moment was ruined by the obnoxiously loud alarm blaring in my ear. I groaned and threw my pillow over my face. Forrest laughed at me before turning off the alarm. Come on, we need to get up for school. Pulling me closer to him, giving me a quick kiss on the lips before dragging me out of bed. I screamed as the cold air hit me before chasing Forrest down the stairs, yelling death threats. I ran into the kitchen to see a very confused-looking Atlas and a very amused-looking Ela. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shaking her head at him. What did I tell you about dragging people out of bed in the morning? Forrest laughed slightly before replying. Don't do it, because one day it's going to get me killed. I smirked at that. One day very soon, I said before Atlas distracted me by placing a plate of waffles in front of me. I thanked him before digging in, trying to ignore the fact I had to go back to school today. All too soon, though, we were driving up to the school car park. There was no escaping this, but at least Forrest was beside me and Tyler was nowhere in sight. As I walked the corridors to my first lesion, I could hear every whisper, every jab, every insult, and for the first time in weeks I cursed you for being a werewolf. I slowly made my way to first lesson. Everyone was looking at me as if I was rubbish beneath their feet. As I reached the door to my classroom, someone came up behind me and shoved me, causing me, and my books, to go flying. Everyone laughed. Nothing had changed. Things had just got worse. So much worse. First lesson was food, and we had a supply teacher. We were cooking a Swiss roll. I had been looking forward to it for ages, and yet, as I stood here in the middle of the classroom, covered in egg, flour and cake mix, I really wished I had just skipped school. Some bright little so-and-so thought it would be a good idea to purposefully trip me up while carrying a bowl of cake mixture. Then someone else had the bright idea. Instead of putting eggs in the mixture, let's pelt eggs at the bullied girl. And of course, if someone is covered in liquid lime mixtures, what better thing to do than break a bag of flour over their heads? Safe to say, even though my brother no longer came to this school, his influence and the black spot he had put over my name still dictated the school. After the little incident in first lesson, I then had to spend the rest of the day in soaking wet clothes. I didn't actually see Forrest until last lesson maths. I had been given a lunchtime detention in food for messing about, and at break I had to go to English to catch up on some of the work I'd missed. All my other lessons seemed to be the other side of the school from Forrest. I didn't see him the whole day, not even a glance, until maths. All day people had been jeering at me, calling me names, calling me a slut, a whore and a good-for-nothing son of a bitch, which didn't work because I'm a girl, but, you know, whatever floats your boat. I had been tripped up more times than I could count between lesions, and the teachers didn't do anything. They just laughed too. It made me wonder, what did my brother say about me? What could he say to turn the whole school against me? The teachers who were usually so nice, even the students who usually left me alone, were laughing, smirking, pushing and punching me. As soon as I threw myself down in my seat, Forrest gave me his jumper, not asking for an explanation of why I was covered in egg, flour and cake mix, knowing I would almost defiantly tell him later. I was very grateful for his jumper. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cake mix and flour don't dry well when mixed together, and so all day I have been damp and cold. I couldn't get out home quick enough. It was so much worse than when I'd last been to school. I thought it was hell then. It's so much worse now. While I was waiting in the car park for Forrest, people were walking past me, pelting me with insults and rocks. Even the teachers. I had never felt so alone in my life. Even though my brother wasn't there. Even though I had nearly pushed my brother and Dad out of my mind, out of my life, their actions still affected me. I just wanted to stop it, but I didn't know how. As soon as we reached home, I ran up the stairs, not looking back or saying hello to Atlas or Ela. I flew through the house, grabbing some clothes and leaping into the shower. As I stood there, water beating around me, I finally let go. I crumpled to the floor and cried. Why did it have to happen like that? What did I ever do to them? Why did everyone hate me? I was quiet and hardworking. I never messed about in class. And yet even my teachers seemed to hate me. I could hear someone climbing the stairs. So I quickly tried to stop crying. If they knew I had been crying, they'd want to know why. As I walked downstairs, I could feel their gazes on me. They wanted to know why I'd ran off. And Forrest wanted to know how I ended up cake and cake mix. How was your day? Ida asked, looking concerned. I shrugged and made my way to sit next to Forrest on the sofa. It could have gone worse, I said before turning to Forrest, although someone tripped while carrying their cake mix in food and spilt it all on me. I laughed, hoping they would think it was an accident and see the funny side, hoping they wouldn't realize how upset I was over it. Forrest didn't look convinced, but he slowly nodded, although he didn't laugh. Are you sure you're okay? I nodded. I'm fine. I didn't want to burden them with my problems. They took me into their lives, and all I've caused was problems. I couldn't tell them. I would just have to suck it up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've had worse. For the rest of the week it just got worse. When Forrest was around, people were nice to me, smiling and being kind. But as soon as Forrest left for his lessons, the nice would turn horrid. Everyone seemed to delight in tripping me up, punching and kicking, and no one ever stopped them. No one. By the time Friday came, I was exhausted, emotionally drained, and I just wanted to get out of this school, whatever it took. As the bell rang and Forrest walked into his classroom, I wandered down the halls, slowly making my way to my lesson. As I walked to my classroom, I noticed how empty the halls were, and I wished I could just miss school, get out of this hellhole and return a completely different person. "Hello, Arya," a voice behind me said. And that is when I learnt the true meaning of be careful what you wish for, because wishes don't always come true in the way you might hope. Eventually gravity will always pull you down. You can't high without a fall. Chapter 29. Meeting him, Arya's POV. I turned around at the sound of his voice. What was he doing here? No, please, I begged. Leave me alone. My brother just laughed. He continues walking towards me, a smirk plastered on his face. I inched back, keeping as much distance between me and him. I felt the cold metal of the lockers as I backed into them, hoping they would swallow me up and get me away from him. No such luck. He continued towards me as I pressed my back into the lockers. Behind him were a load of his goon, his boffins. They backed him up, making sure I didn't escape. They all were matching grins, smug smiles of satisfaction. They knew they had won. Tyler raised his hand to slap me. I flinched away, waiting for the inedible pain, but it never came. I looked up to see Forrest standing in front of me, protecting me from my brother. "What are you doing here, Tyler?" he growled out, blocking him from getting to me. "Well, you see, Forrest, I've just missed my delightful sister Sue oh much. I just had to come visit her. I thought I'd take her back with me," my brother said sarcastically before laughing like a maniac. Forrest snarled at him. "You aren't having her. You will never lay your hand on her again." My brother just laughed more. "We'll see." He turned to his disgusting friends. "Attack." No sooner were the words out his mouth before they all flew into action, outnumbering Forrest in me about 7,000 to 1. Well, not quite, but still, we couldn't shift in the corridors of school, so we had to fight hand to hand. The men easily overpowered me, holding me by my neck against the lockers. I struggled, trying to get out of their grip. Keyword. I was helpless as I watched Forrest get overwhelmed by the sheer number of goons all attacking at once. Only one was needed to hold me hostage, so all the others were free to beat Forrest to a pulp. They got him onto the floor after a long struggle, punching him everywhere. His neck. I could see him start to fade away. He sent one last helpless glance to me. "I'll always find you," he said before the fight went away from him and he lay limp. Even once he was unconscious, they didn't stop, punching and kicking, the sound of breaking bones like a foghorn in the silent corridor, the silence only broken by my pleas. "Please. He hasn't done anything to you. Let him go." My brother walked slowly over to me. "You see him?" I nodded. "He'll live. As a final present to you. See how generous I am. Remember it. You owe me now." With that he stuck me in the neck with a needle and my world went black. I woke up in a cold, bare cell. I was confused, groggy from whatever drug they injected me with, and angry. I wanted to rip my brother's throat out. Sadly, I was restrained with silver handcuffs, so all ideas of murder were thrown out the window. For the time being anyway. My wolf had been worn down by the silver. I was alone. I was yanked out of my thoughts by the arrival of the 3 people I hate most in the world. Tasha came in scowling. "You stole Forrest from me. Now he's all mine. Like it should be." My brother came in smirking. "I can't wait to watch your world burn. By the time I'm done with you, it won't matter if your family save you or not. You won't be the same person who we kidnapped." My dad came in full out laughing. "You can fight us all you like, but we've already won. Soon you won't even remember your old life. You will be completely and utterly at our control." I snarled at them. "That's never going to fucking happen. I'll never stop fighting you. Forrest will come for me and I will end your pathetic life." My dad just tucked at me. Language. Language. We're just here to introduce you to someone today. This is Simon. The man who walked in the cell was lanky and tall, with shoulder length, blonde greasy hair and dull grey eyes. As unlike Forrest as possible. Oh, she is hot. You're right. Looking at my body. Not me. Yes, she will suit me perfectly. Definitely worth the money I paid you for her. Anytime Forrest talked to me, he talked to me, but Simon only talked to my body. He acted like I was a possession he owned. He strutted over to me, getting into my personal space. I shoved him away. Shut the fuck up. I'm not yours and I never will be. Oh, her mouthy little thing, isn't she? He said to my dad. We'll have to do something about that, won't we? Can't have a woman who speaks her mind. I need an obedient trophy. Not a open-eyed little girl. My dad just smirked. We'll help you beat it out of her. Then she'll be all yours to have your way with her. Just think of it as a project. We will customize her to your preferences and soon you will have a custom-made girl. Simon nodded. They were talking as if I wasn't even there. I swear on all the skies in heaven I'll never give in to them. If they think I will ever stop fighting, they have another thing coming. He turned to me, but he still didn't look at me. Only my body. Soon you will be mine, and we will have such fun. You will be begging to be mine. Body, mind and soul. He leaned forward, trying to kiss me. I shoved him away, as if I would ever give myself to him. Forrest is the only man I will ever love. I will never be his. He laughed as I shoved him. Plenty of time for that later. He said before walking out the cell. We will be back tomorrow. And we will be bringing a friend. Your treatment will start tomorrow. He yelled from over his shoulder. My dad left with him. But Tyler and Tasha stayed. You know Tasha? My brother said. I think we need to teach this bitch a lesson. Tasha nodded and they both came towards where I sat. Before I could react, punches were raining down on me. All I felt was pain as they hit me, kicked me, breaking bones and leaving bruises. All too soon I felt the well-known darkness creeping up on me. Forrest's POV. I woke up to the sound of beeping and the smell of a hospital. A human hospital. I opened my eyes with a wince. Looking around me, I saw my mum sitting by my bedside. Although she was so lost and thought I doubted she actually saw the wall her gaze was fixed on. As I remembered what had happened. Tyler. His attack. The pain. I grew more and more concerned for my mate. Mum, I said, waking her out of her daze. She looked at me and pulled me into a tight hug. I felt pain erupt from where she squeezed, but I barely noticed. I was worried about Taria. And I could feel my mum's wolf. She was on edge. Something was very wrong. Mum, where's Arya? She pulled away from me slightly, tears running down her cheeks. We don't know. Someone heard a commotion outside their classroom and went to check it out. You lay beat up on the floor, but no one else was there. Your dad is looking, but we have no idea. What happened? I had my eyes squeezed shut. No, this couldn't be happening. She's gone. My wolf howled out. He slunk to the back of my mind, consumed by his grief. I knew who had her. I turned to my mum. I had just sat down in class when my wolf started howling at me, telling me Arya was in danger. I said I had to go to the bathroom and ran to Arya's class. As I reached it, her brother was there. He attacked us. There were too many of them. I lost consciousness before I saw what they did with Arya. But I bet they have her. My mum nodded. Straight to business. She was already thinking about how to get Arya back. So was I. She was my world. I had to get her back. As soon as possible, my mum got me discharged from the hospital. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but it takes ages to be discharged. I swear I saw almost every doctor and nurse in the whole hospital. It was taking up precious time. Every second longer at the hospital was a second longer my mate was with those horrible people. The police wanted a statement, but I just said I didn't remember what happened and went home. We weren't going to get the police involved with this. It would just slow us down. Apparently, murder is illegal. My dad met me by the door to our house. He gave me a hug before promising we would find Arya. I just nodded in response and ran up to his office where we tried to figure out where they could be hiding. We didn't know if they had wolves involved with kidnapping Arya. Heck, we barely knew why they kidnapped her except to kill her, which didn't sound quite right. There must be something we're missing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking up from the map, why kidnap her just to kill her? If they wanted her out of their life, why bring her back in? My dad nodded in agreement while my mum rubbed my back. I don't know why they took her, but we'll get her back. I promised her I'd always find her, and I don't break promises. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This was one promise I couldn't break. My whole life rested in the balance and I refused to let her fall. I would catch her. Chapter 30, The Truth Arya's POV. I woke to the sound of a door opening. I wasn't in the cell. I seemed to be in some sort of hospital bed. The walls around me were white. So were the covers of the bed I lay in. Everything was white. So white it hurt my head. I was hooked up to a machine and had a bandage around my head. I had a big headache and I was so confused. I looked up to see Tyler and my father enter the room. Tyler pulled a chair up to my bedside, taking my hand in his. I quickly pulled away and he let go, looking hurt. My father sat on the end of my bed. Simon had to step out a minute. He didn't want to leave your side. He was so worried about you. Wiping tears from the edge of his eyes. We were all so worried about you. The doctor wasn't sure if you would ever wake up. What was he doing? He didn't care about me. None of them did. He kidnapped me. He sold me. Sold my body to Simon. The whole reason I was unconscious was because Tyler beat me until I fainted. I sneered. As if. Stop acting. I know you. You abused me. You hate me. You were worried about me. You kidnapped me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Breathing heavily as fear and anger clouded my vision. Now leave me the fuck alone. I want you out of my life. My brother looked shocked. And sad. I didn't have long to dwell on it before Simon came running in. Tara, you're awake. Thank God. I was so worried about you, baby. He threw his arms around me, putting me into a tight hug. I shoved him away and he fell off the bed. I don't know what you're trying, but don't. It's not going to work. I have a mate. I will never be yours. Just leave me alone. My father approached me, slowly, as if I was a wild animal. Hey, Terrell, it's okay. You hit your head. Do you remember what happened? Of course I remember what happened. You turned up to my school, beat my mate. I turned to Simon, my real mate, and then beat me until I fell unconscious. They all looked confused, but it was Tyler who answered. Terrell, that's not what happened. I hated the look they were giving me, as if I didn't know what was going on, and almost as if they cared, but they don't care. I can't forget that. Why do you keep calling me Tara? My name is Arya. Learn how to use it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Annoyed and still slightly confused. Your name is Tara. My dad said. 6 months ago you fought some mercs. They captured you and beat you until you were unconscious before they threw you off a cliff and left you for dead. We found you, but you've been in a coma ever since. Simon is your mate. Everyone looks sincere, but I couldn't trust them. It wouldn't be the first time they tried to trick me. Simon stood up and tried to hug me again, but I just shoved him away. I'll get the doctor, he said before walking out the room. The doctor came in and introduced himself as Nathaniel. He shined bright lights in my eyes and took me into a machine to scan my brain before taking me back to the room with my loving family in it. It seems Tara sustained brain damage when she was attacked by the rogues and therefore can't remember you. Her memories may return in time, however. They may never return. Looking at a screen that showed the results of the brain scan, Simon still looked conflicted. He was sitting as close to me as I'd allow, which was as far away from me as possible without him complaining. Why does she think she has a different mate? Why does she think she has a different family? The doctor considered his answer before opening his mouth. When she was in a coma, she will have been dreaming. Dreaming for long enough will make it feel real. Because she couldn't remember the details of her life. The brain filled the gaps with the things she could remember. Books she may have read and the sounds she heard while in a coma. Her mate may very well be non-existent. Or he could be someone who walked past her. I hated the way they all looked at me. They looked concerned. They acted concerned. They talked as if they knew and cared for me. But I knew they didn't. The last few months with Forrest wasn't my imagination. The years of abuse and neglect wasn't a dream. Do you need anything? Simon asked. I just ignored him. I knew I was right. I knew it wasn't a dream. They were acting, and I wouldn't let them trick me. I just sat there plotting my escape. I couldn't have gone far. I would just run and find Forrest. I had to at least try. As night drew near, the doctor sent Simon. Tyler anyway, saying I needed to rest. Simon tried to kiss me as he left, but I turned my head and ignored him. My brother and I tried to say bye. I just stared at the wall, not letting them see the satisfaction of me trusting them. I wouldn't fall their trap. The doctor, Nathaniel, gave me some medication to help with my memories, apparently, and looked in my eyes again. His eyes seemed to flash for a second, but it was probably just the light reflecting. As soon as he left, I climbed out the window. I quietly ran away from the hospital. Along the road I remembered. I was close to the pack. It was only a few minutes' walk from Forrest's house. Home. I ran as fast as I could. I would be safe soon. I would be home soon. I nearly cried as I saw the house in front of me. Home. I ran to the front door, pounding on it and ringing the doorbell. Desperation making me impatient. I couldn't wait to be back in bed. My bed, surrounded by the comforting arms of my mate. My mate, not Simon. They tried to trick me, but I know what's true. The door cracked open to reveal a tired-looking Forrest. In the blink on, and I had thrown myself into his arms. I cried out, hugging him tight, but he didn't hug me back. I think you're confused. I don't know you. I felt my heart plummet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Between my sobs, before of joy, now of fear, he was looking at me as if I was a maniac. I think you better come in. Opening the door wider and leading me into the sitting room. Ira. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cried out, tell him, tell Forrest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned to Forrest. I'm your mate. They all looked at me as if I was mad. My name isn't Atlas. Atlas said. I nodded, confused. You took me in when my dad was abusing me. You looked after me. He just shook his head. My name is Osiris. This is my mate Eula. And my son. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you okay, Arya? You seem confused and you're wearing a hospital nightgown. Do you need us to take you back? I shook my head. What's going on? Why don't my family recognize me? Not Forrest was staring at me as if I was mad, which I must be because he looked so much like my mate. And yet he said he wasn't. I think we should, for her own good. Not Eula. Eula said. Not Atlas. Osiris nodded. We'll take her back now. They led me to the car and opened the door. I was in a daze. I was confused. They were my family. But also, not. Are you okay? You seem a bit spaced out. Not forest? Aaron asked. I shook my head. Why would I be okay? I can't remember my own me. Everything I thought I knew apparently. I didn't. I am far from okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was so confused. I was lost. When we entered the hospital, Nathaniel ran up to me. Oh Tara, we were all so worried about you. Aaron looked confused. She introduced herself as Aria. Is she okay? Nathaniel smiled sadly, leading me back to my room. Did she say you were her mate as well? He asked, looking at Aaron knowingly. He nodded. She's been in a coma for 6 months, and has suffered considerably brain trauma. She's very confused. She's been reunited with her real mate but doesn't recognize him. Let's hope she heals with time. Eula nodded her head. Well then, all the best recovering Tara. I hope things turn out better for you soon. With that she grabbed Aaron and Osiris and walked out the doors. I was so confused and just sat on my bed trying to process everything. My mate isn't Forest. Forest is called Aaron. Ali is Eula and Atlas is Osiris. They aren't my parents. They've never met me before. But what about my wolf? I haven't heard from her since I woke up. It must be false. I know you're lying, I said to Nathaniel. He looked confused before smiling at me. Why is that? What am I lying about? I smiled smugly at him. My wolf isn't here. You're blocking her, so she doesn't tell me who my mate is. This is all some sort of sick act you're all playing to try to make me trust the monsters. Nathaniel looked at me. No hint of fear in his face. Only pity. I'm not lying. Your wolf is healing you. But I assure you when she's back she will only prove the fact that Simon is your mate. I can give you some medication to help you heal and to help your wolf come back. I nodded. Anything to help me find the truth. He handed me a bottle of about 10 small, circular pills. Take 2 a day. It will also help with your memory, so keep taking them until the bottle runs out. I nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take 1 now, he said, handing me one. I took it and swallowed it down. Before Nathaniel left, I stood up and started pacing the room. What was wrong with this place? What was wrong with me? A few minutes after taking the medication, the first memory hit. The memory of when I first met Simon. I had been walking in town with my brother and dad. We'd be walking around having a lovely time when I suddenly saw the most wonderful person ever. I knew straight away they were my mate. I had loved him ever since. It all made sense. My father and brother loved me. I loved them. My mate was called Simon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I loved him. I had never met Eula before. Or Aaron or Osiris. Why would I have? My name is Tara. Where had Arya even come from? I don't know anyone called Arya. I didn't know why everything had suddenly become much clearer. It just had. In that moment I was 1% sure. How could I have not recognized my own mate and thinking my loving brother and father could ever hurt me? I can't believe I ever thought bad of them like that. Any of them. How could I not have seen it before? The medication Nathaniel gave me really works. It helped me remember who I was. I just hope if I continue taking it, more of my past was sin, that ridiculous dream will go away. Soon. My life will be perfect. I will be back living with my mate. My wonderful mate. How could I have pushed him away like that? How could I have shouted at them all? I was so confused. So wrong. I just hope they forgive me. Chapter 31. My life within Taro's POV. I spent the rest of the night crying quietly to myself. I knew who my mate was now, but I was so confused. It felt so real. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eula. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I still loved them, still cared for them, though they didn't know who I was. They didn't even exist. No, I have to stop acting like they are real. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ela, they don't exist. My brain just heard their voices and made them up. They are called Aaron, Osiris and Eula. They know nothing about me. I have to move on, not only for my sake, but for my mate, Simon. It's selfish of me, just because I can't remember him. He's still my mate. He's still the one person who loves me the most in this world. The door creaked open and in skipped Tasha. Skipped. Tasha. Skipped. She yelled, throwing her arms around me. I thought you'd never wake up. I looked at her, confused by her sudden change in attitude. You hate me. Why are you being nice to me? Her eyes dropped as my words registered in her head. Simon told me about this. That was your dream. I'm your best friend. Don't you remember me? I shook my head. I'm your best friend. I'll tell you all about your life when you get out the hospital. I nodded again, hugging her back. She was right. It was all a dream. I need to move on with my life. After a few more hours, Nathaniel told me I was free to go home. I left with Simon, him making sure I had everything I needed with my pills and a reminder to take to a day. It would make me feel better. I happily sat in the car. I couldn't wait to get back home and learn more about my life with my mate. As we drove home, I looked at the rows around me. So many of them had been in my dream. I had been this way so many times with Forrest, Sky and Ash. No, I have to stop thinking like that. They were a dream. Even if Sky and Ash are real, they are oblivious to my existence. Not the friends I knew. My wolf was confused. She couldn't tell if Simon was our mate or not. She felt a connection to him, but she also felt a connection to Forrest, even if he wasn't real. I was confused as well. Last night everything seemed so simple. I couldn't remember it, but I just knew. But now, it was as if the glass had clouded back up. Last night my wolf had known Simon was our mate. Not she was less sure. Something didn't seem right. Did you take your pills this morning? Simon asked, breaking me out of my thoughts with a concerned smile. I shook my head. You have to. It'll help you remember. He handed me one of the pills and I threw my head back, swallowing it in one. I stared out the window, trying to figure out what was going on. Was he my mate? Then, suddenly, I stopped doubting it again. I knew. Everything was certain. I don't know why I ever doubted him. I don't know what's been happening. I don't know why I thought Simon wasn't my mate. Of course he was. Do you feel better? Simon asked, looking at me, a knowing smirk on his lips. I smiled back, nodding. He pulled the car into a driveway. We're home. He pulled me to his side, hugging me tight. Part of me wanted to pull away. The other part wanted to pull his closer to me. As I climbed out the car, I whacked my head on the door. Shit, I exclaimed, rubbing my head. I looked over to Simon. He was looking at me with a disapproving frown. Language? Walking away. Terrell, he sharply said when I didn't follow. Come here. I jogged over to him, walking by his side. Simon got me into the house. Our house. And settled into a chair, saying I need to rest. I pulled him down, though he was sitting next to me, pulling him close. What was I like? Before, what were we like? He smiled at me. We were, and still are, totally in love. You are my sun, my moon and my entire galaxy. I will wait as long as it takes for you to remember me. I will always love you. Just then someone knocked on the door. Sighing, Simon walked over to open it, revealing Nathaniel on the other side, smiling apologetically. I need to check on your head again. You suffered severe brain trauma and amnesia, so I may need to come regularly. Just a precaution. I nodded. Nathaniel seemed to wink at Simon when I looked away, and he had a look on his face I couldn't decipher. Nathaniel shone a light in my eyes, and the light reflected back at his, giving his eyes a yellow glow. Just for a second. Then it was gone, and he was leaving, saying he'd be back soon. Simon pulled me closer to him. I hope you remember me soon. I wish our plans had worked out that night. Before I could ask him what he meant, I was overtook by a wave of tiredness. I nestled into his chest as he pulled me close to him. Sleep. You need to rest. I'll be here when you wake up. So I did. I woke up to my wolf purring in contentment. Simon was holding me tight. I sighed in contempt. I loved my mate. I'd had a dream about our life. It wasn't a dream. It was a memory. It was a memory of that night, the night Simon had been talking about. We had been together for years, ever since I was 15 and he was 17. I had always known about werewolves. My mother was one, but my father and brother weren't. It just so turned out I was as well. He wanted to mark me when we first met. But when I explained to him I was only 15 and wanted to wait, he agreed to wait until I was ready. I was finally ready. I had told him that morning, but he wanted it to be special for me, special for us. So he took me on a date. The restaurant we were at was attacked by rogues, and I was captured while rescuing a child the rogue cornered. Even though I was ready before, I don't think I'm ready yet. Once I've got to know more about our past, I will be ready to start a future with him. Later, after I had cleaned the house from top to bottom, I went and cooked food for Simon. Apparently, it was a mate's job to clean the house, cook and take care of any urges, if you get my drift, that their mate has. At first I questioned it. That was nothing like how Ela had described mates. But then I reminded myself, Ela isn't real. Anything she said wasn't real. I trust Simon. He would never lie to me. I placed Simon's meal in front of him, then sat next to him with mine. After so long unconscious, I was still getting used to the rules of the living. I was too used to the rules I made up. Simple stuff I should remember is wrong. Wasn't wrong in my dream, so I do it wrong. Not knowing the proper rules have caused one or two embarrassing moments for me, but Simon is very patient with me, gently reminding me of the rules. Just this morning, when Simon had handed me my clothes to put on, I had added a jumper into the outfit. It wasn't too cold, but my top was quite revealing, and I wasn't comfortable to wear it, even around my mate. I should have known, when my mate gives me clothes, to put them on. I am his mate. I belong to him. I am his. If my mate wants me to wear a skimpy top, I wear it. I belong to my mate. Terrell. Simon yelled from the kitchen. He must have wandered there while I was thinking. You haven't done your washing up. I quickly ran through. It was my job to do all the clearing up, and leaving it could get me punished. That night I in bed content. Nathaniel hadn't been by, so Simon and I had some time to ourselves. I was beginning to remember the rules of the living world. Someone said he'd had a stressful day. I stayed still as he took his dress out on me. His belt burned slightly as it was slashed into my back. It was what he needed, and as his mate it was up to me to stay still and help him feel better. When he asked for a kiss, I gave it to him, whatever he asked. The only things I truly owned was my virginity and my neck. It was up to me when I wanted to be marked. When I wanted to fully give myself to Simon. Everything else, though, I would give it to him. No questions asked. I was lucky to have Simon. He was a good mate. Chapter 32, Simon Terror's POV. I woke up to the sound of laughter. My mate was laughing. That made me smile. I really loved my mate. He was my everything. At least, I thought he was. I was so conflicted. Part of me yells out for Simon, but part of me yells out for Forrest. And the part that yells out for Forrest feels more real. The part of that calls for Simon feels artificial. And yet, if he isn't my mate, the life I've just began to accept as real may not be real. Hey Terror, even my name seemed fake. What's wrong with me? Are you awake? I blinked open my eyes, smiling up at Simon. He smiled back, but something seemed off. My wolf didn't call out to his the way she usually did. Simon. I smiled at his, not liking the way his name sounded on my lips. Something wasn't right. Do we have any plans for today? He thought for a minute before shaking his head. Don't forget to take your pill. Handing it to me. He always made sure I had my pills. He said it was for my own good, and I did always feel better after. Everything seemed clearer. I nodded, smiling before throwing it back. Something didn't feel right. It was like a web in my mind, stopping the truth from getting through, stopping the thoughts from escaping. I needed to get away from here. Nothing was right. I was confused. I needed air. I'm going out. I blurted out, walking to the door. Simon stood in the doorway, a murderous expression on his face that chilled me to the core. Did you ask? Glaring daggers at me, looking at me as if I was below him. My first instinct was to bow my head, act submissive. He was my mate, wasn't he? My wolf howled out to me. She was trying to tell me something, but the thoughts wouldn't form in my mind. I hadn't been able to communicate properly with her since I woke up. Simon said it was because we hadn't communicated at 6 months. But now I thought it might be something more. I hated the way he talked down to me, always talking as if I was dirt on his shoe. Most of the time I passed it off as his right. I was his mate, therefore I was below him. But today something in me thought back. I didn't want to be below my mate. No, I didn't ask. If I want to go outside, I will go outside. I don't belong to you. I didn't belong to him. I was his equal, wasn't I? My emotions were fighting each other. One side said I was right. I was my mate's equal. I only belonged to him as much as he belonged to me. But another part of me said I was his. I belonged to him completely. You do belong to me. You are mine. You don't talk back and you don't do anything without asking me first. You go outside with my permission and my permission only. You belong to me. Don't forget it. Slapping me in the face. I was sick of it. I didn't belong to him. If I wanted to go outside, I would. I ran out the house before he could stop me, jumping into my shift and tearing into the woods. I didn't care where I ran as long as I ran away from Simon. He wasn't my mate. My mate wouldn't treat me like that. I was sure of it. I ran for ages. My wolf enjoyed the freedom. I loved the wind in my fur, the dirt beneath my paws, the smell of the trees as I ran through them. If Simon is lying to me, would that make for a streel? But I saw Forrest. He was called Aaron. He didn't remember me. Was that a trick? Was it real? Maybe I still haven't woken up from a dream. Maybe I'm still in a coma. I was so lost in thought. I didn't see the wolf in front of me until I was nearly on top of him. He was beautiful, a soft brown color, with striking green eyes. The wolf at the top, I recognized him. He was Forrest's wolf. It was Forrest. He wore an ear-splitting grin on his wolfy face and he yipped at me as he bounded around me. But I didn't recognize his scent. I know what my Forrest smelled like. This wolf didn't smell like anything. I nudged the wolf with my head and didn't feel the tingles of the maple. It wasn't Forrest. Forrest wasn't real. Then it hit me. Of course Forrest wasn't real. He was a dream. He didn't exist. Simon's my mate. My one and only. I should get back to him. My wolf howled in defeat as I ran back. She tried to tell me something, but the web around my brain had formed bigger. She couldn't get a message through. I threw myself on my bed. I was so confused. It was Forrest, not Aaron. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I recognized him. Not his scent. But they kidnapped me. Of course they had a way of blocking his scent. I ran away from him. Why did I run away from him? Simon said it was all a dream. It didn't feel like a dream. I was so sure of everything a few minutes ago. In the woods I was so sure I knew who was my mate. I was sure it was Simon. But now I'm leaning in the opposite direction. What changed? It hit me like lightning. The pills. Every time. After I take the pills I am certain man is my mate. The longer it's been since I took a pill, the weaker my resolve is. And it's easier to see the truth. Simon may still be my mate though I just stopped taking the pills. I will have a clear mind and I will find the correct answer. Who my mate actually is. I spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. I didn't particularly want to, but it kept my mind of the imminent confrontation, and would appease Simon so he may not mind me not taking my pills. Simon came home really angry. He'd had a stressful day at work and had a very short temper. A ticking time bomb I was almost definitely going to set off. "Tyrrell," he called from the kitchen. "Come and take your pills." I went through to the kitchen, where Simon had his arm outstretched with a circular pill resting on it. I shook my head. No, I saw his eyes darkened, but I was going to finish what I started. "I feel better. I don't need the pills anymore." Simon tried to convince me to take it. "You may feel better, but you need to take it. Nathaniel said you need to finish them, so you're fully better." I shook my head. "Come on, babe. You need to take the pill." I shook my head again. "Tyrrell, take the damn pill." But again I shook my head. Well, I tried the easy way. I guess it's on to the hard way. The hard way works better anyway. He grabbed my arm and pulled me out the house. He dragged me into the woods, never slowing down or stopping when I tripped on tree roots or the uneven ground. We went deep into the woods. I tried to escape, but he was too strong. We went deep into the woods, deeper than I'd ever been before, where the sunlight didn't reach, the deepest part of the woods, where no one goes. Enthusiasm, in the middle of the woods, in between the trees, there stood an abandoned building. It was crumbling and damp. It had no glass in the windows or a door in the frame. Simon pulled me into the building and down some steps. He pulled up a trapdoor and threw me in. I fell down some more steps while Simon closed the trapdoor above me. It was completely dark. I couldn't even see my hands in front of my face. If I closed my eyes, it was lighter than with them open. I couldn't see anything, until one small, faint light bulb spluttered to life. The light it offered was dim and didn't do much, but it was better than complete darkness. I suddenly realized I wasn't alone in this room. I turned around to see Simon, Nathaniel, Tyler, and my dad. I thought they came to get me out of the dark, so I went towards them, but soon stopped when I saw the murderous expressions on their faces. They looked murderous and excited. Nathaniel looked me in the eye. "Stay still." His eyes flashed as he spoke. I tried to move, but I couldn't. "Don't say a word. Don't make a sound, actually. You can scream. We want to hear you scream." I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't make a sound. "Now the fun begins," Tyler said, smirking at me. "You should have just stayed on the pill. We could have convinced you that way. But now we have to use alternate methods to make you cooperate. I hope you like pain." Simon walked forward, smirking. "Soon, you won't even remember your name, let alone your mate. I hope you weren't attached to your old life." I tried to growl at him. I tried to shift and attack him. I tried to escape, but I couldn't move. I was stuck. They all advanced on me, armed with knives, whips, and other torture devices, and the woods surrounding absorbed my screams like a sponge. I'm trapped in a world of lies, where my lover has become a stranger, and my name has been taken by another girl. Chapter 33, Arenal Forest. Forest, POV. My mum kept telling me to eat, to drink, to sleep, but I couldn't. Not while she wasn't beside me. I had searched the woods for days, not stopping for a break or rest. I only stopped searching for her when I physically collapsed from fatigue. My parents, Ash and Sky, and their parents had been searching as much as they could, looking for her. We had to find her. Without her, I was a mess. I didn't look after myself. I haven't had a shower in like a week. I can't track time. Every second stretches on for hours because she isn't here with me. I need her. She's the air I breathe, the ground I stand on, the water I drink. She is my rock, always there for me to lean on when I need her. I'm strong because she's mine, and she needs me to be. I would learn to live in space or deep under the sea if she needed me to. But now she's lost, and I don't know where she is. I turned up to school, hoping to find Tyder or Tasha, hoping I could kidnap them in return, make them tell me where she is. But of course they aren't that stupid. They were absent. I lay on the sofa. My mum had made me take a nap. She said if I didn't take a nap she would make me. She wouldn't actually force me. She isn't like that. But the worry on her face as she looked at me, the way her voice shook as she spoke to me, the way her smile looked forced and never reached her eyes as she tried to joke. She was worried about me. She didn't need the stress of me not looking after myself on top of Arya being missing. She loved Arya like a daughter. I know she's worried about her. I know they all are. I don't think my dad or Ash and his in Sky's dads have slept much more than me. They all make sure their mate get enough sleep. But I know actually they all just sneak into my dad's office and look over the map while their mates search the woods. It had been a stressful few weeks for everyone. I wasn't helping anything by not looking after myself. I know Arya would want me to look after myself, but I just couldn't. I refused to go into my room. Her scent was all over that room and I would probably lose the slight control I had. When I did sleep I either slept at Ash or Sky's houses, or on the sofa. Even being in my own house is painful. She lived here for months. The whole house smelled of her. The sofa where we watched movies. The kitchen where we had so many meals together as a family. The hallways she walked every day. It was all a painful reminder that she wasn't here with me. After my nap, I did feel slightly better. Slightly more refreshed. But not much. I went to my dad's office to catch up on what I'd missed. We had decided she must be close by. I could feel her through the bond that we shouldn't have yet. The bond that only appeared when she was in danger. She was confused. Confused and conflicted. I don't know why. And that killed me. If I didn't know where she was, if I didn't know why she was confused, how was I supposed to make it right? We have searched all our territory. My dad summed up. We guess she wouldn't be on our land. But better check than later find out she's been on our land. Right below our noses. The whole time. Next we have permission from the Alpha Jack to search the no man's land next. Alpha Jack, the alpha of the territory next to us, was a good friend of my dad's. We needed permission to look though. Going into no man's land without permission from other alphas, even if you are an alpha yourself, is seen as an act of war. I nodded. I wasn't fully listening. I was busy looking over the map, looking for places he could have hidden her on no man's land. There were a few places we could try. Too many. It would take us days to fully search the whole area. Time we didn't have. Where's she most likely to be? Not looking up from the map. I needed to find her. We really don't know. She could be anywhere. No place is looking more or less promising. I nodded at my dad's words. He was right, but I wished we had one definite location. I chose a random location on the map. I'll search here. My mum smiled at me reassuringly, silently promising me we would find her before it was too late. I ran outside, shifting at the edge of the woods and started running towards the caves. I didn't think they were hiding there, but I needed to do something. My wolf relished the freedom. The wind did his fur. I gave him more control. He needed this moment. He needed to forget Arya and just run off all his problem. We both did. We ran and ran and ran. Off the territory and beyond. I had never been far off our land before. It's dangerous to stray too far from home. But in this moment, I couldn't bring myself to care. I stopped for a break, panting from my sprint. My wolf felt better, calmer, although he still wanted his mate back. I was so caught up in my thoughts I didn't recognize the scent till it was almost on top of me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She was exactly the same as when I last saw her. She didn't seem to be too injured from her brother. Her scent calmed my wolf instantly. In the way only a mate could. I looked over and saw her wolf staring at me. She was really here. I was so happy my wolf started to prancer like a happy puppy. But she was just standing still, staring at me. She nudged me with her head, but still looked sad. If it was possible, she looked even sadder. Suddenly, and without any warning, she turned tail and ran. She ran away from me, her own mate. I threw myself forward, running after her, through the woods, into a new territory and beyond. Still she didn't stop. I couldn't see her anymore. I was following her scent, until her scent just stopped. I had followed her to a random point of the wood. It didn't seem particularly special, but her scent just stopped. I looked around for a bit longer, but she was gone. Completely gone. My wolf howled out in defeat as I ran back. We had found her, but she ran from us. I got back home and just wanted to curl up and die. I trudged through my house, heading for my room before remembering that would just be more painful than heading for the sofa. I threw myself on the sofa before realizing I wasn't alone. "You look like shit," Ash said from across the room. I just looked up and stared at him while Sky slapped him. "What was that for?" he asked with a pout. "You were being rude," Sky said. Also, I wanted to. Watching their interaction made my wolf yearn for Arya even more. Why did she run from me? No, seriously, dude. You look worse than you did an hour ago. And that's saying something, Ash said bluntly. I sighed before answering. "I found Arya." They both gasped, but I cut them off before they could say anything. "She ran from me. It wasn't Arya. She didn't recognize me. Whatever they have done to her, they've changed her already. Messed with her head or whatever. It's too late." Ash just sat there, looking shocked. For once he was lost for words. Sky came over to me. Putting her hand on my shoulder, she looked me in the eyes. "Don't give up on her. She's your mate. If you don't believe in her, what chance does she have?" I just sighed. I should probably go tell my dad. Sky looked disappointed with me but let me get past, going over to the sofa where Ash was sitting. After I told my parents what had happened, they stayed silent for a minute before answering. "If he has a witch, the witch may have cloaked their location so only certain people can get through," my dad said. I agreed it was a strong possibility, but why did she run from me? Not meeting their eyes. I didn't want pity. I wanted answers. "I don't know. We'll look into it," my mum promised. My dad nodded in agreement. They were sure we could still get our Arya back, but I thought she was too far gone. "I'm going out," I announced suddenly, looking to my dad to see if I was needed here. My dad gave me a short nod, and I started to walk out the door. Keyword started. I hadn't got more than a few steps away from my dad's office when an immeasurable amount of pain washed over me from the link with Arya that still shouldn't exist. The torment was so great it caused me to fall to the floor, screaming in agony. My head was pounding with my heartbeat, and pain pierced through me like a needle through fabric. Into my nerves. Enthusiasm. In my blood. Everywhere. Ash came running up the stairs. "Forrest, what's?" he asked. Concern written all over his face. My parents were frantically trying to figure out what was wrong with me. He was cut off by a scream as my back arched off the floor. I felt as if my insides were burning. My throat was closing, cutting off my oxygen. A stream of foreign emotions started clouding my mind. My mind knew the truth, but my heart wouldn't believe it. That this amount of pain wasn't my own, but it was the truth. I was feeling her. Every emotion I was feeling was hers. Every tear that was rolling down my cheeks was hers. Every ounce of pain I was feeling was hers. I grimaced as another wave of pain shot through me like a bullet. I managed to growl out, causing everyone around me to gasp. I knew what they were all thinking. If I was feeling pain at that intensity, and we hadn't fully bonded, how much pain must she be in? After a few minutes I managed to block the bomb slightly. I didn't want to, but it was the only way to decrease the pain. Even slightly. I was no help to Arya if I was withering on the floor in pain. But I still felt like I was betraying her. If I couldn't survive the slightly muted pain, what hell must she be going through? Chapter 34, Alpha Maxim Forest's POV. The pain didn't go away. All day. It was still there. In the back of my mind. It was like an unwavering stream. What are they doing to her? I yelled out when that pain got to bed. I was sitting in the living room, trying to distract myself from Arya. It wasn't working. I looked over to my parents. What can we do? What can I do? I asked desperately. I needed to do something. Anything. To get my mind off the pain. I don't know. My dad said. He was trying to stay on, but desperation was starting to leak through. I don't know how they managed to get a witch to work with them, or even why a witch would work with them. We can't stop them unless we could find the witch's motivation for helping. There was nothing we could do. No leads to follow. My mate was in pain and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I lay down on the sofa with a cushion over my head, trying to block out everything, trying to mind link Arya to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Arya, can you hear me? I got no reply. I had been trying to reach her since she went missing, but they must be blocking her mind link. She was always slightly out of reach. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I tried calling out for my wolf, but he wouldn't help me. He hadn't spoken to me since Arya went missing. He just howled. He howled for his mate. He wanted her back, but felt helpless. We couldn't find her. She ran from us. She was in pain. I heard the door open and someone come rushing in. Alpha Maxim is here. He wants to talk to Forest. Ash yelled out, before turning and running for the door with my parents and me in tow. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My dad questioned, turning to full alpha mode. I looked over at Ash. He looked really worried. Not just, one of the most feared alphas has traveled halfway across the world to talk to you. Worried. Something more. Something else. What's wrong, Ash? He started to answer, but I cut him off. And don't say, Alpha Maxim's here. There's something more than that. Ash looked down before answering. Alpha Maxim. He says he knows who your mate is. Who Arya really is. He says he can help. I just stared at him, not believing what he was saying. Where is he? If Alpha Maxim knew who my mate was, I didn't care why he came from America to tell me. I didn't care he might have another motive. I just wanted to know my mate. My dad held up his hand before Ash answered. Wait, can we trust him? Why would he come all the way from America to help one person? I growled lowly at him. My wolf just wanted his mate. I'm not saying we caught to him. I'm saying just go carefully. I nodded in agreement and nodded for Ash to answer. He's at the pack house. In your office, he said, addressing my dad. We all jumped to the car. Mum driving to the pack house. I really hope this alpha isn't just yanking our strings. She muttered under her breath. My dad placed his hand on her leg reassuringly. Why would he come all the way from America just to trick us? She shrugged. Sky was waiting in the doorway of the pack house for us. He's upstairs. Walking over to Ash before following us up the stairs. My father entered the office and went round his desk. Not sitting in the presence of another alpha. We all joined him on his side. Alpha Maxim, you say you know who my son's mate is. Straight to the point. Yes, I heard some disturbing news from some other alphas. Just speculation, but I looked some more into it and found some. Interesting to say the least. Information. What did you find? My dad asked, looking at Alpha Maxim's skeptical eye. He didn't believe he could have had anything from America. Alpha Maxim smiled to me sadly. It all started about a month ago. I got a letter in the post from England. He turned to look at my father. I thought it was from you at first, being the only alpha important enough to know my address. But it wasn't. I wish I hadn't opened it now. I looked around and wasn't surprised to see everyone's attention fixed on Alpha Maxim, We all wanted to know who the letter was from. I wanted to know what this all had to do with my Arya. The letter was very strange. It was typed on a computer and never addressed me by name. I guess it was sent out in mass. It told of a wolf. A despicable wolf. A hybrid. A terrible mix of two species who should have never met. The writer was asking for help. He wanted to destroy this freak of nature. He said he was saving us all. He said she would be our undoing, and if we joined him we would be saviors. He set a date and a time. Said to be there if we cared about the safety of our packs. He took a deep breath before continuing. I, of course, went along with it. I would do anything to save my pack. Anything. Anything but what he asked. At 2 o'clock exactly we all gathered where he told us to be. Waiting. He stood in front of us. On top of a stage. He addressed us like a king addressing his subject. He addressed us like a general addressing his soldiers. He had the crowd enraptured. We were spellbound. Trapped like a fly in a spider's web. He looked over to me. True sorrow in his eyes. Sorrow and regret. He told us his name was Elias. His son was called Tyler. His daughter was a hybrid. He told us about a hybrid. How she was a danger to our kind. She was unstable. A cold-blooded killer who needed to be stopped. Everyone cheered. When he showed her a picture of the hybrid, everyone stopped. The picture showed a girl. No longer a child. But not quite an adult. She was laughing at someone. Looking away from the camera. She looked happy. She looked free. She looked stable. I knew this woman in the picture wasn't dangerous. I had met her before. Last time I came over to your pack. It was Arya. I heard a gasp from around the room, but I couldn't focus on that. My mind was too fixated trying to figure out how he had met Arya before. She was never a part of our pack. We had never met her before. My mum was the one who spoke up. How did you meet her? She was never a part of this pack. She didn't know she was a wolf until a few months ago. Elfam Axum shook his head before answering. You're right. She was never part of this pack. But she has been a wolf for longer than she realized. I did meet her once. When she was 7. She told me her story. And I looked into it. All those years. I looked into it. Pieced together her history. The man who called her dangerous gave me the final piece of the puzzle. The puzzle of her life that not even she truly knows about. As soon as I figured out what they were planning with her, I tried to call you, but I couldn't get through. By the time I managed, one of your pack members said you were too busy to talk. Your son's mate had gone missing. I was too late. I was on the edge of my seat. I had tried to find out about Arya's past but could never figure out how she ended up a werewolf when her dad was so obviously human. Elfam Axum continued his story. When I met her, I told her how to shift back. I lent her my shirt and she told me why she was all alone, running in the woods. Her dad was angry with her. She didn't know why. The week before she had gone through a 4 shift as her dad beat her. But after she shifted, the abuse just got worse. Her dad hated it when she shifted. And I suppose in the years that followed he managed to make her suppress her wolf. To the extent that she forgot about her. She told me she had been in town with her mum when suddenly a man had come up to her. Her mum went off with the man and left her all alone in town. Within a week her mum left with the man and never came back. She had no idea why. Only that she was gone and her dad blamed her. Over the years, with so much abuse. She did too. When he looked up he had tears in his eyes. I tried to help her, but she said she had to stay. She said she still loved her family regardless. She wouldn't tell me why. I decided to find out as much as I could about her. I needed to help the poor little girl in the woods. So once she had run off back home I looked into her past as much as possible. For almost a month I obsessively looked through every book I could. Until I finally found what happened. How she ended up like she did. Again he stopped. I was really tired of his repeated stopping and starting. What is it? All this talk of Arya. How close she was to me all this time. I could have saved her so long ago. Maybe then Elias wouldn't have her. Maybe then she would be safe. Her mum was a werewolf. She fell in love with a human. A hunter. She was told he was dangerous. She thought he could change. She was correct. For a while he was a loving husband. He loved her and loved their 2 children. But that all changed that fateful day, when Arya was in town with her mum. That day her mum met her true mate. She thought she loved her husband, but those feelings were eclipsed by the love she felt for her mate. So she left. She knew Arya was a werewolf. She knew Tyra was all human. She knew Elias would hate werewolves if she left, and probably take it out on Arya if she left her there. But she wanted a fresh start with her new mate. She knew what she was doing. She knew what fate awaited her 6-year-old daughter. But she didn't care. I managed to get in touch with her once. She didn't even remember Arya's name. She didn't want anything to do with her. However much I hated what Elias and Tyler were saying, I knew I had to keep listening to their plan. So I kept listening. Their plan was to neutralize her. They said she was a hunter werewolf. She wasn't stable and therefore would hunt down hunters and werewolfess alike, just for the thrill of the chase and the fun of the kill. They said they already had a plan to capture her, and would be doing so very soon. They just needed a new mate for her. She was mated, but her mate let her free rein, and that would destroy the werewolf population. They needed someone who could destroy her, break her, stop her. Beta Simon from the Cold Wind Pack stepped forward. I shook with anger at the name. The Cold Wind Pack were despicable. They didn't care about anyone and believed that any unmarked female was fair game. They think women are below them and disrespected their mates by getting with females that don't, and never will, belong to them. He had no right to go anywhere near my mate. He said he would break her, so long as he got something in return. Elias told him he could have her. All of her, if he broke her. Simon agreed. I felt my wolf push forward, taking control before I even registered what he wanted. He was beyond angry. He wanted blood. Where a man had stood just moments before, there now stood a wolf. An extremely angry wolf. My dad stepped forward, ignoring my wolf when he growled at him. I wrestled for control. We were no use to our mate if we kept losing control. My father used his alpha power to push my wolf down, helping me get control back. He then threw some clothes at me, which I put on before we continued our discussion. How were they planning to break her? My dad asked, still pushing his alpha powers into me to stop my wolf from taking over. The same way they did when she was young. Arya's POV, they told me to keep quiet. They told me Forrest wasn't real. They told me I was Simon's mate, and therefore he owned me. They told me they were beating me for my own good. But I couldn't believe them. Through every punch, every kick, every hateful word, I remembered Forrest. He kept me safe. He loved me. He was my mate. Then why isn't he here? I no longer had my wolf. I was too weak to hurt. Instead I had nagging doubt. She was always there, whispering in my mind, feeding me lies all hour of the day. Simon is your mate. He only hurts you because he loves you. She would whisper as he beat me. It's your own fault. Should have held your tongue. She hissed as my dad punched me for talking back to him. They don't exist. She'd laugh as I begged to Layla, the moon goddess, if you forgot to save me, to take me home to my mate, to Forrest and my family. She would taunt me, all day every day. You have been a bad girl. If you sit still, keep your mouth shut, forget about Forrest, your mate won't have to beat you. If you sit still, look pretty, you can have a normal life. You are a trophy. You would do well to remember that terror. I couldn't fall for her tricks. I knew what was real and what wasn't. I wouldn't fall for her lies. But the nagging doubt wouldn't shut up. And slowly I began to believe it. Chapter 35, The Hunt. Forrest's POV, my wolf didn't believe me when I said we couldn't just go and get our mate back. He didn't understand we couldn't find her. We had tried. Weeks had passed. It was almost 2 months since Arya had gone missing. How could anyone stay strong through all that? Alpha Maxim hadn't left. He said he would help us find Arya. He seemed so sure we would find her, and she would be the Arya who got kidnapped. I wasn't so sure. I knew the pain I felt. The pain that used to fill my veins at all times of the day. My pain that was just a muted version of her pain. I can't believe anyone, not even the strongest of souls, could go through so much pain, so much suffering, and get out the other side sane. But then one day the pain had stopped. And that, for some reason, the pain had stopped. That could mean any of three things. 1, they had seen the error of their ways and had decided to let her go. Not likely. 2, she was dead. Not likely. Mate Bond or my wolf would know if she died, and I would find out pretty soon after. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She had given up. Like last time they had beaten the fight out of her. She was lost to me. Not acceptable. Don't give up on her. Not yet, Sky said, reading my thought, or my facial expressions. If you give up on her, what chance does she have? You have to keep believing. In Arya, in her strength, and in your love. I nodded distractedly. Truth be told, I wasn't sure if our love was strong enough to counteract the pain. Come on, said Ash, standing up dramatically. I need to get out of the house. Why don't we go into town? My wolf surged forward, growling at him. My mate has been kidnapped, cast off to another man. And you want me to go into town? I growled at him, his head automatically bowing, submitting from the power I was throwing round the room. Forest enough, my dart said sternly. Throwing your powers around will not get her back. Ash is right. You need to leave the house. I will keep looking for Arya and call if we get any leads, but you need to go for a bit. Either into town or into the woods. Think for a bit and cool off. I nodded. I didn't know what else to do. I ran upstairs to grab my coat before grabbing the car keys off the counter. I jumped into the car and started to back out of the driveway, slamming on my brakes as Ash suddenly appeared in front of me. Before I could react, he hopped into the passenger side. I'm not letting you go alone. Who knows what mischief you could get yourself into? I just nodded before speeding off. I was going way above the speed limit, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I was driving nowhere. We had gone round the same roundabout for a few minutes now, which was definitely illegal, but I had nowhere to go. Not without Taria. Who knew I would become so dependent on my mate? If someone had told me this time last year I would be miserable because I wanted a woman, I would have laughed. And yet here I am. I sighed again before Ash broke the silence. Come on, man. It'll all work out. Fate wouldn't put you together just to rip you apart again. I just grunted in response. From what I had seen, fate didn't seem to be on my side. I pulled into a car park, parking the car before opening my door and dragging myself out. Come on then. We might as well do something useful with our time. Walking towards the Tesco in front of me, I grabbed the shopping list on the way out. I explained as I say, Ash looking at me as if I was mad. I shrugged before grabbing a shopping trolley and heading down the aisles, grabbing the things on the list as I passed. After only 5 minutes, Ash was already dragging his feet, whining like a 3-year-old. Why are we doing this anyway? What's the point? I turned to glare at him. We are doing this because Winter needs to waste time. She has no idea where she's taking this story, so we are shopping while she thinks. He looked at me as if I were mad. So if she doesn't get inspiration soon, we could be stuck shopping all chapter. Ash screamed, causing some confused shoppers turn and look at us as if we should be in a mental asylum. Hey, Define. I countered. I'm sure she's find inspiration soon. Ash opened his mouth to say something but was cut off by a man at the end of the aisle, smirking. Fancy seeing you here. Just as well I did, I suppose. I have a letter for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. An invitation, Elias said, taunting us, waving the invitation in front of us before tossing it down at my feet and strolling off. You know, said Ash, staring at Elias' residing figure. I really wish Winter hadn't found any inspiration. I nodded in agreement before grabbing the envelope off the floor. We silently walked out to the car and I drove back home, hoping with all my might what I thought would be in the envelope wouldn't. I got back home in record time, throwing my car into park and sprinting up the stairs to my dad's office. I threw my envelope onto his desk and he just stared at me. "What's this?" Looking at it warily, my mum and Sky crowded round, trying to figure out what was in the envelope. Elias came. He gave me this envelope, said it was an invitation. My dad growled at the mention of Elias, then at my words carefully opened the envelope, holding it away from him as if he was going to attack him. Instead, 2 small pieces of paper fell out. An invitation. I reached forward, grabbing the paper off the table and started to read. "You are cordially invited to a hunt in honor of my daughter and her new mate." I couldn't read anymore and threw it on the table. My mum grabbed it and picked up where I left off. "This is like no other hunt you have ever been on, nor will it end the way any other hunt has. I know you may not approve of her mating, and since you were an important part of her life for the last few months, I will give you one chance. The hunt is a search for our location. If you find us, you can have my daughter as a prize. We will hand her over and leave her alone. As I'm feeling nice, I'll give you a clue." Sky grabbed the other sheet of paper. "You can find us in the city, in the middle of the woods. The defining silence of the man-made trees fill the air with clashing melodies. If you look for us, you won't find us. To see past, you need to see in the darkness and close your eyes to the light. The home to many, and yet to none. The home of the greatest sins and the greatest redemption. Find her before the silent bells will ring out to face defeat." What on earth does that mean? It makes no sense. "Well, that was helpful," Ash said sarcastically. "I will give you 3 weeks to find us. I would advise you not to be late." My mum read before placing the paper back on the table. "Well," my dad said, pulling out his chair, "we have some work to do." Chapter 36: Survival and Death Terrors. POV. It hurt. Everything hurt. Every day they would beat me, telling me to be good, sit still, stay quiet. My mind screamed for me to comply. My heart begged for me to never give up. I was lost. What do you do when your whole survival depends on 2 things that can never meet? If I don't give in, they'll kill me. But if I do give in, I would never see Forrest again. I couldn't live with that. The only way to survive is to give up. And also not to give up. You should just give in. The voice in my head whispered. They wouldn't hurt you. They snickered. Much. I was used to the voice. Every day. All day. The voice whispered in my mind, telling me to give up. You'll never win. They stated it as if it was a fact. Not a matter of if. Just when. I didn't believe that. I couldn't believe that. Forrest will save me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The voice yelled. Doesn't exist. You're denying yourself from your mate. Why? To make a point. Give me one reason why. The argument went on. Every day. It was exhausting. The door crashed open, flying into the wall with a loud bang. But I didn't flinch. Are you going to give up yet? My dad sneered from the doorway. I smiled back, laughing maniacally. Nope. The smirk was wiped right off my dad's face and replaced with the biggest frown I had ever seen. Come on, Terrell. Frowning down at where I was chained to the wall. I was sick. I was tired. I was weak. But I wouldn't give up. Not that easily. My name is Arya. Staring at him. It will always be Arya. Whatever you try, whatever you do, my name will always be Arya. He just shrugged. It doesn't matter what your name is. Until you comply, you will stay here. He kicked me, and you will never escape. I knew I wasn't going to escape. I had barely enough energy to move. He kicked me in the ribs, smiling as they clicked, snapped like twigs. He punched me. Once, twice, again and again. I felt my consciousness slip away from me and didn't fight to stay awake. There was no point. Resistance is futile and complying is the only way to survive. And also the way to die. I drifted in and out of consciousness for a few more hours before I was started awake by a jug of water being flung on me. I looked up to see Tyler grinning down at me. Hello, bitch. He laughed. I do hope the accommodations are meeting your requirements. I mustered up all my energy. Not really. I joined in. Laughing. You really need some better staff. I had to show him he didn't affect me. The smirk was wiped off his face at my laughter. At my comeback. He thought I was strong. I suppose all you need to be strong is to make people think you are. Listen here, bitch. It should have been me. It should have been me. He was screaming now. Screaming and beating me. Punch. Hit. Kick. Should. Punch. Have. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then. Punch me. He was screaming. Hysterical. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wanted to be the wolf. All my childhood my mum told me about werewolves. About having my own wolf. My own mate. But then I didn't get the gene. And you did. It should have been me finding my mate. Falling in love. He turned to me. Stopping mid-rant. His face red and his eyes wild. You stole it from me. If I can't have a happy ever after, neither can you. He grabbed me by my hair. Pulling me up as high as my chains would let me before throwing me into the wall. It's all your fault. You took her away from me. I felt my head connect with the wall. I felt the pain explode as my head rebounded off the wall. I didn't feel the blood trickling down my neck. I had slipped away. I woke again. I had been out for days and I was still feeling groggy. I slowly pulled myself into a sitting position. My muscles shaking, protesting as they attempted to try to take my body weight. I felt weak. The world span like a Ferris wheel and colors burst behind my eyes. My own private fireworks show. I hadn't had any food or water in days. I was exhausted, dehydrated, lost. I couldn't see properly. I couldn't hear properly. I couldn't think properly. All I felt was pain. All I heard was fuzzy, distorted. Colors seemed too bright, too pigmented. I couldn't make sense of my thoughts. Simon walked in, his face neutral. You are mine, terror. My wolf wants a mate. He wants you. I will never be yours. I hissed at him, barely getting the words out before his hand connected with my face, sending my head snapping back. Shut up. He glared at me, his eyes glinting with darkness and madness. You will be mine. I took a good look at him. He looked mad. His eyes twitched. His hands shook. His laugh sounded deranged in his smile. His smile was pure evil. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. He laughed, walking on his heels. You are my mate. You are mine. I shook my head. I have my own mate. I am not yours. I will never be yours. He moved quicker than my eyes could track. Across the room. One moment he was standing by the door. The next he was holding me by the neck against the wall, cutting off my air, strangling me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Black spots appeared in the corners of my vision, growing, spreading, leaking, until my whole vision was consumed with black. Never, Simon whispered, sounding deadly, his voice cutting through me like a knife. Talk back to me. I have been here too long. I have been on my own too long. I have been trapped too long. My thoughts had started mingling with the voice in my head. I couldn't tell the right from the wrong, the fact from the fiction. I lay my head on my arm, silently crying for the times when life was better. Life was simpler. Life was happier. With tears in my eyes I thought back to Forrest. The way he held me when he cried. The way he kissed me softly. The way he cared for me. He loved me. I missed him. Some crumpled copy of a smile appeared on my face. I missed him so much. I was his. He was mine. We belonged to each other. We belonged with each other. And without him I would die. I stayed there, my head in my arms, tears trickling down my face, for what felt like hours, crying for my mate, my family, my life. I heard someone enter the room. Hetero, Simon said, his voice laced with fake comfort. Hetero, it's okay. It's okay. In that moment he sounded so much like Forrest. He sounded like comfort. Like my old life. I clung to that. I ignored the repulsion running through me and didn't fight back when he picked me up, placing me on his lap. He was running his hand through my hair, whispering empty words in my ear. Empty words I needed to hear. I didn't like Simon. In fact, I hated him. I knew this was the exact same man who kidnapped me. The exact same man who drugged me. The exact same man who tried to strangle me earlier. But I didn't pull away, because I was sad. I was tired. I was lonely. And he was comforting me. My first mistake. Chapter 37. The second mistake Forrest be over. I could feel her slipping away. Every tick of the clock was just another reminder that another second had slipped by and we were no closer to solving the puzzle. Maybe the city means this city, Ash said. Maybe the whole thing is literal. Yes, Ash. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sarcasm thick in my voice, because every tree around here is man-made. That clash in melody and are surrounded by a defining silence. My mum sighed in annoyance. This whole riddle is an oxymoron. It makes no sense because it's not supposed to. They are making it hard for us to succeed. I nodded. What do we do? I whispered. She's slipping away. I tapped my head. I can feel her slipping away. And I can't do anything. My mum pulled me into a hug. We'll find her. You can't have her. She's ours. I nodded in agreement before turning back to the riddle. We had to solve it. Tara's POV. Tara. My dad sang, coming into the cell. Tara. 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 He was laughing, cracking himself up. It wasn't a pretty sound. It sounded like nails on a calcboard. What? I growled out, trying hard not to cough or wince at my scratchy voice. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of how much his torture had done to me. Well, you see, Tara. A smirk on his face as his eyes danced with fire. I had a great idea of what to do today. It's going to be so much fun. His words did nothing to assure me, probably because of the evil tone they were said in, or the way he has never done anything nice for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you want to know what I'm going to do today? I shook my head, but he either didn't see or didn't care. I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Between one word and the next he grabbed my hair, pulling me into the air and threw me down, making my wrist snap as I landed on it awkwardly. He grabbed 2 chairs from across the room and threw me into one of them, chaining me to it so I couldn't escape. He then sat across from me, as if we really were in school. Just 2 friends having a conversation rather than a mad lunatic who kidnapped his daughter just to beat her and sell her off to a random man for fun. Now, my dad said, smiling, first lesson is science. As he said that Tara came in, carrying a tray of medical instruments. You know, Tara, my dad said, smirking at me. I've always loved the working of the human body, the way the muscles twitch or the tendons snap. But your brother, your poor brother, has never gotten to see the human anatomy. So today, we are going to show him. Then, as if an afterthought, he added, if you move less, it'll hurt less. He grabbed the scalpel, bringing it towards my arm. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't make out the words. I was transfixed on the instrument, getting closer to my arm. We all watched my blood drip down my arm, but all for different reasons. I was watching in horror, my life-giving blood dripping down to become a worthless puddle on the floor. Whereas my brother and dad, they were watching in sick fascination, watching the way the blood twisted and twirled as it glided down my arm. They didn't care if they bled me dry. They just thought it was fun. They cut, more and more. I screamed out as the blood gushed down my arms, my legs, my chest. They didn't care. I welcomed the darkness like an old friend, opening my arms wide to be taken into its dark embrace. There was no pain. There were no sounds. There was no life or death. This was a grey area, lost in between, Before forest, the darkness was always my home, my safety, the one I would go to when it got too much. The darkness took me away from the pain, so I welcomed it. There's something about pain. However much pain I feel, however much torture they put me through, I never get used to it. You would think that, after years of waking up in pain, after being unconscious for minutes, days, sometimes even weeks, I would have gotten used to the pain, the ache in my bones, the itch of still healing cuts, the way I can barely move for weeks or months later because of healing bones, or bruised ribs. When I was little, I used to think it was normal. I used to turn up to school and wonder how the children in my class never winced away from painful touches, how they could run, jump, play, while I was stuck sitting down, in too much pain to move. I used to think they were just better than me. Maybe they were good, so their parents didn't beat them as much. Or maybe I was just weak. My dad always said he didn't hit me that hard. It only hurt because I was weak, because I let it. Over time I began to realize it wasn't normal, but I didn't realize quite how bad it was until I met Forrest, and Atlas and Dila. The way they treated each other, the way they treated me, showed me just how abnormal the whole thing with my father and brother was. They came back, again and again. They would give me 10 minutes of being awake before they would come back. They would cut me to see my blood flow, inflict pain on me just to see me twitch, just to make me scream. I tried to stay strong. For my family. But everyone has a limit. A limit of the pain you can take. A limit to the lies you can be fed before you believe them. A limit to the amount of times you can tell yourself to be strong, not to give up. Things will change for the better. If you go over that limit, the person will fall apart. I hadn't just gone over my limits. I was so far over my limits I was scared to look down and see what I had become. Because it probably wasn't me. Not anymore. What do you do? What do you do when the only way to survive is to do the exact thing that could kill you? And the exact thing you don't want to do? You adapt. I'd adapted to life in the cells. I stayed quiet. I complied to their wishes. I listened to them. It made the voice in my head happy, and that's how I knew it was probably a bad idea. But when you're in the moment, a bad idea doesn't seem as bad. I thought I was doing my own thing, surviving, adapting, until Forrest came. That wasn't what I was doing. I was giving up. I just didn't want to admit it. "Hello, Tara," Simon said, standing in the doorway. He visited me daily, always greeted me politely, always being nice. I suppose I forgot what he could be like. I smiled up at him. "Hello, Simon." I didn't realize I was doing exactly what they wanted until I was geeked to escape. I suppose too long of just trying to survive did that to you. I always believed Forrest would come and save me. It wasn't a question of if, just when. But as the days stretched on, with no way to track time, it became harder and harder to believe he was coming. My biggest mistake was trusting them. I trusted them to not try to trick me. After ages of them playing fair, I forgot they were evil. They would never play fair. "Terrell," Simon said, drawing my attention back to him. "Are you okay? You seem a bit spaced out." I nodded. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired. That's all." He seemed satisfied with that answer. "I'll let you rest then." Simon walked out, giving one last look before closing the door. A few minutes later the door clicked open and Nathaniel walked in. He looked twitchy. He kept looking over his shoulder, as if he was scared of being caught. "Come on." "Undoing my chains. We don't have long. As soon as they realize you're gone they'll come looking for you." "What are you doing?" I questioned, rubbing my wrists where they had been confined for what felt like ages. "I'm saving you. Leading me out the building, keeping to the shadows. Now run. Run. Find your mate. Never come back." So I did. I ran as fast as I could, like a gazelle, running for its life. In a way I was. Not for my life. To my life. I ran randomly, looking for any indication of where I was, any indication of how to get home. I thought it a miracle when I saw the school looming in front of me. I was only a few miles away from home. I I ran as fast as I could. I knew exactly where I was going. I knew exactly what I was going to do when I got home. But there was one little detail I forgot. I forgot last time. When I met Aaron, I forgot that eyes can lie. Sounds can be distorted. Smell can be disguised. I forgot that they would never play fair. I forgot. My second mistake. Chapter 38, Mistake number 3. Tara's POV. The house loomed in front of me. Home. Finally I was home. I ran up the steps, pushing the door open and walking in. Hello. I called out. Is anyone there? I got no answer, so I walked straight up to my room. Things had changed. They weren't quite right. The duvet was a different color, and the walls were the wrong shade. The desk had moved against a different wall, and the wardrobe was made of pine, not cedar. Those should have been the clues to tell me something wasn't right. The clues to tell me to get out and not come back. But I didn't pay attention to those. I paid attention to the fact I was home. Finally. Or at least I thought I was. At the sound of a door closing downstairs, I started walking there. A smile plastered on my face, I ran into the sitting room, only to see Forrest on the sofa, making out with a random girl. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes and I started to yell. How dare you? How could you? How dare you? Tears flowed freely down my face, and through my curtain of hair I saw Forrest stop and look over at me. But the expression I saw on his face wasn't one of guilt. It was one of absolute rage. Who on earth are you, and what are you doing in my house? Poison coating his words. I just stared at him. Who am I? Who am I? I am your mate, you cheating pig. It was his turn to stare. His face morphed from anger to confusion. My mate. This is my mate. Motioning to the girl next to him. If you don't get out this house in the next 2 minutes, I'm calling the police. All I could do was stare. My mate. Just called a random girl his mate. He'd replaced me. Was I really that replaceable to him? That worthless? Just then the door behind me opened. We heard shouting. What's going on? I nearly cried with relief when I saw Atlas and Ela standing in the doorway. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ela. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hoping they could beat some sense into Forrest. Forrest is saying, I'm not his mate. Please correct him. Desperately I begged. Please. They just looked at me. A confused look plastered on their faces. No, this is Forrest's mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They just called the random girl Laria. But I'm Laria. I begged. Why have you replaced me? I called out desperately. No, Atlas corrected. This is, and always has been, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Motioning towards the fake Aria, I sank down in the corner. My vision blurred as I tried to process what they were saying. The next thing I knew, I was being led away. Into a police car. I was thrown into a cell and I just lay on the floor. Silent tears streaming down my face. Why didn't they remember me? My wolf was silent in my mind. It had been months since I last heard from her. So soon after getting her back. She was gone again. I hugged my knees to my chest. What was going on? What was right? What was wrong? I lay there for hours, unaware of my surrounding, just thinking, who's my mate? Who was lying? Who was telling the truth? Was Forrest my mate? He said he wasn't, but I remember him. Was Simon my mate? He said he was, but I didn't remember him. I lay there, all the information, all the questions, all my doubt and fears, running round my head. Hours passed before the cell door opened up again. I had moved to sit against the far corner and I was just staring at the wall. I didn't look up until I heard the person at the door clear their throat. Come on, Terrell. I looked up to see Simon standing awkwardly in the doorway. Go away, I whispered. Why are you even here? He came closer to me and pulling me into a hug. I quickly pulled away. We tried to warn you. But I'm here now. I'm here now. I stood up and started pacing the same 3 steps again and again. Why do you care? I hissed at him. He looked down at me, looking slightly sorry. I care because you are my mate. I just sniffed. You are my mate. You'll never be my mate. He looked depressed. Forrest isn't your mate, he explained calmly. And I am. I nodded. Maybe he was right. Maybe he is my mate. Maybe he's been my mate the entire time. Regardless, I was tired. I was lonely. I was lost. Forrest wasn't my mate. So maybe he was. Simon's POV finally. She was mine. I just had to act nice for a bit longer. I had to pretend I actually cared about this pathetic girl. All I wanted was a mate. One who would do as I told. Not answer back or think for herself. And soon I would have it. Nathaniel was right. All we had to do was break down her defenses with a little magic. A little magic that made her question everything she knew. A little magic that made her see illusions. She thought a mate had forgotten about her. Moved on. Truthfully, he was looking for her. He wouldn't give up. Not unless she did first. I never thought the plan could work. No one would fall for it. Believe their loving mate had forgotten about them. Moved on. Never believed the person who hated them loved them. But Arya's different. That's why I chose her. She doesn't know the difference between love and hate. After years of pain being the norm, she just doesn't understand. She has lived with that family for long enough that she learnt the basic difference between them, which made it slightly harder to confuse her. But a few days of torture and pain soon broke her. She shattered into a million pieces. And soon she will be mine. Terra's POV. After a few more hours I came to a conclusion. It may not be right. But Simon is here and Forrest isn't. I didn't have my wolf to ask, so I only had my own opinion on the matter. Maybe my wolf would have a different opinion, but she wouldn't talk to me. So my decision was final. Simon came to take me home, away from the police cell I had been sitting in for the last few hours, lost in my own mind. This time I didn't resist. I didn't fight back. I just did as he asked. I adapted to my environment and changed for my future. My future with Simon. I gave up on what I believed in. On my future. On my mate. My third mistake. One false move on its own would be a mistake. But all 3 together spelled my destruction. Chapter 38. Tell not ask Forrest's POV. I read the message again. 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 Over and over and over. The world swirled round my head like a spinning top. Or more like a million spinning tops. But they made no sense. The whole thing made no sense. It wasn't supposed to. It was designed this way. It was designed that we never find her. Never find Arya. But I wouldn't give it. I would never give in. I still think it's literal. Ash said from beside me. That was the only suggestion he had. For days he had been saying he thought it was literal. But he never would explain why. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have a hunch. You always say that, I said, turning to him. Why don't you explain why for once? Ash looked down at the ground before shrugging. A city in the middle of the woods. Looking round. I will. I'd heard Daria call this city a city in the woods. When I asked her why, she said her dad always called it that. In a split second, I was beside him, my fangs bared in his face. Why, I hissed at him. Why is this the first time hearing of this? He looked down at the ground, baring his neck in submission. She asked me not to say anything. She begged. She looked really scared that something would happen if I told anyone. I tried to tell you. Sometimes I really wonder why he's my best friend. Any more grand revelations you wish to share with us? I yelled, not caring who could hear. He shook his head, still showing his neck in submission. Clever. I turned to walk out the room. Oh, wait. Ash suddenly yelled. Wait. She did say. Say something else. I stared at him. I forgot okay. I nodded, motioning for him to go on. We were talking about indoor rainforests. You know, we have one in this town. And I asked her if she ever wanted to go. She said no. Said they were man-made trees and she would rather go to the woods and hear real trees sing. I just sighed at him. Why he didn't think this was important to tell me days ago is a mystery to me. As I walked out the door, I was struck with a blast of pain, causing me to fall to the floor. Ash was by my side in instants. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. First, are you okay? Said Arya. I shook my head. I was on the ground, clawing at my chest. I knew what it was. I knew what it meant. My heart felt like it was on fire, bright as a star. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had heard stories of this. Everyone explained it differently, but most say it feels like death. There are only ever two reasons why you would feel that way, both being the destruction of a mate bond, by death or by magic. Tara's POV adaptation. I had made my choice. I had to adapt. I knew I had to be good. I had to obey. I had to sit still. I had to look pretty. I was Simon's. I belonged to him. I knew my life wasn't perfect, but I was thankful for what I had, for the small privileges I had. I got 1 meal a day if I was good. I got a door in the bathroom. I got a book to read and clothes to wear. I got a glass of water a day. I have everything I need to be happy. I have everything I need to be safe. I have everything I need to be healthy. My arm only hurt because I let it. They beat me every day for my own good. It taught me resilience. It was character building. It only hurts if I let it. Pain is an emotion. My wrist jutted out at an odd angle, and it hurt. But I wasn't hurt. I know I wasn't hurt because Simon told me I wasn't. That night, as I ate my few crackers for my meal, I bit down a cough. I wasn't ill. I was healthy. Simon said so. I sat across from Simon, him eating the vegetable soup I had made during the day. I don't need any. I don't want any. It was my mate's. Just like me. I belonged to him and I would cook and clean for him because he loved me. Once I had finished my meal, I still felt hungry. I'm not actually hungry though. Simon gives me the exact amount of food I need. No more. No less. If Simon said I had all the food I needed, I had all the food I needed. I cleaned the kitchen. I cleaned the bathrooms. I washed the windows and the cars. I cooked food for Simon, for his friends, for my brother and father. My father and Simon laughed as they beat me. It's for your own good. I just lay there. They were right. Of course they were. They are always right. Every day was the same. I woke up next to Simon, although I always woke up before him to light the fire in his bedroom and cook him breakfast. I cleaned the kitchen, the bathrooms and the bedrooms. My dad came over. My brother came over. Tasha came over. If I was good, I'd be rewarded. If I was bad, I'd be punished. I would go to sleep next to Simon, my mate. It was a good life. But one night everything changed. Simon gave me a few spoonfuls of soup for tea, to have with my few crackers, and gave me 2 glasses of water to drink, instead of 1 for dinner. I was so happy. I didn't think my day could get any better. Until, we're getting married, Simon said, looking at me, handing me a ring. The wedding is in 3 weeks. I was so shocked. We were getting married. I had never been to a wedding before. My brother appeared at the door. He saw my ring and smirked. So, when's the wedding? 3 weeks. Simon answered as Tasha and my dad came through the door. Tasha squealed. She ran to my side asking to see my ring. So, she said, grinning, how did he ask you? I laughed at that. Tasha, I said in between my laughs, he's my mate. He didn't ask. He told me. The smile fell off her face faster than waterfalls off a waterfall. But surely, know that's not right. He's my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smiling. I belong to him. He chooses everything. When I get married, when I get pregnant, whether I get a job or not. Everything. She frowned down at me. What happened to you? She whispered to me. This isn't you. What changed? I smiled at her, slightly sadly. Everything has to change one day. It's just the way it is. Tasha was smiling again, but this time the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. I need to go. My parents need me at home. I nodded for her to go on and then walked over to Simon. Hey Tara, Simon said, throwing his arm over my shoulders, holding me close to him, holding me captive. I smiled at him, trying to wriggle out of his tight grip. He held me tighter. You're mine. Remember that. He hissed into my ear before releasing me. Now, Simon said, it's time to celebrate. Nathaniel, if you would do the honors. I hadn't spotted Nathaniel, lurking in the shadows. Nathaniel clicked. His eyes flashed. I felt a searing pain from my heart. Then everything went black. Chapter 39. The act Terra's POV. From the moment I woke up I knew something was wrong. My heart burnt. My blood was like lava, cutting a path of fire through my veins, leaving destruction in its path. Then I remembered. He'd destroyed my bond. Time was ticking, trickling by, counting down. If I didn't get out soon I'd die. And so would my mate, whether we shared a bond or not. I sat up, groaning at the effort. Simon had left already, probably off to find some new torture device. Good. Gives me time to plan his death. I got you there, didn't I? You thought I'd succumb to him. You thought I'd given up. You thought I was weak, was going to do what he said because of what I was a poor widow GURWL. Forrest taught me many things. Strength, determination, love. I had always been stubborn. That's the main reason I would never die. Every time my dad or brother tried to kill me, I would somehow miraculously survive. I was too stubborn to die. Forrest had taught me to fight for what I believed in. I believed in my family. My real family. Not the one related to me by blood. The one by choice. And I suppose fate. Since, you know, the whole mate bond thing. But anyhow, I knew Forrest would come for me. I just had to survive. And also plot Simon's death. But that was more a personal thing. I knew Nathaniel's a witch. Although it took me a while to figure it out. I knew when I escaped I would see a trick. But I had to make them believe me. Or else I would never get out alive. And you had to believe me. Or else you wouldn't believe in me. You need to believe in me. Or else I will never be free. I had to continue on as I had started. I cooked. I did everything he wanted. I took the beatings he dished out whenever he felt like it. But inside I thought of my revenge, as my dad beat me for the 100th time, 1000th time. I imagined the way I would make him pay. I wasn't the weak girl he had beaten for all those years. I had grown. I had found strength in those around me. I had found who I was. I wasn't ever going to give up. Forrest's BOV, the deadline was fast approaching. We only had a few days left to find the place mentioned in the riddle, or she was lost forever. That was unacceptable. We would find her, and we would find her soon. Me and Sky were currently making our way to the butterfly world, or as Arya always called it, the indoor rainforest. We had talked about it before. Ash was right. I never thought about it, but he was right. We were talking about going there, but she said she didn't want to go. Said it was an indoor rainforest and if she wanted to see a load of trees, she would just step outside. I would have brought Ash as well, but he was currently on my kill list since he kept the information from me for so long. My parents were busy in a meeting with Alpha Maxim. He was still here, although he had to go back soon. I felt the empty place in my heart where our bond used to be. I had to find her before she was gone for good. The first thing I noticed as I entered the forest was how quiet it was. The trees didn't whisper in the breeze. No animals chattered. No sound at all. The second thing I noticed was the scent of rogues. the scent of Arya. Without looking round to see if Sky was following, without looking out for danger, I followed the scent through the trees, running faster than ever before, faster than possible. I had to find her, but I didn't find her. I followed the scent through the trees until I found a note pinned to the trees. I pulled it off the tree just as Sky came running up. "Don't run off like that," she panted as she ran up to me. "What do you have there?" I stared at the paper in my hand. In a trace, not blinking, without answering how I read it. "So you solved the first clue. Well done. You are one step closer to saving and stealing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But there is still lots to come, and time just keeps ticking on. Good luck." Without saying anything to Sky, I ran back to the car, rushing back home. They were right about one thing. I didn't have much time left, but we were one step closer. I will find Arya in time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In this struggle between family and loyalty, I was forced to marry my enemy. But, the last moment, I shocked everyone with my choice, uttering I do not. Chapter 40, The Fae. Forest speedy time ticked on, counting down to the deadline. The next lines in the riddle rattle drowned my brain like marbles in a jar. We had solved the first 2 lines, yet we still had much more to solve and not much time to work with. Fate was not on our side. The next lines of the riddle were very vague. They could mean anything. I mean, come on, he didn't even try to make sense. If you look for us, you won't find us. To see past you need to see in the darkness and close your eyes to the light. Well, I was looking for them, and not finding them was not an option. Even Ash, who had finally apologized enough to be forgiven, had no idea what it was on about. Eltham Axum had had to go back to his pack, but he promised us if he found anything else that could be useful he'd mail us. That just left me, my parents, Ash and Sky, to solve the riddle. Sky and Ash's parents wanted to help, but they had other things to tend to, like keeping the pack safe. Sky was staring at the message for the 100th time, trying to figure out what it could mean. "It says we need to see in the darkness." Sky stated maybe it means we need to go somewhere dark. "Where's the darkest place you know?" Ash asked suddenly. Sky seemed to understand what he was on about, and she started nodding enthusiastically. I thought for a minute but couldn't think of anywhere. "I can't think of anywhere dark. Why do you ask?" Ash shook his head. "Come on, man. I'm supposed to be the dumb one. Not you." He shook the sheet of paper in my face. "Is it about dark places? Where's the darkest place you know?" My dad nodded in understanding. It does seem to be literal. The first question was solved by Arya calling the trees fake. In Arya's eyes they were literally fake trees. "Let's see the message they left you again." I handed over the letter, my eyes lingering on it, trying to see if there was anything special about it. "So you solved the first clue. Well done. You are one step closer to saving and stealing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But there is still lots to come, and time just keeps ticking on. Good luck." I couldn't see anything special about it, and yet my mum instantly perked up. "Why didn't we see it before?" she muttered to herself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It all makes sense now. I respected my parents, and would never yell at them normally, but they knew something I didn't. "What is it?" I yelled sharply, causing Sky to jump and my parent to look over at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My dad growled quietly at me. "I know you're impatient, but always remember your manners." I tilted my head to the side, submitting to them before sighing. "What is it? What am I missing?" My mum was the one who answered, her voice confident. "Saving. and stealing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Saving and stealing. There is only one place I can think of that would ever put saving and stealing in the same place. It's also a really dark place, so it's worth a shot. I nodded my head for her to continue. We needed to solve the riddle, or else we would run out of time. Where's it? Where can you save and steal something in the same place? My dad answered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or as they are known, the fairy caves. They are deep underground. There is no light. Even if you bring a torch, the light just stops. It's impossible to see anywhere or anything. Okay, Sky said from beside me. I get the darkness. But how is that saving and stealing? I grunted in agreement. I had never come across the Fae, but I didn't see how they had anything to do with Arya. Well, you see, my dad said, suddenly sounding serious. If you're walking around the woods, late at night, and you happen to come across a fairy, running his hands through his hair, Fae will always ask your name. I've only come across them once, and was stupid enough to tell them my name, to give it to them. What happens when you give a fairy your name? Ash asked from beside me. And why is it giving them your name? It's your name. Surely you're just telling it to them, not giving. My dad shook his head. Fairies are slimy creatures. They ask for your name, and if you give it to them, you become a slave to them. They own your name. They own you. He stared into the distance, as if lost in thought, or lost in a memory. Once you belong to the Fae, you become their slave. You have to do what they tell you and are trapped deep down in their caves, lost and away from the sunlight. Many go mad. You never realize how much you appreciate the light, until it's gone. Eyes glazed over. My mum took his hand in her own, smiling reassuringly at him. You are stuck there until someone comes to save you, or as the Fae call it, someone steals you. My dad seemed to quake at the very mention of the Fae, and it made me wonder what had happened to him when he was younger. How long were you there? Ash asked suddenly, blurting it. I tried to silence him. At the same time, Sky tried to throw her hand across his mouth, but we were both too late. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My dad said, smiling reassuringly at Sky and me. It was a long time ago. I was there for a year. Although when there is no light, time is hard to track. Again Ash reacted before we could stop him. What? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But you're the Alpha. How did you go missing for so long? My dad shrugged. I wasn't the Alpha yet. I had been sent to a school to learn how to be the Alpha. I got taken on my way there. It took them 6 months to realize I was missing. What can I say? My parents really didn't care about me. They didn't think I would make a good Alpha. I snorted at that. He was the best Alpha for this pack. He did everything with the pack in mind, and the pack loved him for it. Something was nagging at me though, and this time it was me who blurted words out before thinking. But if they realize you were missing after 6 months, why were you there a year? He smiled sadly at me. As I said, the Fae are tricky creatures. As soon as you step into their cave, they try to trick you. They play mind games and try to capture you. My parents didn't care about me enough to risk their lives to save me, and no one else knew I was missing. My parent covered it up. I finally got out when my best friend realized something was wrong and found out where I was. He came down the cave to save me. The fairies tried to stop him, calling him a thief. I belong to them. That's another thing about the Fae. If they think you're trying to steal from them, they will try to kill you. His head was in his hands as he relived the memories from that time. Did you both make it out? Sky whispered. I held my breath, scared of the answer. My dad nodded. Yes, although only just. In fact, it was Albert who saved me. I let out a sigh of relief. I knew if they hadn't made it out, my dad would have blamed himself for it. Wait, my dad? Chest. My dad nodded. That would explain why he would never let me out in the woods after dark. We all stayed silent for a few minutes, processing what had been said. Then it hit me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. We still had no idea if we had to go there or not. Do you think Aria is there? I asked, cared of the answer. Do we have to save her from there? My mum seemed deep in thought. I shouldn't have thought so. It's not the end of the riddle. I think you need to go there. And maybe at the bottom of the cave there will be the next clue. I think they're trying to test you. Trying to test us. Seeing if we're strong enough. Good enough to make it to the bottom of the cave and out again. I nodded. It made sense. In that case we need to go as soon as possible. We're running out of time. My dad looked up from his hands. I'll go with you. I shook my head. I wouldn't make him go back. Not even for my own mate. I respected him too much for that. I know that place like the back of my hand. Even now, many years later, I can remember the layout. There is no light. I can guide you. I thought for a moment. I still didn't want to make him relive those horrible memories that obviously still haunted him. But he was right when he said he could help me. Okay, I sighed. But only if you're sure. He nodded and it was decided. The plan was for Sky, Ash and Mum to come with us to the entrance of the cave. But not to go in. Only if we needed backup. Dad and me would go in. Get to the bottom and come out without selling our soul or losing our mind. Hopefully we would find the next clue and be out within a few hours. Then we could continue with our hunt. Chapter 41, Into the Cave's Forests POV. I stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at the steps in front of me. They seemed to lead to nowhere. They went down a few steps and then seemed to just disappear. Evaporate into the blackness. I had already tried to shine my phone torch to light up the steps, but the darkness just seemed to swallow the light, like a monster swallowing a fly. I gulped before looking over at my dad. His eyes showed conflict. He wanted to help me, wanted to get Arya back, but he really didn't want to set foot into the lair of the Fae, the creatures who kept him as a slave for so long. The Fae aren't evil, my dad said, staring into the darkness. But they do like to keep pets. Don't give them your name and you'll be fine. You don't have to go, you know, Sky said softly. She could see the conflict as well. My dad shook his head, shaking it off. I'm Alpha, was his only reply. It's my duty to help those in my pack. And I'm a dad. It's my duty to help my son. I smiled gratefully at him. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pulling him into a hug. A rare show of affection on both our parts. I loved my dad. I just showed it in other ways. I never really hugged him. Only Arya or none. I just worked hard for Dad. Made him proud. Taking a deep breath, I slowly edged closer to the steps. Remember, Sky said from behind me, whatever you do, don't give them your name. I nodded before following my dad down the steps. After only 3 steps I looked back, but the entrance seemed to have disappeared. Dad, I said quietly, without even looking behind to see what I was on about. He quickly reassured me. I told you. No light gets down here. The entrance is still there. Just the light is hidden, overcome by the dark. I nodded before remembering he couldn't see me. Okay, I looked around, which was pretty useless seeing as everything was black. How far down is it? He dove for a minute before replying. About a mile. It should take us about half an hour, give or take, depending on if, or nor when, we get stopped by the fairies. We walked in silence, my dad leading in front, not needing to see to know where to go. I used my werewolf senses to follow him, listening out for where he went, following his footsteps. It was complete darkness. It was silent, the only sound being our footsteps, echoing loudly down the pathway. I tried to look around, to get any sense of where we were, or where we were going. But the darkness was so thick, so deep, I couldn't see a thing. Suddenly, my dad stopped. I halted behind him and was struck by the defining silence that seemed to overtake us. "They're here," my dad said. Suddenly it wasn't so dark. The light glowing from the group of fire in front of me was a massive contrast from the darkness I had gotten used to. "Oh, Atlas, you came back." A female fire smiled from in front of me. Her smile didn't look taunting, malicious or sarcastic. Her smile looked genuine, as if she was actually happy to see him. "Hello, Lucy," my dad mumbled quietly. I could dimly make out his face. Blank, emotionless. I had never seen him this way. It was so far from what I was used to. Lucy, Lucy, Lucy. When I was young, my dad would always tell me stories about the dark. Never go into the woods after dark. Never go into the woods alone, he used to say. Many nights he would tell me stories of the different creatures that lived in the woods. One such creature was a creature called Lucy. She lived in the darkness. But she wasn't evil. She would look after you. But she'll never let you go. Tenacious Lucy. The creature who owned anything and everything. Lucy. The Phi my dad gave his name to. "Why did you return?" the Phi said, only looking at my dad. "You got out. Most would kill for the opportunity you had. But you're back." My dad didn't seem put out by their question, but he knew the Phi better than I did. He was probably expecting their question. "Someone has taken my son's mate." His voice not wavering. "They took my daughter. They harmed my family. I will do anything to get her back. Even if that means coming back here." The Phi looked slightly taken back. "You care more about your family than your parent." Lost in thought. "Your parents wouldn't even try to petition us to get you back. They wouldn't even ask. And yet you come back here. To your personal hell. For your family. She's not even a blood relative." I bristled at her words. I had never met my grandparents. Dad had always talked highly about them, and yet it turns out they really didn't care about him. "I am not my parents," my dad calmly stated. Clearly, the Phi huffed, almost under her breath. "And who is this you bring with you?" "Your son." Her piercing eyes seemed to look straight in my soul. I nodded. "My mate needs my help." She just smiled at my certain tone. "And what's your name?" I was about to tell her before everyone's warning came back to me. "That's not important now." "Well," spreading her arms by her side, "you have proved yourself to me. I will tell you what I know." I looked at her, gobsmacked. What? I gasped. "You mean you'll help us?" She nodded. "Why am I?" Dad asked. He looked confused. And he knew this Phi. "I want to help," she stated. "Those men, they came down here. At first we ignored them, but then they started attacking us, murdering my kind. That's horrible. Why did they hurt you? What did you ever do to them?" She answered at a whisper. "They wanted us angry for when you came, I think. They left a message at the bottom of the tunnels for you. But you are not those men. You care for your family, and for that I give you my respect. I will help you." "The note?" my dad asked. "Where is it?" She held out a piece of paper, which he took and put in his pocket. "We'll open this at the surface." I nodded. He turned to Lucy. "Why are you helping? You were so angry I left." A crumpled copy of a smile graced her lips. "I need to repent. I was young when I took you. But now I see it was wrong. You are pure of heart and deserve better than being trapped down here for years." "Well, now that's settled, we might want to get to the surface. Time is ticking. We don't have long left." They both nodded and we made our way back up, Lucy lighting the way. Even though I could see this time, I didn't stop to look around. I didn't care what the cave looked like. I only cared about what the note said, and finding Arya before it was too late. I couldn't see the exit until I passed through it. 1 minute I was walking in semi-darkness. The next I was in the bright sunlight with my family and friends staring at me. "You're back," my mum gasped. bringing me into a tight hug. I nodded, hugging her back. Did you find a note? Ash asked. I nodded. What does it say? My dad pulled the note from his pocket and began to read. Wow, I'm impressed. You managed to bypass the fairies. One more victory for you. But still more challenges lie ahead. You look for what you seek. But like many before you, it may lead you astray. Just look at the firewolves. They searched for redemption, but all they found were sins. For once in their lives, couldn't they just say, here is Arya? You win, Ash muttered from beside me. I was inclined to agree. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. I will solve the riddle. I will find Arya. I will win. It's not a question of if. It's a question of when. Chapter 42, The Wolves of Fire Forest POV. We all stared at the piece of paper, silently reading the message over and over again, trying to make sense of it. Well, I say all. I mean all except Lucy, who was currently lying on the grass, staring at the sky, muttering about light and color under her breath. She has been in a dark cave, deep down in the earth for years. Now in the sunlight, I could finally see Lucy properly. She looked about 17, although from what I'd heard, she was much older, with waist-length, pink hair. Her eyes were bright blue with a mysterious twinkle shining in them, as if you dipped a paintbrush in the ocean, caught a shooting star, and placed them in her eyes. She looked nice, although I could tell she had a mischievous streak. Hopefully she could help us. I read the message again, but couldn't make head or tail of it. Has anyone heard of the fire wolves before? Sky quietly asked. I had been wondering that too. The name rang a bell, but I wasn't sure where from. Everyone shook their head. Why don't we head back home, and we'll look into it? My dad suggested. Glumly, we walked back. Even though we were one step closer to winning, I still had no idea where my mate was, and time was running out. The silence was broken by Lucy. Why is everyone so glum? You should be happy. We all just stared at her. Remember that person we were telling you about? My missing mate. Who is still missing? I raised my eyebrow at her. She seemed to think for a minute before she replied. Sorry. I was so excited I forgot. I'll help in any way I can. I nodded my thanks and we fell back into silence. Firewolves. Firewolves. The name kept ringing in my mind. I couldn't place where I knew it from. I knew I'd heard it somewhere. I just couldn't place where. The first thing I noticed as I entered our house, our home, was the envelope. The exact same envelope as the first message from Elias. I grabbed the envelope and ripped it open. A small piece of card fell out. A letter. I realized, even though I sent you on this grand hunt, and told you the prize, I never told you what happens if you lose. If you lose everything. In 2 days, at exactly 10 am, my daughter is getting married. If you want to stop it, you better hope you find the location, and get here in time. I hope you can come to such a happy occasion such as my daughter's wedding. All the best. I lost it. My current. Ash and Sky all had to hold me back to stop me from running out that room to kill him, even though I had no idea where he would be, and my dad had to use his alpha powers to stop me shifting. She will not marry him. I won't allow it. My dad said calmly. Calm down. We'll find her. We only had 2 days left, including today, to find her. The day after tomorrow was the deadline. The wedding. We all sat in silence, reading books, searching the web, or racking our brains to try to figure out what the firewolves were, and how they linked with Arya. I read the note again. Wow, I am impressed. You managed to bypass the fairies. One more victory for you, but still more challenges lie ahead. You look for what you seek, but like many before you, it may lead you astray. Just look at the firewalls. They searched for redemption, but all they found were sins. Then I placed it next to the corresponding lines of the riddle. The home to many, and yet to none. The home of the greatest sins and the greatest redemption. Find her before the silent bells will ring out or face defeat. It was obvious now the bells ringing out would mark the wedding. So one line down, the words that matched. And therefore the obvious keywords were redemption and sin. That wasn't much to go off, but it was a start. After hours of searching, we had our first breakthrough. Lucy suddenly shot up from her seat, sitting rigidly upright. Werewolves. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She suddenly rushed out the room, yelling behind her, "I'll be back. I need to nip home." That left the rest of us to keep looking, although most of us were just staring at the open door. What could she have found? I continued sitting on the sofa, thinking and waiting Lucy to return. I pulled out my phone. I might as well see if I can find something else on the web. Lucy may not have found anything. I need to keep looking. I unlocked my phone, my wolf whimpering quietly as he saw my lock screen. A photo we had taken a few weeks before she was taken. We were so carefree, so happy. I had my mate by my side and my wolf didn't just sulk in the back of my mind all day, begging me to get our mate back. Sighing deeply, I checked the date. 23/19. Only 2 days left. I set a timer on my phone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A countdown, counting down to the deadline. It was now 9 p.m. 37 hours left until the unthinkable. Until she marries him. I would rather die than let her marry him. After another half an hour, Lucy finally returned. She looked happy, relieved, smiling like a cat who's got the cream. As if she'd found something. What is it? Scared of her answer. What if I was reading her expression wrong? What if she was happy about something completely unrelated? I found it. She admitted, perching on the edge of her chair. Last time I came to the surface I found a book. It was full of folklore. One of such. The Firewolves. I went to the library to see it was still there, but apparently someone checked it out. But that's a bad thing. You look happy, Sky asked. What's so happy about that? Lucy shook her head. I was sad. But then as I was leaving the library, someone came up to me. They found another version, but it was written in a dead language. I felt my heart sink. My one chance. Ripped away. I felt the hope that had started blooming in my mind shrivel up and die. A dead language. Annoyance lacing my tone. How does that help us? Oh, Forrest. You underestimate how long I've lived on this earth. I know all the dead languages. This one is modern compared to some I speak. Can you translate it? She asked, hope blooming in his eyes and my heart. She nodded. Just give me some time. Time ticked on. It was about to end when Lucy found the passage on Firewolves. I'll translate it now. It should be ready for the morning. My parents sent everyone to bed while Lucy translated. I was slightly worried about her, but she soon reassured me that the Fi don't really sleep anyway. I was too tired to see straight, and so I reluctantly agreed. I dragged myself up the stairs, nearly tripping and flying down them on numerous occasions. The 2 hours left. As I drifted to sleep, a book on Arya's dressing room caught my eye. Something seemed familiar about it. The name seemed familiar. But before I could look into it, I was asleep. I woke up the next morning at 6 a.m. I had only got about 4 hours sleep, but I couldn't sleep for any longer. Not without Arya. 6 a.m., 28 hours left. Dragging myself downstairs, I saw everyone else already blearily sitting round the table, quietly discussing what Arya could be. How far through the translation are you? Sky asked Lucy from across the table. I'm nearly done. This is what I've got so far. The Firewolves were wolves of myth and legend, until a few hundred years ago, when they returned. They had eyes the color of embers and hearts that burnt like a raging fire. They were dangerous and stood for what they believed in with no regret or hesitation. It is thought they were born from the dying embers of the immortal fires to serve the earth and to save it from treachery and evil. She translated the rest of the page and continued reading. But the fire wolves from hundreds of years ago met a bitter end when the wolves of fire burnt with the embers in. She turned the page but was met with the jagged edge of ripped paper. Damn it, she yelled out. Someone has ripped out the paper. The clue. I sunk down in my chair as tears threatened to spill from my eyes. She was out of reach from me, close but too far. We spent the rest of the day looking for the other pages, but they were really gone. A cruel trick from Elias, to give us hope before ripping it away from us. 10 p.m. 12 hours left. What was the book called again? Sky asked from the sofa, where she sat with her computer. She was searching for another copy but was so far unsuccessful. She sighed before answering. It was called Wolves of Folklore, but the pages are missing, and the only other copy is gone. I blame the limited hours of sleep I have had the last few weeks, or maybe the fact that my mate was missing. But either way, I am ashamed at how long it took for my mind to register the name, and to register where I recognized the name from. But it did finally register, and I jumped from my seat around the table. Like a bullet shot from a gun, I rushed upstairs to my room. I rushed to Arya's side of the bed, and grabbed the book from her bedside table. Glancing at the cover, I let out a sigh of relief. The book title, Wolves of Folklore. I almost skipped down the stairs and carefully put the book in front of Lucy. I found who borrowed the book. Ursh started laughing. Please don't tell me this book has been sitting in your room for weeks. When did Arya borrow it? She'll be getting a late fine if she's not careful. I glared at him and he quickly shut up. What does it say about the firewolves? I asked Lucy as she flicked through the book. That's where I had heard about the firewolves from. Arya had been telling me about them the day before she went missing. I couldn't remember what she had said, but she was very interested in them. I was suddenly struck by a thought. Is anyone else freaked out by how much Elias knows about us? Knows about Arya and her life? Sky looked slightly scared. He does seem to know a lot about everyone. How else would he have known about the fate trees, the fairies in the book? Everyone stayed silent for a while, silently freaking out about him. Do you think he's been spying? My mum asked. Probably. Who knows? He may have spies watching us now. Lucy said. My dad protectively pulled my mum closer to him, at the same time as Ash did the same to Sky. But probably not. I countered. He doesn't care about us. I just wanted my mate back. No spies were going to stand in my way. I kept pacing, over and over, the same 6 steps, waiting for Lucy to finish reading the book and to summarize what the fire wolves had to do with Arya. Yes, Lucy exclaimed. This has the missing pages, and they are written in English, not some dead language, so saves me time translating it. What does it say? Ursh, Sky, my parent, and me all exclaimed at once. But the fire wolves from hundreds of years ago met a bitter end when the wolves of fire burnt with the embers in their temple, a temple dedicated to their moon goddess. For these wolves made from embers still originated from the moon. One day their temple was set on fire. Hundreds died, since it was in the middle of a big festival. Their temple is now left abandoned in the woods. A burnt, abandoned wreckage. It is now known as the home of the greatest sins and the greatest redemption, as the temple was their forgiveness, and yet they murder of hundreds of wolves, the entire species of fire wolves. She stopped reading. I think we found our location. I sighed in relief. We can find her in time. Chapter 43, Don't Forests POV. The location was a burnt-down temple just beyond the edge of our territory. I had only been there once because, unless you know the history, it's just an old pile of rocks. Lucy had already traversed to the location to check if it was the right. Apparently she could do that. She hadn't told us. Apparently she thought we already knew. Because everyone you meet you automatically assume can teleport. Right. It was about 12 p.m. when my mum forced me to go to bed. You can't save her if you're tired. We know the location and will make sure to go early. He can't stop us. But you need sleep. And because I knew where I can find Arya tomorrow, and because she was right, I went to get a few hours sleep. 12 p.m. 10 hours left. 6 hours to go. The preparation began. The house was a mess, full of weapons and wolves. We didn't know what Elias had planned. And anyway, he had kidnapped my mate. He wasn't going to live. Not after this. When do we leave? Sky asked. We don't want to be late, we questioned Ash as he come up next to her. You're not coming, he said adamantly. I listened quietly. I wasn't going to force anyone to come, or to stay behind. I'm coming, she said stubbornly. She's my friend too. I want to help. She stomped her foot at the end for added effect. Nope. You're not, Ash replied. You're my mate. I promise to keep you safe, not to put you in danger, and this is definitely in the latter category, he said in a low voice. She seemed to think about it for a minute before she turned to my mum. Ela, are you going to fight? My mum nodded, taking my dad's hand, indicating that where her mate went, she went. She then turned back to Ash. I'm your mate. I stand by your side, not behind you, if you fight. Ash nodded his head in defeat. 1-0 to Sky. If she wanted to fight and Ash wasn't going to stop her, I wouldn't either. We will leave at 8 o'clock, my dad said, turning to the map to check the geography of where we were going. I did a quick calculation in my head. An hour of walking. We would get there at 9. That gives us an hour. Good. Nusi could have traversed us there, but in our numbers it would be easier to walk. We were bringing 20 warriors with us, but more would be ready on standby if we needed them. I looked around. We would get her back, or die trying. The minutes ticked by. We would be leaving soon. Time passed in a blur. All I could focus on was her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. By the end of the day I would have her in my arms. There was no other option. I would have her in my arms or I would be dead. I know which one I prefer. My dad passed me some enchanted clothes. Lucy had spelled some clothes for us, meaning they wouldn't trip apart when we shifted. A very useful spell. I sat, staring out the window at the woods. I would find Aria. She's mine. Nothing and no one can change that. I tried to link her, to promise I hadn't forgotten about her, to reassure her I was coming. This time, like so many other times, I couldn't reach her. She was just out of reach. My wolf howled out for his mate, but unlike every other time, this time I was able to promise my wolf something. We will have her back soon. We know where she is, and when she'll be there. Now we just need to save her. And saving her is what we do best. Finally the time was here. The time to save my mate. We stepped into the wood. My parents. Ash, Sky. Their parents. Me, and 20 of our most trusted warriors. I knew most of them. They were my friends. My parents' friends. They taught me to fight. To protect those I love. And how to be a good alpha when the time comes. I thanked every person for coming. For saving my mate. They didn't have to help. It was voluntary, but they would do anything for their future Luna. We walked into the woods, keeping alert, keeping an eye for traps or tricks. Although we couldn't see any, we snuck through the woods carefully, still on the lookout. I checked my watch. 830 am. An hour and a half left. We were just over halfway there, but we would have to slow down our pace when we got closer. As my dad always says, better slightly later than planned than losing a year to a bear trap. We found our first trap about 1 kilometer from the ruins. One of the boys my age, an amazing fighter called Julian, nearly stepped on one, but his brother, Jean, spotted it and stopped him just in time. And from then we saw any more traps, although luckily no one got caught in one. We also saw other types of traps. Ropes hidden in the leaves of tripwires just waiting to shoot us in the chest. I was pleasantly surprised when we got to the end in one piece. I saw the ruins in front of me. 945.15 minutes left. I wanted to run to the ruins. My wolf could pick up the scent of Arya inside. She was there, We had 15 minutes to crash this party and save Arya. I sighed in relief. We were only 1 meters away. We would make it. But then they came. Hundreds of rogues suddenly came swarming at the trees towards us, coming to attack. They were getting in the way of me and my mate. I saw Ed. I leapt forward, shifting in the air, landing on the closest rogue. I heard everyone leap into battle behind me, but I blocked it out. I didn't care about these rogues. No one was getting in the way of me and my mate. I shoved through, killing any who got in the way. But there were so many of them. Behind me I heard my dad call for backup, a long howl calling for the other warriors to come and join in the fight. I continued shoving through, killing rogue after rogue. I felt one grab onto my leg, felt the skin rip under their teeth. I ignored the pain. Turning, I killed that rogue and moved on. I saw my friends, my family, my pack, fighting behind me. I saw the dead rogues littering the floor. They weren't skilled fighters. The work and unfodder. They were sent to slow us down, stop us getting there in time. We kept fighting. I knew the time kept ticking. We were running out of time, but he was running out of rogues. We kept fighting, on and on. Grab a rogue, rip out his throat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. That simple. Finally no rogues stood in my way. I shifted back and ran. I ran faster than I thought was possible. I heard the bells ring and ran faster. It was 10 m. Were we too late? I ran in and shoved through the temple door, the only one still standing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At a makeshift altar stood Arya. She wore a simple white dress with a blue sash. I nearly cried when I saw her. She looked beautiful as ever. My wolf howled out to hers. I wanted her to turn to look at me. I wanted to hold her in my arms. I wanted her to be mine again. But she wouldn't. She didn't acknowledge I had arrived. She continued to look at the priest in front of her. Why wouldn't she look at me? My wolf howled out. He wanted her wolf to reply. Wanted her to reply. But she wouldn't. I was so enthralled with my mate. I didn't notice Elias behind me until he grabbed my arm and pulled me to a chair. Come on, Forrest. They're just about to say their vows. I turned to him, my wolf burning in my mind. What? No, you're going to stop this. We won. Let Arya come back with us. He laughed. He laughed and he laughed and he laughed. Well, I would love to give you Arya back. And I wish I could. But you see, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, she no longer exists. There is only terror now. I shook my head. He was lying. He had to be lying. No, Arya is right there. She was right in front of me. I could see her. No, he grinned at me. An evil smirk that sent a shiver down my spine. You're too late. Can't you see? Are you that blinded by hope? That's not your Arya. It's been too long. Your Arya's gone. I didn't believe him. I couldn't believe him. I looked back to Arya. Back to the wedding. She still wouldn't look at me. The priest's voice carried over to where I sat. And to you, Terror Knightley, take Simon Hadrian to be your lawfully wedded husband. I looked over at her, begging her to say no, to come back to me. She finally looked over. I locked eye contact with her, begging her to say no. She stammered. She looked away. I do. Chapter 44. The Wedding Terrace POV. Every day is the same. Every day a chore. How I haven't killed him yet is a mystery to me. If I have to live this insufferable life for another month, I'm running away. The only reason I haven't ran away yet is because it's all part of the plan. The only way my whole family will survive. You see, I have powers. I can see the future. Although not all the time. I can never choose to see the future. Or not to. It just happens. I know I've never mentioned them, but my dad used to beat me when I talked about them. My brother used to hate me when I used them. I was told from a young age never to mention them, and never to use them. It was a bit like Pavlov's dog, I suppose. Only reversed. If I talked about them, I was beaten. If I didn't talk about them, I was ignored. I just started to connect my powers to pain. It was only once I was alone with my wolf, trying to find a way to survive, without my mate or family being put in danger. My wolf remembered my powers. The first few times I tried, I ended up passing out. I got a beating for that. For sleeping on the job, but it only made my resolve stronger. I would find a way out. A way out while simultaneously protecting my family. It took lots of training to remember how to use them. Lots of practice to perfect them. But once I could use them, easily and effectively, I started to look for a way out. The only way I could find still wasn't perfect. A lot was left to chance, and they still had to go to war. But they all survived. Miraculously, no one would die except some rogues. And well, that's not important, as long as my family is safe at the end of it. So that's what I had to do. I had to time everything perfectly. For everyone. The door slammed shut and my dad strode in. Go get us some coffee, he instructed me before sitting down at the kitchen table as Simon walked in. Silently I made the coffee, eavesdropping. I wanted to know what had ruffled my father's feathers. These last few weeks he's been so happy with himself. So sure he was winning and would continue to win. So what had changed? As I silently mixed the coffee into the cafetiere, I heard my dad yelling. How did he do it? He said she'd only said it once. Who were they talking about? Well, Simon said. She did only mention it once. But it was around a few people. And fake trees aren't a particularly average view. Maybe it was memorable. Oh, they were talking about me. I had always called inside rainforest fake trees. Ever since I was a kid. Although I had only told my family that once. When first asked me if I wanted to go. Wait. My father's mad. Does that mean they solved the first clue? I had read the riddle. Simon left it on his desk one day when he went out to a club. He had been stalking me for months to gather the information he needed for it. It actually freaked me out how much he knew. It didn't take me long to solve it. I had always called the trees fake, and I had been reading a book that included fairies and the fire wolves. I wasn't sure if it was possible for my family to solve though. They would have to have paid a lot of attention to me. I just didn't think they could. I'm not a particularly interesting person. No one ever really likes listening to me talk, or really likes seeing or spending time with me. If they had paid attention to what I said, and looked to their past, they would be able to solve it. I had called them fake trees before, and I knew Atlas had been in the fire caves. I had told Forrest about the fire wolves one night before bed. He had asked me what I was reading, but I doubt he was really listening. Who would actually listen to me? I placed the coffee on the table, careful not to spill any when I poured it. I busied myself around the kitchen, doing the washing up and wiping the surfaces. Any excuse to stay in the kitchen. I wanted to hear what they were saying about my family. My family. I missed them. I would do anything to protect them, including this. I was running out of patience. At every shop they'd ask, "Are you excited? It's your big day." And at every shop all I wanted to do was run back to my mate and my family. But I couldn't. Instead I had to plaster a fake smile on my face. Oh yes. I'd say, "I'm so excited." They'd look at me as if I was the luckiest person alive. Marrying the love of my life. If only they knew. Simon was never happy. We went from shop to shop, trying to find the right wedding dress. But he wasn't happy with any of them. If it was up to me, I'd have bought the first one I saw. I really didn't care. I didn't want to get married. But Simon said, "It has to be perfect." Every single dress I tried on he found something wrong with. The skirt is too short. The train is too long. It's the wrong shade of white. I mean, come on. How can you have the wrong shade of white? All the shop assistants kept swooning. They thought he was attractive. Somehow. Even more so since he was helping me find the perfect dress. I tried on another dress. We were in the 5th shop and my patience was wearing thin. It couldn't even be called a thread anymore. More like a few atoms. This dress was a shade of white. Like all the other millions I tried on. It had a long, blue, silk sash, quite similar to all the others. And, like literally every dress, the skirt went down to the floor in pleated waves. So basically like every other dress I tried on. But according to Simon it was perfect. Perfect. Oh, that dress. The skirt. Oh, it's just perfect. I rolled my eyes as I saw all the shop assistant swoon. Tasha, as my maid of honor, another of Simon's choices, smiled as well. But what do you think about it? I saw Simon and bristle beside her. I plastered a fake smile on my face and mustered up all the acting skills Year 8 drama taught me. Oh, I love it. It's perfect. All the others were just lacking something. But this dress, it has that certain something. There is a reason I dropped drama for Year 9. Tasha, though, seemed to buy it. Yes. I agree entirely. It's perfect. I think I'm going to cry. I sighed deeply and just wished the wedding day could come. All the preparations were annoying. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As I had to act all excited for them, who knew organizing a wedding could be such a chore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The fact I really didn't want to marry Simon probably didn't help matters. We had to order a cake, book a venue, even book a honeymoon. Although if my plan worked out the way it should, they would all be dead, and I would be free, before the wedding even ended. Finally though, all the preparations were done to a standard Simon was happy with. He wouldn't stop smiling. All day he kept on repeating how it was going to be the happiest day of our lives. Yeah, right. Eventually, that dreaded day arrived. People fussed around all morning, doing my hair, my makeup, checking on preparations. People kept telling me, "It's fine, dear. We don't need your help. It's a big day for you. Go and relax." I wasn't planning on helping anyway. I watched the clock tick. I tried not to think about it. I tried to trust my family beyond any margin of doubt. But as the days turned to hours, although I tried not to think about the what-ifs. What if they don't get here in time? What if they fail? What if I have to marry Simon? I felt a tear trickle down my cheek at the thought of never seeing my family again. Or my mate. Hey, don't cry, Tasha said. You'll ruin your makeup. No one wants a bride with smudged makeup, even if it is from happy tears. She's in luck then. They weren't happy tears. I closed my eyes and pinched my arm, hoping this was all a nightmare, hoping I would wake up and be back at home, with Forrest, Ely and Atlas. I opened my eyes. It wasn't a nightmare. I actually was about to walk down the aisle to one of my worst enemies. My dad took my elbow, pretty much dragging me down the aisle. Come on. Wouldn't want the service to be running late, would we? I wished the ground would open and swallow me. Anything to get out of this wedding. All through the wedding I hoped Forrest would crash through the door. Although I knew for the plan to work, I needed to wait a little longer. We had just got to the vows part of the sermon. Every word I said, I knew it was a lie. I didn't love Simon. And I never would. Just then, the man I actually loved came running through the doors. But for the plan to work, I couldn't turn to look at him. I had to put on the ultimate show of indifference. Given the circumstance, seemed impossible. I kept my eyes on the priest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anywhere but Forrest. I wanted to look over at him, but I knew if I did, I wouldn't be able to continue with the plan. I heard his wolf howl out to me. Tears threatened to fall as my wolf whined out to me. She wanted to answer her mate. She wanted to go to her mate. But she knew if we did, he would die, so I stayed quiet. I heard my father go to Forrest. I saw out of the corner of my eye as he led him to a chair near the front. A perfect view of his mate marrying someone else. How kind. I heard him tell first I was terror. That I wasn't the same person he knew. That I was no longer his. I wanted to turn to him. To tell him I would always be his. Forever belong to us. No one will ever take that away from me. I didn't realize I had zoned out until I heard the priest. And to you, Terror Knightley, take Simon Hadran, to be your lawfully wedded husband. I took a deep breath, finally giving in and turning to look at Forrest. The look on his face made me wince. He looked like he had gone to hell and back while I was gone, his eyes pleading with me to say no, to run away and never look back. If I could have, without him dying, I would have in a heartbeat. He wasn't exactly as I remembered him, but it had been weeks since I last saw him. His eyes were bloodshot, a striking red clashing with his usual breathtaking green, as if he hadn't slept for days. And the stubble on his chin showed he hadn't shaved for a while. He had changed, but then again he hadn't changed at all. He was still my mate. I still loved him with every fiber of my being. I knew what I had to do. I looked away. I could feel his wolf whining out to me, begging me to come to him. The walls around my heart started cracking. I took another deep breath, keeping my resolve strong. I don't. Chapter 45, The Vitaria's POV. As soon as I uttered those words, multiple things happened simultaneously. My dad, Simon and Tasha all flung their heads round to look at me, all looking shocked, all for different reasons. Tasha yelled out, "You can't do that. You love him. He's made for you." Simon screeched, "Terrell, you will pay for this. I won't let you get away with this." My dad said nothing. He just growled, trying to get me to submit to him, trying to mold me back into that perfect slave he had so long ago. I had changed, reshaped, morphed so much. I could no longer fit into that mold. I was no longer that scared, weak child, just looking for love. Forrest just looked relieved. I think for a minute there, he was actually scared he had lost me, that my dad had won. I would never let my father win. He'd won enough for one lifetime. The priest was standing at the front, looking at me with round eyes. He stared to say, "What do I do now?" My dad had a murderous glint in his eye. "You run," he snarled. The priest seemed to get the message in as soon as he was out the room. My dad shifted, jumping at Forrest. He had just enough time to shift before he was locked in battle. I was watching them fight, watching my mate fight my father, until I was thrown into a tree by my brother. I fell down the tree, my head spinning. From my position on the ground, I could see him coming closer. Taking a deep breath, I leapt at him, shifting mid-jump. I snarled at his face, smirking a wolfy smirk as I saw his fail. Serves him right for trying to mess with a werewolf. I stood straight, my fur sticking up, making me bigger. If he had shown me even a shred of decency in my time with him, I may have felt sorry for him. Too bad. I leapt at him, not caring he was my brother, not caring it was unfair. A wolf against a mere human, because my life had been unfair. Because of him and my dad. He tried to fight back, but how does a human even try to fight a snarling wolf? He never stood a chance. I didn't hesitate to rip out his throat, killing him instantly. He was related to me by blood, but that was all. He wouldn't have hesitated if the roles were reversed. The doors crashed open Atlas. Ida, Sky, Ash and some warriors I didn't know ran in. The rogues ran at them. They took a few seconds to review the scene before they jumped at my dad's cronies. We battled as one, as a family. The main part of the plan is the part that scared me the most. But it would keep my family safe. It would keep them alive. Any other version of reality possible. And I had seen all of them, ended in my family dying. All of them. Some of them. Most of them. But never none of them. I will not let my family die. So I will do what I have to do. I took down another rogue. Quickly. Efficiently. Killed it and moved on. We had gone outside. More room to fight. More room to kill. More rogues had swarmed us as soon as we stepped foot outside. They were bad fighters, only sent to overwhelm us, not to fight one-on-one. Slowly but surely we made our way through the rogues. I grabbed another one, threw him to the floor and bit down on his throat. His miserable life ended. Their numbers had started to dwindle. I heard Tasha scream as one of the rogues bit into her, ripping her heart out her chest. Ah, turns out being a bitch does have its downsides. Everyone wanted to kill her, even her own side. Maybe I should feel sad, or at least sorry for her, but she helped make my life a living hell so. Yelp. Then, across the field, I saw him. Lucius, the guard. I ran and leapt at him. He called me weak. I wasn't weak. Time to prove it to him. I pushed him to the ground, sitting my wolf weight on his chest, keeping him in place. He was an easy fight. He tried to resist, tried to fight back. He was weak. His main attack was his words. I just ignored them. You're weak, he hissed at me. I just snapped my teeth at him. I would not listen to his lies. Not this time. I looked him in the eye before I killed him. I made sure the last thing he ever saw in life was me, to show him I was no longer weak. I would no longer bow down to him out of fear. I was no longer afraid. I bit through his throat, spitting out his blood as it spilled in my mouth. I don't want his blood in my mouth. His blood was bitter. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I looked around, but most of the rogues were dead, lying on the floor, littering the floor. The remaining rogues turned tails and ran. A few of the warriors ran after them, making sure they didn't get away. I shifted back, grabbing some clothes from a tree close by. I still don't understand how they get there. Do clothes grow on trees now? Stepping through the rubble, I slowly made my way back into the ruins. Forrest was still fighting Elias. Everyone else was gone. He was the last one, the only one left, the only one still alive. I walked over to Atlas and Dila. They were watching Forrest, but as I came closer they pulled their eyes from the fight. Atlas smiled at me. I'm glad you're back. I smiled back at him. I was back. But for how long? I'm so glad you're all right. Ila whispered to me, putting me into a hug. I smiled at her, not saying anything. How do you lie to the people who took you in when you had nobody? You don't, but you don't all answer either. I turned my eyes back to the fight. My wolf whined out for Forrest. He was fighting well, but seemed to be tiring. I didn't fully know how this day would go, but I did know how this would go. I knew what was about to happen. I knew how this would end. I would not allow it. I will write a different ending for everyone. I was going to stop it, whatever the cost. They were still fighting, but Elias was starting to lose. Time was ticking down. Time was running out. I didn't know where he was hiding, but I knew he was here. Somewhere. I had to be alert. For the next few minutes, as everyone else was cheering for Forrest, screaming happily as he started to get the advantage, I stayed quiet, alert. I kept my eyes sharp. I looked around, staring at all the shadows, searching for him. I knew I wouldn't find him, but it may give me a better idea where I was looking. A slight movement from the corner of the room had me changing positions. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The clock struck 12 o'clock. Forrest got my father in headlock, his teeth around his throat, and bit down. There was a bang from the corner of the room, as I knew there would be. I jumped. Chapter 46, Life and Death Forrest's POV. I don't. I felt my heart jump out my throat in joy. I thought I truly lost her for a minute there. I thought she was gone. Her dad had finally won. I should have had more trust in her. She is mine, and would always be mine. No one can change that. I watched in satisfaction as Elias, Simon and Tasha all reacted. Their reactions were pretty funny. Tasha was yelling out about how she had to marry him. Because she loved him. I nearly growled at her. She didn't love him. She wasn't allowed to love him. Wait, that sounded really overprotective, and rude, and controlling. Oh well, she can love whoever she wants. I can't force her to love me, just because she's my mate. And I'm hers. She can love anyone, just not him. Simon's screech was so high-pitched. I could only hear because of my wolf. Only a dog could hear that. I think I heard a dog howl in the distance. Tara, you will pay for this. I won't let you get away with this. How dare he threaten my mate? He will pay for this. He will die. If not by my hands, then by the hands of my family. One of us will kill him. I saw Elias growl at her. I smiled at her defiance. The way she kept her head high even as he growled. Before, all it took was a dog barking and she would jump a mile in the air. She wasn't the same girl he tried to kill not so long ago. The priest was still standing in at the front, looking at Arya with round eyes. He stared to say, "What do I do now?" From next to him, I had a great view of the evil glint in Elias' eyes. He looked murderous. He was mad. He thought he had won, only for Arya to prove to him he was, and will always be a loser. "You run," he snarled angrily. The priest seemed to get the message and he ran out the room. I kept my eyes on Elias. He wasn't going to hurt my mate. "You," he snarled, turning to me. "It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, this brat would be dead by now." He turned to me, fangs baring, and leapt at me. I had just enough time to shift before I was locked in battle. A dangerous game of tug-of-war. A tug-of-war of life. The loser forfeits their life, and it will be Elias dying tonight. I wanted to keep an eye on Arya, to make sure she was safe and that my pack arrived soon to help her fight, but I couldn't take my eyes off my own battle. Elias wasn't a skilled fighter. His attacks were messy and his reflexes were slow, but he was older than me, more experienced. He was a rogue. He fought for no reason, and he fought to the death. He fought messy and disregarded all laws and rules. His wolf was bigger than mine. Mine was quite big, being the alpha son, but I wasn't of age yet. My wolf hadn't come into his own. I had been trained, but only to fight, not to kill. I was at a disadvantage, but I wouldn't lose. I refused to let this scumbag of a wolf continue on the skirth for one more day. Not after what he did to my mate. I felt my wolf anger at what he did to our mate, and used it to fuel my fight. We fought as one. We both wanted revenge. We had one chance to wipe the earth of him, to remove his from Arya's life forever, and we would grab it with both hands. I jumped on his back, latching on and biting deep. He shook me off, but not before I ripped a chunk out of his back. I heard his wolf whine in pain slightly. I would give him no mercy. He lunged at me, aiming for my neck, but I jumped out the way, his teeth grazing my side. Not enough to draw blood. I could afford to be lazy. That was my warning. If I let him get that close to my underside again, he would win. I had to be careful. He wouldn't fight fair. I had to keep my eyes peeled for his dirty tricks. His goons surrounding us were being fought off, one, by my pack, so I knew I didn't have to worry about them joining in. This was our fight. He lunged again, this time catching my back leg in his teeth as I jumped out the way. His grip was loose and I shook it out his grip before sidestepping his next attack. I was the smaller wolf, but I was more agile. I danced circles around him, trying to tire him out. His lunge started to get sloppy, giving me more opportunities to strike myself. I leapt on his back, grabbing his skin in my teeth and twisting my head sharply, ripping his flesh and causing his blood to start to splut or tee out the multiple bite wounds on his back. His death wouldn't be pretty. His death wouldn't be quick. His death wouldn't be merciful. He will pay for the pain he caused my mate. And he will pay in the worst way possible. The most painful way possible. Death would be slow coming. It was too good a fate for him. But I couldn't risk him coming after Ari again. I would let him stay on this earth. If possible, I would keep him alive. Torture him like he tortured her. Death is too easy. He wouldn't have to live with his life choices. Death was the easy way out. I will make sure he's begging for death by the time it comes. I will only allow him a minuscule amount of time longer on this earth. But I will make it an experience he will never forget. Not even in death. Hell on earth. He leapt at me, pushing me on my back and trapping me with his huge frame, keeping me squished into the ground. He slapped me across the face with his paw, his claws biting into my skin. But what he did to my mate hurt more. I shoved him off me, running my claws along his side before he crashed into the wall next to me. I jumped to my feet, not letting him gain advantage of me while I was on the floor. I was panting, but he was worse. He leapt at me again, but it was sloppy. His legs trailed behind and his leap wasn't as high as when we started. He was tired, and had lost a lot of blood. So had I. I felt my pack, my family, surrounding me. I felt my father lend me some of his power. Let me draw on the pack bond for the strength to continue. I felt the energy and encouragement flowing through me. I flipped Elias on his back, his neck in my teeth. His life slipped away from him. His soul left his body. His death was too good for him. But at least now he was gone. I bit down as the clock struck 12. I heard a bang from the corner of the room. A gun. I knew he would play dirty at getting one of his cronies to shoot me from the sidelines. I didn't have enough energy to jump out of the way. I closed my eyes waiting for the inevitable impact. Instead I felt a searing pain in my heart. Emotional, not physical. I heard a scream. I opened my eyes, dreading what I would see, what I knew I was going to see. Arya lay on the floor a few meters away from me, her white top turning red as her blood seeped into the material. No, I whispered. This couldn't be happening. No, no. No, no. I ran over to her. I didn't know what to do. The wound was too deep. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't move her. I couldn't even touch her in fear of hurting her, or making it worse. No, don't leave me. I've only just got you back. You can't leave me. Not again. I whispered to her, running my hand lightly over her cheek. Please don't go. She grasped my hand in hers, her skin already growing cold. I have to go. It was the only option. This was my choice. My choice, Forrest. Everyone has always made decisions for me. This time I decided. No, I whimpered, holding her hand tighter. My wolf howled out in my head. Couldn't lose his mate, no. She just smiled at me, wincing slightly as pain swept through her. Stay strong. Look after the pack for me. You're strong. You can survive without me. It was me or them. I couldn't let them die. You can't let them either. She was wrong. She said I was strong. I wasn't strong. Not without her. She made me strong. Without her I was weak. I'm only strong because of you. I whispered to her. You have to live, Forrest. Live for the both of us. Her skin grew colder. Her eyes started to drift closed. Live for the both of us, she whispered before the life left her eyes. I was left alone. I shook her shoulders slightly. Ari, she didn't respond. I shook harder, Ari. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, no, I screamed out, tears rolling down my face, not caring who saw. My wolf howled out, long and pain-filled. My mate was gone. My mate was gone. My mate was gone. And it was all Simon's fault. I jumped up, screaming in pain. My wolf took control, shifting and running full pelt toward where he had been hiding, where he was still hiding. My wolf took one look at him and ripped his head off his body. Not satisfied, he started to rip up his body, tearing and ripping at his skin. His death was too quick. He took my mate from me. I only stopped when I felt my father's power flowing over me, forcing me to stop. My wolf tried to fight his command, but he increased the power and I was forced to submit. My wolf collapsed on the ground, howling out in heartbreak. Our mate, our other half, our twin flame, our soulmate. Gone. The ruins in which I lay were abandoned, all but my parents. Ash and Sky had left, gone to clear up the rogues and go back home. They didn't know she was my mate, and now they never would. My father came up beside me, his shoulders slumped in defeat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we couldn't save her. My parents loved Doria as a daughter. They were hurt by her death. We would all mourn for her. Ash and Sky stood in one corner, tears rolling down their faces. I wanted to go and comfort them, but what could I say? It will all be okay. It will get better. It doesn't matter. All would be a lie. My world was crashing to the ground. My future crashing and burning. All because they killed her. She was gone. My life would never be the same. It was as if someone had erased all color, replaced the blue of the sky, the green of the grass, the whole spectrum of color, with gray. My love, my life, my entire world was gone. How did she expect me to continue, when all I wanted to do was curl up and die? I was once a puppet in my father's hands, until I decided to die to truly live. Forest, POV. She was gone. She was gone. She was gone. My heart screamed out for her. My wolf begged for me to join her on the other side. But I promised her I'd live on. I'd look after the pack. I promised I'd live for the both of us. But it was hard. Some days, it was all I could do to wake up in the mornings. Some days, I was so overcome with grief I couldn't even get out of bed. Some days, I just wanted to curl up and die. But then I'd remind myself about my promise, and I'd carry on. The pack didn't know I had a mate. They didn't know. They never would. I had argued with my parents at first. I wanted her to have a proper burial, one worthy of a member of the Alpha family. But they couldn't know. The elders would have me killed. They believed a wolf who lost his or her mate was unstable, a danger to the pack, and therefore needs to be killed, regardless on whether they actually are a danger or not. If you've lost your mate, you're killed. No exceptions. I couldn't do that to my parents. Losing Arya had been bad enough. The pack think I'm recovering from a particularly bad alpha bite. It isn't completely a lie. I was recovering from an alpha bite, but that was only for about a day. The rest of the time I've been wallowing in self-pity. Some of the pack did visit me for a bit, bringing get well soon cards and trots and chocolate for the poor alpha's son who risked his life for the good of the pack. But they always said the same thing. You need to find your mate, Forest. When you find your mate, she will help you heal quicker. At first I just answered with, I don't want a mate, which is kind of true. I want Arya back. But I can't. What I really mean is, I don't want a new mate, although no one knew I had a mate in the first place. As soon as I said I don't want a mate, every single pack member decided to tell me about the joys of having a mate, about how she would be the single most perfect match for you, one you can cherish forever, stay with for eternity. She will be the only girl for you and you will do absolutely anything for her. I hated how true their words were. Arya was the single most perfect match for me. She was, and always will be the only girl for me. And I would do anything for her. They were also wrong. So very wrong. Forever is what we were promised. But forever is not what we got. I would trade my soul to get Arya back. Without her, life just isn't worth living. After a few more days I had to get up. Staying in bed wasn't helping me keep my promise to Arya. And it was really boring. I couldn't mourn her forever. I was tired of crying. Crying won't bring her back. I had to return to my alpha duties. I didn't have many. Since I wasn't the alpha yet, I just had to do some paperwork, help my dad, and be the person the pack pups and teens can turn to for help. If a pack wolf needs help with school or home, they need help, but it's not a matter. They turn to me. I had to continue doing that, helping the teens through their first crash and looking after the little pups, scared or confused at a new school. I used to love doing my job, helping them in any way I could. The wolves looked up to me and knew I was always happy to help. I was always happy, smiling. welcoming. But now, however much I tried, I just couldn't bring them that same level of peace. No one understood why their carefree, happy, full of life Alpha's son had turned into this sad, depressed boy, going round like I had my own personal rain cloud. If only they knew. I still helped the wolves as best I could, but some of the shyer ones were now scared of me, and that hurt. The wolves who used to come out of their shell and show me a small sliver of their sensitive core. The wolves who placed the utmost trust in me no longer felt they could confide in me. I tried to change. I didn't want to scare them, but however much I tried, I was just too glum to care. Today was the day of Arya's burial. The day exactly 2 weeks since the battle. The burial is always 2 weeks after a battle. It had been a tradition since long before I was born. When I was young, I always asked my dad about it. I didn't understand why it was 2 weeks after. He had always said the same. The 2 weeks after the battle are weeks of mourning all the lost wolves and praying they reach the heavens. It gives the family and friends of the deceased time to say goodbye and gives the great Luna time to decide if the wolf deserves to ascend to the heavens. Arya was to have a warrior burial. As far as the pack wolves knew, she was just warrior, one who joined the pack quite recently after she shifted. Most had forgotten her. The last time they had seen her was the scandal with the rogues, and most had wanted to forget that mistake. Arya was the only one to die in that battle. Miraculously, since the rogues weren't well trained. The worst they could do was knock you out for a few hours, or leave you in the hospital for a few days. Arya was the only one to die. It wasn't supposed to be that way. It should have been me. She took a bullet for me. Literally, she somehow knew the exact moment to jump, to save me, but to die in the process. I wished I was the one to die. The pack was sad for the loss of a warrior, but not as sad as they would be if they knew she was my mate. I was annoyed and sad. Arya shouldn't have died, and she should get the correct burial. But because of me, she couldn't. It is all because of me. Pack burials, in my pack at least, were a mixture of witch burnings and Viking burials. A bonfire is built around their coffin then set on fire, so much like a witch burning, but with more respect. And they're already dead. Usually it would be the alpha who would set the bonfire alight, but my father said I should do it, to help me transition into the alpha role, and because I killed the leader of the rogues, I should help the victim ascend to the heavens. His real reason being, she was my mate, and I can't tell anyone, so I will at least help her to the heavens, since I can't do anything else. The burial was happening at the same spot as always. The same spot that was decided centuries ago. It was a beautiful, by the lake, the bank covered in wildflowers and the lake covered with water lilies. The lake had a breathtaking view of the mountains, and every night the sun set the sky on fire with our Indian pink hues. The final thing the soul would see before they ascended to the heavens. My parents came up to me a few minutes before the burning. My mum pulled me into a tight hug. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to go through this. I can't imagine how it must feel. But whatever you're going through, we'll always be here for you. My mum didn't know the pain I was going through. She still had her mate by her side. But she tried. She didn't say it would get better, or to move on. He knew that was impossible. So instead she did all she could to comfort me, to help me cope. I was thankful I had her by my side. I saw ashen sky going to where Arya lay in her coffin, where in a few minutes her soul shall ascend to the heavens while the whole pack pray for the moon goddess to grant her entry to eternal peace. They both froze by her coffin, their heads whipped up in sync as they suddenly ran over to me. You didn't, perchance, decide to burn an empty coffin, did you? Ash asked, his voice shaking with nerve. I just stared at him in confusion as his words sank in. No, I stated, staring him in the eye. Why? Ash had a wild look in his eyes, a scared look on his face. He was wringing his hands behind his back and tapping his foot to the ground. She's gone, Sky whispered. The coffin is open, and it's empty. Her scent surrounds it, but then just disappears into thin air. I snarled at her words, stalking over to where she was supposed to lay. They were telling the truth. The coffin was empty, the flowers surrounding it uncrumpled, as if she had just sat up and jumped the half-meter over the flowers. Impossible. No one could have taken her. She was slim and light. But no one can grab a core from a coffin without coming within 30 centimeters of it. And yet they had. The only other option. It was impossible. I wished I could believe it. But I couldn't. It was impossible. Too impossible to even be an option. But I still wished. My wolf still howled out for her, hoping she would answer. Unsurprisingly, she didn't. You can't have a funeral with no body. We sent everyone home, promising them we would figure out what had happened and then we would rearrange the date for the funeral. Completely against pack tradition. But what can you do? We searched all around. But she was gone. Her scent cut off 2 meters from the coffin. We searched all around, but she was really gone. And I felt the pain of losing her all over again. I would kill who did this. They didn't even let me say a proper goodbye. They took her from me too soon. And then wouldn't let me send her off to the heavens in the proper way. They would die for such disrespect. Chapter 48, On the Edge Forest's POV. Again I found myself standing on the edge of the cliff, staring into the abyss beneath me. I don't know how I got here. 1 minute. I was falling asleep on the sofa. I wouldn't return to my room. I couldn't. I couldn't see her clothes hanging in the wardrobe, her book on the bedside table, her homework on the desk, knowing she would never return. So I slept on the sofa. And yet this morning, like so many others, I woke up on the edge of the cliff. My wolf was tired. Tired of being alone. I was tired too. But I promised her I would live. So I would. My wolf, on the other hand, only saw things in muted colors. He saw that my mate was gone. He was lonely. Tired. He just wanted his mate back. If his mate couldn't be alive with him, he'd join her in death. I knew I couldn't give in. But as days turned to weeks and months, my resolve started to crumble. I couldn't live without her. I continued to stare out into the abyss. But I wasn't ready to jump. Not yet. Not yet. My mum came up for me today. The first time, when Ash had found me on one of his runs. They were horrified. They thought I had lost my mind, given in to the darkness. Now they were used to it. Every day one of them came to collect me, take me home. I was greeted with a tired smile and a hug. I know you want to join her, but the pack needs you. I nodded. I knew that. I just wanted my mate with me as well as the pack. I looked at her. I was confused. What are you sorry about? Tears slowly tricked down her cheek. I'm sorry we couldn't save her. I'm sorry you are having to go through this. I pulled her into a hug before we silently walked down the path home. I felt like I was failing Ari. I promised her I'd live. But right now, all I was doing was surviving, not living. I had failed her. I sat in the kitchen, a pile of untouched pancakes in front of me. I didn't want to eat. I wasn't hungry. I had to be strong. My parents, my family and friends had already lost Arya. I need to be strong so they don't lose me too. I have to be strong. I slowly made my way through the pancakes. They tasted like cardboard. But I ate them, smiling at those who looked at me in concern, not showing the pain I felt on the inside. Not showing the pain. I had managed to stay out of most pack duties, such as public appearances, under the pretenses I was still recovering. But they were starting to get suspicious, questioning why I was still recovering. So I had to turn up to the weekly pack meal. The pack meal, where we all sat down like a big happy family and ate together. The pack meal, where I would have to watch all the mated couples together. The pack meal, where I would again be asked if I'd found my mate. The pack meal, where I would be told all about mates. Told about all the thing I had and could have had before she was ripped away from me. You don't have to come, my dad said worriedly. We can say you are unwell, or you had a previous engagement. I shook my head. I can't. No more excuses. I forced out a smile. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. The most used response to "are you okay?" Used when you aren't fine. Well, I suppose when you are actually fine. But you know, I'm not. I could see my dad and didn't believe me. But my mum shook her head at him and he let it go. I had to be strong. But even the strong can become the weak. I looked around the table. I sat near the top. My parents at the top with me one side and the betas. Ash's parents. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ash sat next to me, with Sky on his other side. Sky's parents sat next to Ash's. All around me there were mated pairs. But at least they knew about Arya. At least they knew what was missing. Why I was so subdued. The other pack members didn't understand. I felt like a stuck record. I couldn't stop. I couldn't move on. I feel like I just keep repeating myself. My mate is gone. The pack doesn't understand. I need to move on. I can't. I keep repeating myself. But I can't stop. I can't move on. I saw pack members around me. Happy. Smiling. Full of life and happiness. I wished to join in with their laughter. But I couldn't. There I go again. I wish to be happy. But I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I let out a big sigh, closing my eyes and leaning back in my chair. Are you okay, Forrest? One pack member asks from a few tables over. She's one of the women who ask me every week if I've found my mate. So I'm not surprised when, not waiting for an answer, she quickly follows up with, if you found your mate, you would feel better. She would brighten up your life. You should go out and find her. But she doesn't understand. I don't need to find her. She's here in my head when I close my eyes, dug in deep in my brain, branded in my vision, my memory, my life. I blink, and she's smiling and laughing, prettier than angels, sunshine and rainbows. Sleep, and she's in my arms, cuddling tight to me. As one, she's mine now and forever, and no one will ever take her away from me. Dream, and she's dying in my arms, her white shirt turning blood red, her blood, her light flickering from her eyes and a megawatt smile dimming. Such a long time, longer than we can comprehend, my wolf howled out in my head. He wanted his mate, and it was getting harder and harder to reason with him. After the dinner finally ended, and I finally got to go home, I flopped onto the sofa, closing my eyes and pulling one of the cushions over my eyes. I heard my parents going up to bed. Waiting. I couldn't do it anymore. I'd tried to be strong. I'd tried to move on. I'd tried to live. But without her, without Arya, it was impossible. I snuck out the house, quietly locking the door behind me, following the path as it twisted and turned. I looked up at the moon. I didn't want to do this. But I didn't want to live without Arya more. I reached the edge, staring down into the abyss. I thought about what we had all been through. In such a short time. I started the year at a new school, full of humans. I expected my life to be very normal. But I was wrong. And I'm glad. I met Arya. Then I had to find a way to make friends with her. And she really didn't want to be my friend. Then her dad went too far. And she came to live with us, a proper part of the family. She found about werewolves, and took it about as well as expected. And then, well, it was starting to look up for us, until she was kidnapped. I had only just got her back, and she was ripped away from me again. My parents would be sad. So would my friends. But at least they would understand. The pack would have no idea. No idea what madness my life has been these last few weeks. I closed my eyes, basking in the moonlight. I took a deep breath, edging closer to the edge. Wait, I heard someone yell from behind me. You can't stop me, Lucy. I called out, not turning round. You could have saved her. You could have stopped all this. Where were you? She stood behind me. I still would face her. But she wasn't answering. I was angry. I was mad. She could have saved Arya. She's a fae. They can't traverse. They can heal wounds. But she wasn't there. No one knows where she was. Where were you? I asked again with more force, my voice cracking with pain. I wanted her to hear what she'd done. I wanted her to know. She could have saved her. She could have helped. But she didn't. I'm sorry I wasn't there. It was the only way. I was following Arya's plan. I stared down into the abyss. Please step back from the edge. I'm not doing anything for you. Not again. I took a deep breath, readying myself for the jump. Then do it for me. I whipped around at the sound of her voice. I expected to see Lucy, tricking me, trying to stop me. I was pleasantly surprised. I just stared at her, not believing my eyes. WWHA. What on earth is going on? You're dead. She just shrugged. Yep, I know. It's complicated. But basically, I had to die, so my dad would stop trying to get me. Then I had Lucy collect my body, so you didn't burn it. All I had to do was make a deal with the great Luna. Easier than you'd have thought, actually. Now here I am, very much alive and wanting to go home and go to sleep. I didn't waste any more time. I ran over to her, pulling her into a tight hug. Never do that again. I couldn't live without you. Promise me you'll never leave again. Chapter 49. How to cheat death. Arya's POV. I died. I had to die. It was the only way. If I didn't die, he would never leave me alone. He would always be hovering over me, not letting me go, not letting me live, not letting me out of his sight. If I wanted to be finally free, I had to die. The only way out. The only way to freedom. Death. When I realized the only way out was death, I had a few things to plan. How to defeat my dad once and for all. How to keep my family safe. How to live once I was dead. All in all, I had a lot to plan. I knew about Lucy. She was in my vision. So one day, when Simon was out drinking himself silly in the local bar, I wrote a letter, sent it in the post the next day, making sure to tell her everything I needed to say, and not to tell anyone else about the plan. She replied the next day. She traversed right up to me, somehow not getting caught by Simon. And we made the perfect plan. The perfect plan. The perfect plan. Where I had to die. I had to hurt Forrest. I had to hurt my family. I had to die. And hope the goddess would be nice enough to send me back. The odds weren't the best. But what choice did I have? I had to die. I wouldn't let anyone die because of me. I had to die anyway. So why not try to petition the goddess to send me back? Even before I died, the plan was being set out. While we were fighting the rogues, Lucy was doing everything possible to get me an audience with the goddess, to make sure I arrived in the heavens as early as possible. As soon as I died, it was time to see if the planning had paid off. All I could do was hope the plan worked. As my life drained from my eyes, from my soul, I wished. As I watched the dispar rise in Forrest's eyes, as I watched his heart break, right in front of me, because of me, I wished. As I felt my soul rise to the heavens, I wished. I wished I would be back soon. I wished I would be back with Forrest soon. I wished I would get to the heavens, but not stay there. I wished. Everything was black. Everything was white. Everything was dark. Everything was light. There was nothing there, and yet it was full of everything in existence. The heavens was indescribable. You could see everything at once. Everything and nothing at the same time. Things fluttered across my vision at the blink of an eye, faster than light itself. People always seem to think about the life they left behind when they reach the heavens. But not me. I had no memories. Memories were a human thing. Memories were stored in your mind, your body. This was my soul. The ones I left behind were only a thread, brushing against my conscience, stardust molten and mixed together, spinning and twirling around my soul. My family weren't remembered in my memories, in my mind. They were imprinted in my soul. They didn't influence my life. They were my life. Without them, there was no point to me. Without them, there was no me. I looked around me. taking in me everything and nothing surrounding me. I had been here for days, waiting, staring off into the abyss. Waiting for what? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's beautiful, isn't it? A voice said behind me. Layla. Hello again. I whispered. What for? She asked me, standing beside me, staring with me into the nothing, everything all around us. I'm sorry. I failed you. I couldn't save them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice still soft. She sighed, pulling me into a hug. I told you hardships were coming. I told you to stay close to your mate. You did. You didn't fail me. You saved them. You saved them all. I just kept staring. I didn't save them all. Not really. I couldn't save Forrest. She smiled sadly. He's still alive. You did save him. I just snorted. I can see him, you know. He's my mate. Even from here I can see him. He's not happy. He's not safe. I'm not sure how much more he can take. His wolf wants to let go. She shook her head sadly. You're right. He needs you. And they need you. But I can't let you go back. I gasped. No, you have to let me go back. She had to. It was the only way. They're safe now. They don't need you. You don't need to go back there. Shaking her head. Why would you want to go back? Because they are my family. I whispered back. But the world is such a terrible place. There is no death. No pain. No destruction here. Why would you want to go back? Looking confused. No, it's not perfect. But it's my home. My family is there. I want to go back. I need to go back. My voice raised with every word until I was nearly yelling at her. She smiled at me reassuringly. You passed. You have shown you are willing to give up everything for your family. I am proud of you. You may go back. I just gasped at her. You'll let me go back? She nodded. You can go back. On one condition. What condition? Worrying it would be something I couldn't do. You need to get rid of your father's cult. You destroyed the leader, but the cult still continues. They can't be allowed to continue. They will continue to ruin your life, and the lives of others. I smiled at that. I could definitely do that. Already on it. I'm not letting him continue to destroy my life. Not anymore. I have a few plans in the pipeline. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She smirked with me. Sounds good. I believe you already had this planned out with Lucy, so I'll let you go and carry out your plan. I ran forward and hugged her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She smiled at me. Go back to your mate. He needs you. I opened my eyes, whimpering at the harsh light shone down. I tried to sit up, my arms shaking as they tried to hold my weight. Hey, it's okay. Take your time, I heard Lucy say beside me. Don't rush. You've been dead for a few weeks. I laughed, shake, lie. I suppose you're right. I tried to sit up again, slowly this time, and managed to hold my weight. I looked around me. I was in a clearing in the woods, the trees close together, creating a canopy above my head. The sun shone down through the trees, shining and lighting up the area. I want to give you more time to get used to living. Smiling at me. But your mate is about to throw himself off a cliff. She continues. Smiling. Okay, I said. Then her words registered in my brain. Wait, what do you mean my mate is about to throw himself off a cliff? I gasped. Lucy nodded. You heard me correctly. We need to go. Now because he's on the edge. Cliff. I continued to gape at her. Why are we still here? We aren't. Clicking her fingers. Suddenly the background around me changed. Where before there was wood surrounding me, now there was a cliff with forest on the edge. I saw him edge closer to the edge. my heart in my throat as he nears the edge of the cliff. I wanted to yell at him to stop, but I was just so shocked to see my mate, so close to the edge of a cliff. I couldn't open my mouth. "Wait," Lucy yelled from beside me. I saw Forrest stiffen slightly, but he didn't go closer to the edge. "You can't stop me, Lucy," he called out, but he still wouldn't turn around. "You could have saved her. You could have stopped all this. Where were you?" My heart beat painfully in my chest. I hurt his so much. I had caused him so much sadness and loneliness. I'm sorry I wasn't there. It was the only way. I was following Arya's plan, Lucy stated. "Are you fully?" He stared down into the abyss. "Please step back from the edge. I'm not doing anything for you. Not again." He took a deep breath, edging closer to the edge. I had to stop him, then do it for me. He whipped around at the sound of my voice. His eyes widened. I smiled at him. He just stared at me, not believing his eyes. "WWHA. What on earth is going on? You're dead." I just shrugged, smiling at him. "Yet, I know. It's complicated. But basically, I had to die, so my dad would stop trying to get me. Then I had Lucy collect my body, so you didn't burn it. All I had to do was make a deal with the great Luna. Easier that you'd have thought, actually. Now here I am, very much alive and wanting to go home and go to sleep. I knew he was still on the edge of the cliff. I wanted to pull him off the edge, but I didn't want him to jump. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So I just went red, telling him my plan casually, hoping he came off the edge. He ran over to me. I let out a sigh of relief, glad he had come off the edge of the cliff. He pulled me into a tight hug. "Never do that again. I couldn't live without you. Promise me you'll never leave again," he gasped. Chapter 50, Zombie Aria's POV. I was finally home for good. No impending doom or evil kidnapping. No dad beating me for every little thing or person calling themselves my mate, when they weren't. We were finally free from all that. I was free from that life, but I had to finish it. Ladies don't start fights, but we can finish them. Never do that again. Forrest whispered into my ear. "I can't live without you." I nodded, snuggling closer to him. I had missed him. It was 3 a.m. and I was trying to get to sleep, but trying to figure out the best way to destroy my father's cult was keeping me awake. Forrest was already asleep beside me, and I was glad he was asleep. The circles beneath his eyes looked like he coated his eyes with mascara and then rubbed them. Many times. He looked exhausted. Closing my eyes again, trying to get to sleep, until finally I drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of how to destroy a legacy that should never have started. I woke to the feeling of fingers running through my hair. I tensed. Why was Simon doing this? Simon never did this. But then it all came back to me, and I relaxed. I was safe. I was home. I turned over, smiling at Forrest. I thought it was all a dream. I thought I'd wake up and you'd be gone again. I shook my head. "I'm not going anywhere." Just then my stomach crumbled loudly. "Nowhere. Except the kitchen." He grinned and we made our way to the kitchen. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Ela and Lucy were already awake and pancakes were in the pan. I was about to walk in when I realized. Atlas and Ela don't know I'm alive yet. It was the middle of the night when I came back, and they were already asleep. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Your parents think I'm still dead," I whispered. He just smirked. "Wait here for a minute," he whispered back before walking into the kitchen. "Hello, Mama. Dad," he greeted them with a smile. I nearly burst out laughing from the sheer shocked expressions on their faces. "Lucy, did you tell them about that thing?" I guess she hadn't. They seemed very surprised he was smiling. "No, I didn't. I figured you'd want to tell them." He nodded then turned back to his parents. Was there something you wanted to tell us, Forrest? Atlas asked, sounding suspicious. No, it's nothing. Well, not nothing. But it can wait. Trying to keep the joke going, without offending me. I had to cover my mouth with my hand. Their expressions were so comical. After a few minutes of silence, Ela had had enough. Why are you so happy? Forrest looked at her in surprise. Should I be sad and miserable? She shook her head, but I could see the slight tears building in her eyes. I like seeing you smile. But Arya is dead. There is nothing happy about that. Forrest nodded in agreement. About that. He turned and flashed a smile at me. The sign for me to come out of hiding. Don't cry. My death wasn't that sad. It was important. It needed to happen. They gasped. Arya. Ela stammered out, mouth open in shock. Hi, I said with a smile, pulling them both into a hug. But how? Atlas whispered into my ear. My time wasn't finished. My purpose wasn't fulfilled. I had to return. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My family. I smiled at them again. Ela had tears running down her face. I suppose we need more pancakes. Atlas jockeyed, making his way to the frying pan. I laughed with them. After a few stacks of pancakes had been devoured between us, and after I told the story of what had happened in the last few months a few times, breakfast was finished. I stood in my bedroom, staring out the window, basking in the sunlight and my freedom. What do you want to do today, babe? Forrest asked, pulling me against his chest. Never call me that again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cringing at his cheesiness. Oh, what? He challenged with a smirk. You're dumped. He threw his hands up in mock surrender. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He smiled at me. Let me rephrase that. What would you like to do today, Ari? I shook my head at him. I'll let you call me Ari so long as you never call me babe again. Deal? Mockingly offering me his hand to seal the deal. I shook his hand, both of us laughing. I had missed this. The friendly banter. No, but seriously, what do you want to do today? I thought for a minute. I haven't seen Sky and Ash for ages, or at least not properly. I thought out loud. Do you want to see if they can meet up? We can go into town and meet for some food or something. I nodded. Sounds like a plan. Sky and Ash knew they were meeting Forrest. They didn't know they were meeting me. What can I say? We're evil. You only get to come back to life once. Why not trick everyone? Forrest met up with Ash and Sky in the car park. Then they all walked into the CAF, where I already sat a booth over. Waiting. I could hear their conversation clearly, but they couldn't see me. It's a great day, isn't it? Forrest said with a grin. I hope you don't mind. I invited my girlfriend. She'll be here soon. I heard Ash gasp. How dare you? Ash said, with a slight glare. How dare you act so happy? How dare you replace Arya? She's still dead. You can't change that. What he meant to say, Sky said quietly, is that seems a bit rash, Forrest. All things considered. You know, she though for a bit longer. Actually, I have to agree with Ash here. You can't replace Ari. However much you try. She would be so disappointed. I stifled my laugh with my hand. It was so much fun to mislead them all. We had decided he should say he had a new girlfriend on the way here. The reactions were hilarious. Even better than I imagined. Hey, you're supposed to agree with me. Not him. Forrest said. It's us against him. Come on, Sky. Nope. I could hear her disapproval in her voice. I can't agree with you. Not with this. I couldn't do that to Ari. Well, it's my decision. It was nearly time for me to arrive. Come here, babe. I walked over to their table. What did I tell you about calling me babe? I said with a glare. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. he said with a cheeky grin. I turned to Ash and Sky. What is he like? Honestly, they were just staring like I was a mirage in a desert, or a magician's illusion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sky asked, looking shocked. Hi, I said, smiling at her. Sky, get back. Ash shouted as she made her way over to me. She's a zombie. A living dead. Don't get infected. Forrest slapped him round the head. She's not a zombie. You idiot. If I were a zombie, I wouldn't eat your brains. It's too cliché. How are you here? Sky whispered to me, pulling me into a hug. Long story, really. Basically, I made a deal with the moon goddess. My life exchange for destroying my father's cult. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Going to sit next to Forrest, across the table from Sky and Ash. They all stared at me in shock. No, Forrest said, they killed you once. I'm not letting you near them again. I shook my head. I have to. I have to end this. They won't hurt me again. We'll be more prepared. They've lost their leader. They won't be as dangerous this time. He still shook his head. I won't risk that. Then everyone will die. That's a risk I'm willing to take. I shook my head at him. That was the last that was said on the matter. We had a good time with Ash and Sky. And then we went shopping because Forrest had ripped most of his clothes from randomly shifting the last few weeks. What about this one? Ash asked, holding up a yellow and pink checkered shirt. I shook my head in disgust. Ash had been giving stupid suggestions all day. In the end, we just started ignoring him. What about this one? He asked again, holding up a bright pink flamingo shirt. Sky smacked him on the back of his head. Stop with the stupid shirts. As Forrest emerged from the changing rooms in a plain blue shirt and black jeans. These will do for now. We can always come back later if I need more. We all nodded our agreement, and after he paid for his clothes, we all went back home. After some food, and a lot of catching up, I was too tired to keep my eyes open, so I went up to bed, Forrest following me up. Please, Forrest said, please just leave your father's cult. Your father's gone. Why do you have to defeat them? I've already told you. They'll destroy everything and everyone. I have to. He lay on our bed, staring at the ceiling. Just don't die again. I challenged, echoing his words from earlier. He smiled at me. You're done. Chapter 51, How to Destroy a Cultaria's POV. I sat at Atlas' desk, staring at the map, left there from when I had been kidnapped. It was the middle of the night, but I couldn't sleep, so I went to make a plan. How to destroy a cult. Maybe I should type it into Wikihow. See what comes up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Safe to say I had no idea how to destroy them, other than killing them all, or putting them all on a massive bonfire. Lucy and I had come up with a plan, but not a full one. We still needed to know their numbers, and what they were planning for their next move. I threw my head back in defeat. I didn't even know the size of the cult. I didn't know what weapons they had at their disposal. I knew nothing about them. You look like you need some help, Lucy said, suddenly appearing next to me. Lucy, I gasped, clutching my heart. Where have you been? I hadn't seen her since yesterday. She just traversed away, leaving me with my family. While you have been reconnecting with your family, I've been reconnecting with my own. I just stared at her, waiting for her to continue. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I prompted. She looked like a cat who had got the cream, only not a cat, and her was no cream, so more like a fly who had something to spill. Spill. She flashed me a smirk. Well, my younger sister, Leah, is great at surveillance. So a few weeks ago I got her to follow your father and his cult. and to report back to me. What did she find? I asked impatiently. What didn't she find? She answered. She knows their location, their numbers, even what time the guards take a toilet break. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Single day, I just stared at her. How does she know all that? I asked with a gasp. My sister is very persistent. Give her someone to watch. Soon she will know absolutely thing about that person. I nodded. Cool. So what did she find? Before she could answer, I quickly added. The short and concise version. It's 3 a.m. I don't have the energy for anything actually. She laughed before answering. There are about 1 rogues left. Give or take a few. With no leader, they fall into anarchy. They are uncontrollable. But that makes them disorganized. An advantage for us. I nodded. So it wouldn't be too hard to defeat them, as long as we strike soon, and we make sure not to leave any standing. I yawned out. That's the gist of it. I'll tell you the rest in the morning, when you're not going to fall asleep on me. And with that, she was gone, and I was alone in the office once again. It was once I was alone that sleep finally caught up to me. I yawned again, nearly falling asleep in the chair where I sat. Then I did fall asleep in the chair where I sat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Ari, babe, wake up. I woke up to Forrest, shaking me slightly. Are you awake now? He asked with a grin. No, I mumbled out tiredly. And you're dumped. He just grinned again, picking me up in his arms. If you're going to go back to sleep, at least sleep in a bed. His eyes furrowed in confusion. What were you doing in Dad's office anyway? I yawned as he placed me down on our bed, pulling the covers up to keep me warm. I was half asleep by the time I answered. I was tracking down my father's cult. He may have said something about that, but I didn't know. I was asleep before the words fully left my mouth. When I woke again, the sun was high in the sky. I could hear pots and pans being bashed downstairs. I guessed it was around lunchtime. One glance at the clock confirmed my suspicions. It was 1 o'clock. I would say I overslept, but I didn't actually sleep until about 5:30. I was quite proud of the 7.5 hours of sleep I'd managed to grab. I walked sluggishly into the bathroom, still half asleep, and turned on the tap. I splashed my face with water, effectively waking myself up. Next point on the agenda. Clothes. I went to my wardrobe, selecting some jeans and a comfy top. I had no reason to leave the house today. And if I did, people would just have to deal. Feeling much more awake now, I gracefully skipped down the stairs. Just kidding. I tripped on air and head myself down the stairs, miraculously surviving, just to run into a closed door. My day had only just begun and it was already going great. Ari, is that you? I heard Forrest's confused voice from through the door. Yep, I winced out, rubbing my nose while opening the door. Are you okay, dear? Ela asked. She looked like she was trying not to laugh. So did Atlas. And Forrest. Yet, I'm quite all right. It was the door's fault. That did it. They all simultaneously burst into laughter, and soon I joined in too. Finally Atlas stopped laughing for long enough to ask, why did you sleep so late? I was up until about 4, planning the downfall of a cult. It's harder than it looks, you know. They nodded. I bet. Ela said, have you asked Lucy to help? She could probably find some information about them. I smiled and was about to tell them when I was beaten to it. She already did. We have everything we need to know. We just need to set a time and date. Lucy. Everyone greeted her before taking a seat round the kitchen table. Do you think the other should be here for this? The others being Ash, Sky, and their parents. Already on it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pressing some buttons on his phone, It took another half an hour of impatient waiting for the others to arrive. And yes, I will call them the others as much as possible. Saying Ash, Sky and their parents every single time took too long. Anyway, the others arrived, and it was time to make our plan. The cult is hiding in the wood, here to be exact, Lucy said, sticking a thumbtack into the map we hung on a bulletin board while we waited. You could say we did it because we were bored. Okay, I'll shut up now. Everyone nodded to show they knew where she meant, and from what we could gather, there are about 1 rogues, ranging from experienced to newbies, although most of their forces were killed off in the last fight. Whatever you do, don't underestimate them. We nodded again. I was feeling like one of the dolls on a card ashboard, nodding and nodding over and over again. It was getting annoying. We should be able to infiltrate here. Sticking another thumbtack into the map, to the right of the first one. Again everyone nodded, and because I was irregular, and decided to spice things up a bit, I nodded and said yes at the same time. As I said, spicing things up a bit. I'm so funny. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had zoned out halfway through the plan and started paying attention at just the right part so I didn't miss anything. So that's the plan, Atlas stated. We attack tomorrow morning. All of us go, as well as the warriors and some of the trainees waiting in case we need backup. We attack quickly, destroying the camp, leaving no survivors and get out as quickly as possible. Sounds good to everyone. Everyone nodded again. Cool, bobbleheads. That's that then. I'll go and inform the warriors, Ash's dad said, walking towards the door. Just before he left he turned to me. It's nice to have you back, Arya. Back where you belong. I nodded with a smile. It's good to be back. Chapter 52, Battle to the End. Arya's POV. It was time. Time to destroy a cult. And I was surprisingly excited. Finally it would all be over. I couldn't wait. Couldn't wait to be free to live my life. Without my dad, or his creations, hanging over me. Forrest had already introduced me to the warriors. They had all looked at me suspiciously when he said I was his mate, looking as if I was fake, lying about being his mate, or something like that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I guess they decided I was the real deal, because they had gone back to preparing for the attack. We were setting off in half an hour, and I couldn't tell if it was only me who was excited, or if others were too. I guess for me it had the added compensation of living a life free from my father's rule. Others didn't have that hanging over their shoulders. I was almost jumping on the spot. I was impatient. I just wanted to end this. I relaxed when I felt a pair of arms wrap around my waist. Hey, Forrest said quietly. It'll be over soon. You just need to wait a little longer. I turned at his arms to look at him. But I don't want to wait. I want this over with. He laughed lightly, a smile breaking out on his lips. I know. So do I. I waved to Ash and Sky as they made their way over. Hey guys. Ash squealed, running over. How are you feeling? We just stared at him. Just ignore him, Sky said with a sigh, whacking him over the head. He's very immature this morning. When isn't he? Forrest said with a smirk. I whacked him over the head. Just then Atlas and Ela came over. Are you all ready? Atlas asked. Yet, I answered quickly. Very quickly. Ela laughed. You seem impatient. Oh, she is, Forrest muttered, loud enough for us to hear. I whacked him on the shoulder and we all laughed. Okay, everyone, Atlas said. It's time to attack. We were there. I could see the cult building looming in front of me, the cracked grey walls and broken roof almost blowing over in the wind. Are you ready? Forrest whispered quietly from beside me. I nodded. I was too scared to speak. I was ready, but I was scared. I took a deep breath. Let's do this. Atlas nodded to me, then made the signal to go forward. He sent me a reassuring smile, then they broke down the door. Chaos broke out. Immediately, the rogues came pouring out the doors and down the corridors, and fight broke out around me. Rogue against warrior. Cult member against pack member. Evil against good. I quickly shifted into my wolf, not having enough time to even consider that it would be painful, since I hadn't shifted for a few weeks. I felt the pain, but I saw a rogue running towards me and just ignored it, pushing the pain to the side so I could fight, so I could survive. I jumped on his back, biting down on, snapping his spine, ending his pathetic life. 1 down, 99 to go. I continued to fight, rogues dropping at my feet like flies. We were winning. The 1 rogues were down to 10 rogues. But those 10 were better fighters. They were harder to take down. It took more effort, more energy. I was fighting one of them, and I was winning, until I felt a searing pain down my side. But it wasn't my pain. I turned around to see 3 of the rogues on Forest. How dare they attack my mate? How dare they hurt what's mine? My wolf was fuming. I was fuming. The rogue attacking me bit down on my leg, but I didn't feel it. My pain was masked by anger. We were a volcano ready to explode into a burning inferno. And so we did. I saw Ed. Within seconds the rogue who had attacked me was dead, and I was leaping towards Forest. The rogues looked at me as I barreled towards them, but they moved too late. I was a whirlwind of death. The rogues were going to die at my hands. Forest was still lying there, not moving. I could feel it. It only fueled my anger. I lunged again, jumping into one of them, holding onto his neck as he tried to butt me off. I wouldn't give up. I wouldn't let go. Not until he was dead. I bit down, feeling his body go limp under me. Not wasting any time. I jumped from 1 rogue to the next, holding on until he joined the first to his fate. I was so angry I didn't think of what I was doing. I didn't think of those who I was killing. They were all a part of one enemy, every rogue I killed. I saw my father. I felt like I was finally beating him. He would not get away with what he did to my mate. I didn't stop until there was a pile of bodies by my feet and all the rogues were gone. But I was still angry. I still wanted something to kill. Sky came up beside me. I turned to her, anger burning in my eyes. Relax. Her arms in front of her in surrender. You need to calm down, Ari. I didn't want to calm down. I wanted blood. Atlas came running over. Arya, stand down. You can't kill anything more. Forest needs you. With those simple words my anger receded. He needed me. I ran over to him, my wolf howling as we took in his condition. He was covered in blood, both his and Rogue's. He was bleeding out, a large gash on his side. I crunched down by his side, nudging his face with my nose. He didn't react. I held my face by his nose, not daring to breath, hoping to feel his breath against my fur one. Breath. I felt my fur blow slightly. I sat up, howling with joy. He wasn't dead, but he was injured. After seeing he wasn't dead, I sat back, letting the pack doctor heal him. Hopefully. Please wake up, Forest. I whispered, hoping he would hear me, hoping he would listen, hoping he would wake up. But he didn't. I sat by his bedside, hoping he would wake up soon. We had won. But at what cost? Chapter 53, Sleeping Beauty Aria's PNV. I had memorized every crack, blind, curve and color variation of the sickly creamy white walls of the hospital room in the pack house. 38 hours of sitting in the same chair, in the same place, by a hospital bedside left me a lot of time to study walls. I never imagined I would fall in love. I never even imagined I would live long enough to make a friend. I thought my dad would kill me before I even got to live. And yet here we are. He's the dead one. Who'd have thought it? It's finally over. And yet, I get no relief. Not while Forrest is lying unconscious in a hospital bed. It had been less than 2 days since the fight. And yet it felt like years. Because he wasn't awake, he hadn't celebrated out victory. He couldn't. Please wake up, I whispered. Lucy walked in to check on him. She kept him alive until his werewolf healing kicked in to heal him. Without her, he would be dead. I was thankful beyond words. He's getting better, she told me. He'll be awake soon. I just nodded. I smiled at her as she walked out the room again. Thank you. Atlas and Ela had spent most of the last 38 hours beside their son. But they had a pack to look after, and when the pack called, they had to answer. Forrest, please wake up. I whispered, thinking back to every book I read, where the character confesses her or his love for their unconscious girl boyfriend, and then they wake up after hearing the whole confession. Forrest, please wake up. Your parents need you. Your friends need you. Your pack needs you. I need you. Time for that boyfriend waking confession of love. Please, Forrest. I love you. Please wake up. And absolutely nothing. Forrest still lay motionless on the hospital bed. Dead to the world. Why can't my life be a story? Heaven knows I've gone through enough hell. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My whole life story is a cliché. God damn it, Forrest. I exclaimed. Wake the hell up. He blinks. Stop shouting, woman. He whispered hoarsely. I've got a splitting headache. Smiling as he winced. Not because I enjoyed seeing him in pain, but because it further solidified the fact he was awake and wasn't dead. His eyes suddenly shot open. What happened? He gasped out. Sitting up. The last thing I remember is the rogues attacking you. Smoothing the hair off his forehead. I'm fine. It's you who has been unconscious the last 36 hours. Only 36. He asked with a grin. Those rogues were weak. I could help but laugh at his terrible joke. You shouldn't be joking about that. He just shrugged. So, he said, changing the subject. How are my parents? Ocean sky. I held up my phone to show him I'd sent a text. On their way. Not 30 seconds later the door came crashing open and Ela came flying into the room, followed by Atlas, who had settled on a brisk walk in the place of a tornado. Never do that again. You scared the life out of me. Ela scolded Forrest lovingly. I thought you were gone for good. Forrest smiled at her reassuringly. Never. You can't get rid of me that easily. I'm sorry we couldn't be here when you woke up, Atlas said with a sad smile. Pack duty's called. Forrest laughed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I woke up to Arihi yelling at me to wake up. I smiled sheepishly. I tried asking politely, but you wouldn't listen. That made Atlas and Ela laugh, and it was nice to see the lines of worry from the past day fall away. After Ash and Sky had flown through the doors and gushed over Forrest being alive, we all had tea around the kitchen table. We caught Forrest up on everything he missed in the last day or so, mainly about the end of the fight and the clear-up afterwards. Surprisingly for everyone, we hadn't lost anyone in the fight. The rogues were inexperienced and we vastly outnumbered them. We also had Werewolf healing and Lucy keeping those injured alive long enough to heal. So we were all very lucky. Where's Lucy? Forrest asked suddenly. I haven't seen her recently. She was there just before you woke up. I answered, but I haven't seen her since. Here I am, appearing randomly in the spare seat at the end of the table. I jumped, spilling the water from the full glass I was drinking from all over me. Why? I exclaimed. Why can't you warn us before you appear? How would I do that? Should I just go invisible and yell in your ear? I'm about to traverse. Just a warning. I shook my head. Just leave it. Where were you? Checking the borders. The cult is fully destroyed. You shouldn't be having any more problems with them anymore. I smiled in relief. That's good. Everyone nodded in agreement. The evening was full of celebration. Most of the pack had already met me, so I didn't need a formal introduction. We all partied late into the night. It was over. I gazed out at the sunset, enjoying the feel of the slight breeze on my exposed arms. The party was still going beneath me, downstairs, but I was tired and Forrest needed some more rest to recover, so we had headed off the bed early. I was standing on the balcony, staring off into the distance. not seeing, thinking about how much my life had changed, and how lucky I was to have found Forrest. I felt him wrap his arms around my waist. Come on. Let's get to bed. I didn't resist as he pulled me into our bed. I love you, I whispered. You know that, right? He smiled down at me. Of course I know that. I love you too. I fell asleep, safe in his arms. I woke up the next morning late. It was about to appear, and I usually wake up at like. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So that was really late for me. But I could. And that was the best feeling in the world. The feeling of no commitments. I had no cults to destroy. No family members trying to kill me. I wasn't being held captive by an idiot. I was safe. I was free. And if I wanted to sleep all day I could. But staying in bed all day is boring. So I dragged Forrest out of bed and downstairs, where there was a pile of pancakes waiting for us. Nice of you to finally join us, Atlas said with a smirk. What does this count as? Breakfast, enthusiasm, lunch, or an early tea? I smiled sheepishly. Maybe a bit of all three. He laughed and pushed the Nutella over to me. I suppose you need this then. I nodded. Nutella is amazing. After breakfast lunch tea, or Bruna as I like to call it, we spent the rest of the day on the sofa, watching a movie and not much else, until the doorbell rang. I grumbled as I sat up, muttering under my breath about people ruining my laziness as I opened the door. But what was on the other side made me stop mid-grumble. None. She pulled me into a tight hug, but my arms stayed stiff by my side. She nodded. Can I come in? I just stared at her. What are you doing here? I demanded. She didn't answer me. Instead, she turned her attention to the person behind me. Hello, I'm Teresa, Arya's mother. Offering her hand, I looked behind me to see Atlas staring my mum down. He wasn't the friendly Atlas I'd grown used to. Forrest's father. He was in alpha mode, trying to figure out the purpose of the woman on his doorstep. Alpha Atlas. Ignoring her outstretched hand. I suppose you should come in. Who is it? Forrest called from the sitting room, but instead of answering we just walked in. Forrest sent me a grin when I walked back in. A grin that froze when he saw who was following me. He sat up straighter. Dad, who is this? Ela came in from the kitchen, coming to see who it was at the door, who had just entered her house unannounced. Why are you here? She asked harshly. Why now? Mama, who is this? Forrest asked. Confused. Even I was confused by Ela's words. Did she know my mum? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is my mum, I hissed out, going to sit next to him on the sofa. Aren't you going to introduce me? My mum asked as Forrest pulled me closer to him. No, I stated. Not until you tell me what you're doing here. She sighed, then fixed a bright smile on her face, and at least contacted me. Told me you were here. I looked over at them. That was 6 months ago. Eels pat out. Why now? Why do you turn up now? I wanted to see my daughter, and meet her in-laws. Is that so wrong? I read the hidden meaning in that, and from the look of disgust on everyone's faces, I guess they did too. You left me. You left me. Knowing he would hurt me. You didn't care. You left me for your mate. You didn't care about me then. Why now? I knew the answer to that before I asked. She didn't turn up for me. She still doesn't care about me. She just heard I was mated to an alpha son and wanted something. I think it's time you leave, Forrest said calmly. No, she screeched. You're my daughter, and you're under 18. I'm your legal guardian. And your blood. I laughed. You are no blood of mine. You gave up the title of my mum when you left me. Forrest saved me. Atlas and Ida took me in. They're my family. You weigh nothing to me. By Teresa. Now go. Go and never come back. I had said everything I needed to. I stood up and walked up to my room. Forrest squeezed my hand reassuringly from beside me, reassuring me I'd done the right thing. I heard Atlas send my mom on her way, telling her to never come back. Good. I don't need her. A few years ago, I was wished every night for her to come back. But that was then. Since then I found a new family. A better family. One who loves me for me. They filled the gap in my heart. They saved me. They fixed me when I was broken. Saved me when I was lost. Made me feel better when I was hurt. They are my true family. We chose our family. Blood ties us to people. But they are only our family if we want them to be. We chose our family. And I know who I chose. Who I would always choose. Every time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Aria's POV. It was Friday. And like every Friday, I sat on the bench by the school, next to Forrest waiting for the children to come out and play. It had become our routine, and the children loved it as much as we did. Every Friday we would wait for them in the playground at break time. We would play with them. Then we would all go back inside and listen to them read, or help them with their maths. Fern was such a happy child. Her mum had now fully recovered, but she still remembered what it was like. So was always there for the other children if they wanted to talk. So was I. I loved helping the children. It made me feel I could stop what happened to me. Happened to them. I kept my eye out for any signs for abuse. And the children knew they could talk to me if they wanted. Nothing was too small. Even if their third favorite fish had died, I made sure to listen. Because if you listen to the little things, they will come to you with the big. I made sure to always listen to the little things. Since I first came to the school, things had changed a lot. For a start, I spoke now. I joined in the children's games of tick, hopscotch and skipping. I had never played most of the games when I was little. I was too scared my dad would hurt me if I had fun. So playing with the children was like reclaiming the childhood I never had. I also loved learning. So if the children had a problem, I helped them. All children are smart, but everyone learns in different ways. So if someone is having trouble with their reading or maths, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I help them learn it in another way. This is the part of the story I'm supposed to say how my life is perfect. How Forrest changed my life and everything is just dandy. I'm not going to say my life is perfect now. For every bit of good comes with some bad. But bad comes with good as well. Forrest did change my life though. He didn't get rid of all the ugliness. I still have scars from my dad. And many nights I wake up shaking, plagued by nightmares of the past. But whenever I wake up screaming, he's always there for me, ready to talk about it. Or just hold me until I can fall back asleep. My life feels like such a cliché. One where the main character is abused, and no one notices or cares. Then this boy appears. He notices, and sooner or later he'll save her life and change her whole world for the better. He'll fight off her demons and scare off her nightmares. But maybe, the whole reason it's a cliché is because it works. I can't tell you everything will be perfect now, that we'll all live happily ever after, because I can't see the future. Well, not fully. I can't see what's coming in 10 years, 20, 30, so I suppose all we can do is live in the present. Be thankful for what we have and not live wishing for what we want, but cherishing what we have. I have a wonderful family now, one who cares for me. They may not be related to me by blood, but they love me, and that's all that matters. I have a great family. I have good friends. I have an amazing life. I have a life. Full stop. I'm alive. I'm not dead at the bottom of an ocean or whatever my dad was planning. Who knew the day my dad tried to kill me would be the day my life really began. Like every Friday, once we had finished at the school, I went to help Healer around the pack house. I smiled at Forrest, giving him a quick kiss before he went to his dad's office to help him with some paperwork. I got the better deal here. I got to go around and talk to the pack, while he was stuck in the office all evening. Every Friday, when I went around the pack with Ela, I was surprised by how quickly the pack had accepted me, and how happy I was with my new life. As we walked around the pack, so many people greeted me, smiled at me, saying hello as we passed. I felt so grateful for how quickly the pack accepted me, how they didn't care about my past, or how what happened to the pack happened because of me. After we had gone round the pack, my day was finished. We all sat round the table for dinner. Back when I lived with my brother and father, we never sat together. In fact, I never really got to sit at the table. But now, we always sat together, talking about our days and laughing over silly jokes. Bliss. After dinner, I walked upstairs, into my room, and out onto the balcony, looking out over the pack lands and watching the sun set over the hills. Forrest came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. In that moment, I felt happy. To my agent extraordinaire, Mazen Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blessing kind of happy. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.